Is it quiet in here or what?
Mm-hmm. Oh, 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 oh.
Is it still quiet here? What's everybody doing it?
Anyone in the house?
Yes, what's up?
Who goes there?
I'm there. Sam, how are you?
Oh, hi, skeptical.
Yeah, how are you, bro? How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, bro. I'm just doing some sort of COVID-19 training in order for me to maintain my job as a care worker. I have to know about all these things we need to know about COVID-19 and how to stop the spread. It's very intriguing stuff so far. I'm just up to families and friends of residents. So family and friends should be encouraged to maintain contact with consumers by phone or other social communication apps as appropriate. So phone calls, video calls, social communication apps, sending a postcard even, sharing photos, artwork, or short home videos. Jeez, I'm glad they're teaching me this. So I'm just wondering if anybody here knows what response. I've just been on my mind lately, and I keep bringing it up with everybody. So, and no one can give me some sort of logical response. So, we're all putting on masks to stop the spread of the virus, and everywhere I go, everyone has a mask on, and they're always touching their mask. They're moving their mask around. They're putting their mask down so they can have a ciggy, or they're eating something, drinking something, moving their mask because it's itching their nose, and you can see the little sweat build up on the side of their nose as they're moving their nose around and moving their mask. And I'm thinking, and then they go and touch everything. They go and touch the stuff that they're going to buy or they're thinking of buying, or they can the money that they're touching after they touch their mask. Wouldn't this spread a virus? If viruses spread like this, if they were contagions like that, isn't that how we would spread bacteria around and get sick? I'm confused. Does anyone know why that isn't spreading a virus?
Everything is clear, so you don't even have to further think about everything. So just why would you wear something that you're already aware of that it would kill you?
Why would I wear it? I'm like the only person in this place. I'm in the southwest of Victoria. There's 130,000 people around, and I can't see anyone else without a mask. Not one person.
Not freaking care about what people. Just don't buy that. Don't buy the freaking lie, to be honest. You know it's a lie.
Why? I just
Why
don't understand. Why is everyone else buying it?
Because again, right? Why?
Come on, break it down for me, man.
No, it's quite simple, you know what I mean? Because people, they are completely attached to the material world. People, they have their own jobs, they have their own duties, they have mortgages, they have a lot of things. So for them, and to sustain their life is completely difficult. So basically, to leave everything, just, do you know what I mean? To stay away from the society. Because you can have these ideas, right? We all do not agree with the COVID, right? It's a lot, but sometimes you gotta act in a stupid manner to stay in that survival state.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So sometimes you have your own duties. You have your kids, they go to school, right? You have other duties, social duties, individual duties, so all that you cannot just throw out overnight.
Yeah.
And
well, why am I throwing it all out? What makes me so special?
No, it's not about. It's not about you sound special. You gotta ask. Just try to interview other people. Honestly, those people you see in your country, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wearing the facial covering, when you are the only, you consider yourself to be sort of anti-system, and you are the only person who is not wearing the mask. So again, if you go ask these people, try to interview them.
Yep.
They're gonna sort of be like yourself. They're gonna say, "Well, we can't." People, they are completely aware that the facial covering, i.e. the mask, they are dangerous. But for them, they would give you further reasons for why they would choose to basically wear the mask instead of just, do you know what I mean? Instead of losing the job, whatever.
Yeah, what I'm sort of intrigued in, right, is the logic. That why isn't everybody questioning the logic?
I mean, that's the whole point, right? So,
do you know what I'm saying though? Why isn't everyone gone okay? But if we didn't want to spread bacteria, we're all wearing this cloth on our face. We're all constantly putting it on all day, and then we're touching it, and then we're touching things. So if anybody really is scared of a spreading contagion, wouldn't that be something that spreads the contagion more? But can't the devil come up with something that isn't so obviously illogical? Or am I missing something in the science, or the pseudoscience of COVID-19? Have I missed something in there telling us it has to be a sneeze and a cough deep down from the darkness of your throat? Otherwise, you can't possibly get it.
I mean,
is that what people are being told?
Where was my mind at when you just said that? What?
Yeah.
Hey?
From the anyway. From
what did you say, Elijah?
No, I said that when you said what you said, that's the only thing I heard is deep down in the dark throat or something. I was like, what's going on here?
Well, basically what I'm asking, Elijah, is everyone's wearing a mask, right, to stop the spread of the virus, yeah?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what they told. Yeah.
Yeah, but so why isn't everyone questioning why wouldn't that technically spread viruses and bacteria more? Because it's on our face all day and we're touching it 5 million times, like you watch everybody do. And then they touch other things. They touch the money. They touch the bank card. They're touching whatever they're touching after they're touching their bacteria-riddled mask all day. So how come everyone isn't going, oh, duh? Like, this doesn't make any sense.
Probably because your logic doesn't really hold, I guess.
No.
My logic doesn't what? Hold? Why? Explain.
Yeah, because you seem not to understand how masks work, right? All right, so first on your point about touching
Here
your
we
face multiple times, right? So the
Yep.
mask actually prevents you from touching your mouth, right? Which is how one way you could get those viruses and bacteria into your mouth. The mask acts as a barrier to prevent yourself from getting the dirty stuff on your hands into your mouth. So the fact that if you're already touching your mouth, as you said, 5 million times a day, then
Yep.
without the mask, you will be
No,
putting that
people are
into your mouth.
touching the mask, I said, bro. I never said people are touching their mouth. I said people
Well, yeah,
are touching their mouth riddled mask that they've been sweating in all day, right? That the mask is filthy because it's on their mouth and their nose, where you can see the sweat inside their nose is building up on their mask, and they're constantly touching it. They're taking it on and off to drink, to eat food, because it's scratching and itching their face. So they're constantly touching this bacteria-riddled mask with their hands, right? And then they're touching stuff with their hands. That's what I'm saying. I never said they're touching their mouth.
It is pretty nasty, but right now it's just a talisman to signify superstitious support for the system and unquestioning compliance with Fraudchi and the rest of the CDC apparatus, despite rampant evidence of graft, fraud, and being enslaved to the pharmaceutical companies that are trying to sell drugs rather than real science.
Here. So you got to take this a step back. First of all, in the terms of COVID, well, COVID actually spreads, via air, aerosol or spit or whatnot. But actually, the chances of you contracting the virus from surface to surface infections is very, very low. So
that's why everybody was going around with a cloth wiping down every single piece of play equipment for 3 months at the start of 2020.
Because now recently we found out that surface to surface infections isn't as big of a deal as we thought it used to be. And
okay, so it's not as big as
science is that we look back on our hypothesis, we test it, and then we improve upon it, right? So back to masks. Well, so how does a mask prevent?
Oh my god!
I think it doesn't do much of anything. I think it's just a talisman.
This conversation,
it doesn't
is not germane to the Earth. So we need to change this topic right now.
Apologies.
I'm sorry. All right. So basically, even like a basic, cloth mask or surgical mask.
Keep it with the Earth. Come at me, bro. We're no longer talking about this conversation about masks or anything related to masks.
All right, sure. You could.
Prove your globe. Prove your globe. What is the globe? Spinning globe. Prove it. Any evidence for the spinning globe, guys?
Sorry?
Any evidence for this spinning globe?
I mean, there's plenty. I mean, what should I begin with? I mean,
the floor is yours.
Go.
List them out.
Sorry?
List your best proof. I see best globe proof.
Best proof? I mean, we sent a man to the moon. And that's as great as you can get it. That's literally a person seeing for their eyes that the Earth is a literal sphere.
You ever wonder why there's no national holiday once a year, every year, for the day they did that? Since the day they've done it?
I mean, there's many things that we don't have national holidays on.
Are you kidding me, bro? We got Family Day, where you just take a day to spend it with your family. It's for nothing.
I mean, sure, but we also didn't really have a holiday for the end of slavery until recently.
You mean sure? We're talking the greatest achievement in human history, landing on the moon.
That's pretty debatable, right? Like,
Did you own slavery? Really?
Yeah, it's pretty debatable because it wasn't achieved. Nobody landed on the moon. That's why it's debatable.
I mean, that's kind of a stupid argument, right? Like, because we didn't have a national holiday for ending slavery, therefore slavery was never ended.
Hey,
I mean, that logic doesn't really hold.
It's the greatest achievement in mankind.
How about this idea?
Actually, we do celebrate when slavery was abolished. I don't know where you've been at. And then also, let me remind you that it's Juneteenth.
Yep, we recently got that in, but not for a very long time. But anyways, so you're asking for evidence? I mean, sure. So first of all, we know that the light which comes from the sun are in parallel, rays, right? There's a very simple way you can test it. Go outside, hold your hand out to the sun, and you'll see that the size of your shadow is the same no matter how high or low you hold up your hand at. And this can only be achieved when the rays are parallel, right? So now we established that, the ray of the sun is parallel, right? So if we, put up poles on different locations of the earth, you'll see that, the ratio between their shadow length and the height of the pole are different depending on places, right?
I'm sorry, son, but do you realize that you're a priest? Damn near. Like you're preaching, like a priest would preach.
I'm sorry, what?
You're preaching like a priest would preach. You're saying a lot of things.
I mean, I'm not really preaching. This is just science. You could literally.
No. What science is observing a natural phenomenon, right?
Mm-hmm. So I gave you one thing that you can observe.
And then the hypothesis is a prediction that includes the IV and DV relationship, the cause and effect, right?
Sure.
Then you do an experiment,
mm-hmm.
and if it's repeated, it eventually becomes a scientific theory. Nothing you said fell under any of that.
Actually, it did. So I gave you several things that you can observe. Say, holding your hand out in the sun, right? Fair, right? You can make hypotheses based on that, right? You could hypothesize that, what would happen if I, put my hand up 30 centimeters above? What would happen if I put it higher? What would happen if I put it lower? You can conduct that experiment of holding it at different heights outside. I'm just going to say that the size of your shadow is going to be the same on any of those heights. And that can only be achieved when the rays of the sun are parallel, right? You can go outside.
Or are you making a statement?
I am making a statement.
Okay, why are you saying right at the end of it? It sounds like a question, right?
Hello.
No, I just want, us together to, learn and go through this. I'm just, this is just wording in terms of confirmation, right? I'm just going to him like, right? You can go and check this outside yourself. Literally that easy. You can go outside, hold your hand out in the sun.
Let's go back to the moon landing for a second.
I mean, sure, of course.
Allegedly, we went. Elijah, are you trying to say something, or are you open mic'd?
Definitely come back to the blood.
All right, so let's for a moment just ignore the violation of the second law of thermodynamics, having an open system like alleged outer space next to pressurized gas like the Earth. We'll just bypass that for a second because that completely destroys any space argument. But we went 6 times in 4 years.
It really doesn't. I mean,
does.
Okay.
Well, then let's stop there. Then, how do you have gas pressure without a container?
Well, so basically, gas is a form of matter, right? And since gravity does attract mass, you can
That's
contain.
100 10 years out of date? It's Newtonian. That's been superseded by Einstein, so you're not even parodying the right pseudoscience. You're invoking gravity
No.
as a force, mass attracting mass, which it's not. It's actually the bending and curvature of
It
space-time due to the
is.
uneven
It
distribution
is.
of mass.
We can actually check.
We don't, though.
We do. Like, gravity does attract mass, and we can
Gravity
conduct many.
attracts mass.
Yes, and gas is a mass,
You
right?
have no idea what you're talking about.
No. When did you observe a mass attracting mass in natural phenomena?
No, but
The Earth attracting the moon.
see what?
Simple
What? The moon is stuck to the Earth? No way.
Listen to what he
Also,
said. Listen to what
something
listen
more
to what
on
he
Earth.
said,
If you
right?
wait, just let me
Listen,
speak for a moment. Let me
paradox
finish
in
my
what
sentence, mate. You,
you're
yeah,
preaching. That's all I'm saying. I mean,
Dude.
if you want to be all priesty about it, go ahead, sir.
I mean, sure, all right. So I'll continue myself. All right. Or you can also check the sea level, the height of the sea level around areas with large mass, like say a mountain or a glacier, which is very useful because when a glacier melts, you can see the difference between the height of the sea level. And what people noticed was that sea levels around glaciers tend to be a lot higher because of the mass that the glacier brings. Because it's so large, it actually manages to pull up the water to a higher sea level. And after decades of global warming, and they saw the glacier melt, they actually saw the sea levels decrease from because there was no more glacier, no more mass that had the gravity to pull the sea level or water level up.
So nice.
Mhm.
It's a cool story, bro.
That's a real world example.
Cool story.
So that's a real world example of gravity at work.
No, that's all
H.A.
wrong.
Goodman someone that you like to watch, or do you just look like H.A. Goodman?
I mean, that wasn't really much of a rebuttal, but I guess that's the level we're working with here.
We haven't started addressing your issues yet.
H.A. Goodman. You know that? Second of all, your thing about matter of fact, I can't even speak about it right now. Whatever. You guys have fun.
You got to turn yourself up, Elijah. You're hardly coming in. But yeah, you're way off, brother. None of what you said makes any sense whatsoever and did not prove gravity.
All right. Well, that wasn't really much of any kind of, I guess, impressive rebuttal. Also...
Well, the whole idea of mass attracting mass, the Newtonian classical idea of gravity, was superseded in 1915 by Einstein. So you're completely erroneous in your description of gravity and your assertions of gravity. So
I mean,
there's a rebuttal for you. Let's hear you rebut that. Let's hear you rebut that Einstein superseded Newton, or he didn't.
So yeah, so you seem to have an issue. So give me, so show me how Einstein did refute the fact, right? Show me, because he did not.
Well, it's two different math systems. Like Newtonian is Euclidean 3-space geometry, and Einstein is pseudo-Riemannian 4-space with length, breadth, depth, and time. So it's a concept. So it's a bending and a warping of a concept. Einstein called gravity an effect, where Newton called it a cause. So you're at least 105 years out of date with your rhetoric. You're completely wrong in what gravity is nowadays said to be. You have a very elementary understanding or comprehension of what gravity is or is alleged to be.
Yeah, but you seem not to get that. I really don't know like any kind of respectful way to call you, but Newton built upon classical mechanics. He didn't go against them. He actually built upon them.
Newton is classical mechanics. What are you talking about? You don't even understand the words that are coming out of your mouth. You're clearly a pretender clown you have no idea what you're talking about. You're just pretending.
I mean, that wasn't very much of any kind of useful thing you said. But sorry, I meant to say Einstein. Einstein built
So
upon
you
classical mechanics.
misspoke. Yeah.
Yeah, I misspoke.
Okay. Fair
I
enough.
mean,
But it's
yeah.
still clear that you have no idea what you're talking about.
I mean, you aren't even speaking the truth, right? Einstein built upon classical mechanics. He didn't
No.
refute them. No,
He completely
didn't.
he completely did away with it.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
Are you checking live stream voice text?
No, he didn't. You're a complete Neanderthal, mate. Like, here, like,
Go with ad hominem. Go with ad hominems. That's fine.
I mean,
That's
I mean,
a wonderful argument. What are you, pre-law?
I mean, you were also going off with an ad hominem before too, right? So, I say it's only fair.
Anyways, Linda, you have no proof of gravity, no proof of curvature, no explanation for a pressurized system next to a vacuum without a container. You think we're on Mars testing the soil, which helps you or me in no way whatsoever, or anyone else walking this earth. You think you're related to a baboon.
Anubis, did you have something to say? I know you're pretty new.
Nah.
Keeping their feet on.
He must believe in dark matter if he believes in gravity. He went straight from here to the NASA website. He started getting the shakes. Mass attracting mass. You guys notice that one big chunk of ice floating around the ocean attracting all the smaller pieces of ice to it? I know, that's kind of wild. Just one iceberg, one big giant iceberg floating in the ocean. Ever notice when it rains, it's just one big giant raindrop attracted, like all the raindrops attract to one another? It's just one big drop. Yep. Still no bendy clouds or bendy water anywhere I look.
You guys seen the video of the Ace Hardware employees like getting into a confrontation with some guys over masks with came at him with a baseball bat? You seen that?
No.
Pretty good video. The guy meets him at the door with a baseball bat, shoves him with the bat like in the chest, and then chases him. Then or follows the guy out onto the street and pursues to start to try to box him. It's all like on film. They get into a fist fight over it.
Wow. Is it a superstore? Is it a chain of stores, a big name?
Yeah, they're like a lot of or I guess they're like franchises. They're like owned by different like families and stuff. So they're like smaller franchises that are owned by yeah, it's a bigger name, different like small franchises in it. But they're everywhere. They're all over the place. They're like smaller they're like smaller stores, kind of more mom and pop-ish almost, but
Oh yeah.
well, the original video is on Twitter, and I'm not on Twitter, but it was a part of another video. Let's see, maybe I can find it. Well, this one sucks because it's not just the video. It's got a guy talking about it for 15 minutes when it's really like a 2-minute video, if that, a minute video. But you can get the idea with it. Oh, wait, here it is. This might be better. 42 seconds. Yeah, this is way better. Anyway, so like the guy, I guess, they went in there and one of them was wearing a mask. The other one was not. The guy that was not wearing the mask says he's fully vaccinated. This is in Seattle, but so he went in fully vaccinated without his mask in the store. This guy, these employees were being really, really rude to him in there. And so they left the store, but then they decided to try to go back in. They want to talk to the manager to file a complaint. And they met him at the door with a baseball bat.
Wow. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
I hope they fucking get a big settlement from that. I hope they get a big chunk of dough from that. And I'm not lazy or nothing like that. I'm just saying that dude deserves a chunk of dough.
I don't know how much money he's deserved, but the employee with the baseball bat deserves to go to jail. That's assault with a deadly weapon.
Yeah.
I guess so. I think the employee deserved a better beating when the guy had the upper hand when he was on the ground there, you know? Fuck, it's too bad, but he didn't fill him in better.
Yeah. The employee who attacked him ended up losing.
I'll fucking tell you this much, man. They're cocksucking lucky it wasn't me, because I'd have been knocking more than one of them fuckers out, man.
Oh, dude, once
I don't care how small or big you are, once you start coming at me and your friends are joining in, I'm fucking hurting people, man.
Yeah, once baseball bat dude was on his ass, like there would have definitely been a few more punches thrown there. Friggin' hammering down on him for a little while.
I've got to say, it looked like a bit of a slap fest, gentlemen. I don't know. I heard the baseball bat drop and my mind went, I would have picked that up and hit him with it. But I don't know. It almost turned into a cuddle fest, we call them, when people are rolling around the pavement hugging each other. We see that quite a lot. But
yeah, neither one of them look like.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I don't know.
Go ahead.
I don't know. No,
neither one of them. Neither one of them looked like they really knew how to handle themselves. And if the one guy did, he wouldn't have even had the bat. He just would have went at the customer. Get the fuck out. You know, like he wouldn't have needed the bat. He just would have grabbed the customer and thrown him out. Like
he's got big arms, but doesn't know how to hit with them.
Yeah, he's a bitch. Crazy though, if that was just over mass attracting mass and shit. I guess that was the original point. It was needless bullshit.
I've just had a thought. They're both wearing red shirts, aren't they? What if it's a red shirt event or a red pill event to spark
the uniform?
Everyone to stop wearing things. Yeah.
Ace Hardware, their uniforms are red shirts, but he's not wearing an actual Ace Hardware shirt. He's just wearing his own red shirt.
Oh, I read the title. It was over the diaper thing. Yeah. Imagine if everyone went outside like that. The gift I just posted, like nobody would would be able to go to work or do anything.
Like how I was wearing a mask. I like I was wearing a mask inside of that thing.
What's going on, Flurfers? You having a slow day? You guys must be watching something.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Has anybody found curvature?
I found it and I put it in my pocket and I lost.
Has anybody found planes dipping their nose over long distances? Has anybody found the real space vacuum?
Where's everybody at? Where did everybody go right away?
Well, we've been patiently waiting for one of the several thousands of Glovers that have left and said, I'm coming back with proof of what I know. And it's just, I guess we're still waiting for one.
Yes, yeah. Yes, we are.
We're waiting to deprogram the last Mars mission believer.
Got a question for Deuce Vault verified.
Yes. How may I help you?
How do you get verified?
Well, just click on my name and then copy the verified part and go ahead and paste it in your name. It's that easy, bro.
Okay. Have you found any measurements of actual Earth curvature anywhere out near where you're at?
No.
Okay. Didn't think so. I think Helio's coming over here. He just ended his little podcast thing. So
podcast?
Yeah, he did. Him and Ron did a little Trust Your Own Eyes podcast, I think, on YouTube tonight in Discord.
So he's doing vlogs like a sodomite?
I guess something like that. So you got any spinning ballers in here right now? Nobody thinks they live on a magical spinning space ball. Guess not. It's all crazy globe deniers like Deuce Vault here.
Probably not. Hello, Flat Man.
Giddy.
Flat Man can.
I'm gonna be going fixing a friend's car tomorrow.
How's life in Commie-Nadia? Or whatever you call it now.
And
everybody's still
day
scared
behind
from out of their house.
Every day's a day behind enemy lines.
Everybody's still scared of the air and wearing face diapers.
Yep.
Yeah, that's great. Pretty lax
They're
here in
arresting.
Kentucky.
They're
The numbers, like,
arresting
immediately
all.
switched. Go ahead, sorry.
They're arresting all their opposition here. Political opposition's getting arrested.
Yeah, they're doing the same thing here. Oh, it's just a virus, guys. We're not doing it for political power. No, we wouldn't do that. What about your safety and security?
Yeah, around here, the numbers pretty much flipped as soon as they came on TV and said it's okay. As long as you go get the jabby jabber, the Fauci ouchie, whatever you call it.
Fauci ouchie?
Yeah.
I haven't heard that one yet.
I copyrighted it. No, I'm joking.
Good. It's good, regardless of where it came from.
I think it was Jeff Berwick's where I heard it from. If you know who that is. Dollar Vigilante guy. But anyway.
Nice.
How's things out in Washington? You're in Washington, right?
Yeah, I'm in Washington.
Okay.
Might as well be Communist China, but yeah.
Is it raining every day still, like it always does?
No. It rained.
Cool.
yesterday a little bit. Today was beautiful.
Sweet. I hope Ron bounces over here. They had a good convo going on about the do weapons and stuff over there. I was catching the last 20 minutes of it.
Which Ron?
Ron Schickelson, Wolfgang.
Okay.
The OG Ron. He's a mod on here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting stuff. I mean, you've probably seen a lot of, like, the houses completely engulfed in flames and the trees still standing around. Stuff
Bushes.
Like
bushes right next to the rose bushes right next to it, perfectly fine.
Yeah. Literally the bushes next to the house, next to the brick house. And all the brick is pulverized. But the bushes are sitting there. That's a fire, right?
When I looked at some of that stuff a while back, it was just I was gobsmacked or flabbergasted. I don't know. Like these, literally, you can see a line of burn.
But you try to propose this to anybody who's like mind melted from fucking modern media, and they're fucking they act like you're crazy, but they're the ones that are crazy. That's
it's amazing.
We're in such a different fucking world. Like the evidence is at in your face, in your eyes. Well, you're not seeing what you think you're seeing. Oh, really?
So that's what Ron.
That's always the story.
I'll let him tell it when he gets here, hopefully. But he was connecting there. If let's say they have these weapons, directed weapons, whatever they are, right? They're going to pull that off as the fake alien invasion to scare the shit out of everybody. Let's think about every mask wearer is going to believe that if they see something coming out of the sky like that. True. So who knows? Interesting.
True, and we're going to be like, take a deep breath, calm down. There's no such thing.
We'll literally be standing at the edge of the cliff while the lemmings are running off. We'll be screaming, "Man, don't go! It's fake," you know. And they'll still be running off the cliff. Anyway,
we've never been to the moon as they're jumping on. Just to rub it in a little bit further.
Yeah. But who knows? They always put it right in our face, and all the clues are there for them to pull something like that off, you know. So who knows? All speculation here. We don't know what's going to happen. We know that the globe exists not in reality. It is a fictional concept made up by men however many 100 years ago.
Right.
These but figure it out.
The thing is like, we're getting down to the numbers here. Like, people who are going to believe it already do. People who don't won't.
Sides are being chosen, so to speak.
Exactly.
It's a scary thing when you see people who've done absolutely nothing wrong in any way, shape, or form getting the silver bracelets on them. That's scary.
I agree. A pastor preaching to his followers with his family there, getting arrested in front of his family for exercising his religion.
Where'd that happen?
Canada.
It's 3 pastors now, and Bernie Madoff, Maxime Bernier, sorry, the leader of the PPC party. Those 4 arrests of, and one of the pastors, the people he was fellowshipping to, there was options for people listening. They could be social distance and wear masks and everything, and it wasn't like you don't have an option if you're here to fellowship. You gotta sit next to somebody You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they still went and violated his charter rights.
What do you expect from a country that's got Castro's bastard son leading it?
Agreed. But I mean, we can't say much better here in America.
We got America. Come on, man. We got Biden, man. Don't you have faith in him? He's leading us all the way to victory, you know.
What I
Way to go,
find
Biden.
more embarrassing for both of our countries is like, it seems like as a people we're sort of like just sitting there going, what can we really do?
Well, we know what the options are.
Yeah, they don't want us to do that.
I mean, we won't until we do.
It's sad. I've been American all my life, 58 years old. This is the first time I can literally. Reagan was close, but we literally have an incoherent president at this point. In my opinion.
No, agreed.
He's literally incoherent if he's alive. Y'all continue.
Yeah. You might as well be that one scientist in a wheelchair, dude.
He's like a walking Stephen Hawking, right?
Exactly.
Don't insult Stephen Hawking now.
Because Stephen Hawking's a piece of shit and Joe Biden's a piece of shit, so I think they're in the same ballpark. Wait, do you like Stephen Hawking for reals, or were you just joking?
No, I was just saying one's. I don't know. I think isn't
He
one
was saying
more
Biden was worse
than the other. Like I don't know.
I don't know. No. They're both pieces of shit.
Like equal pieces.
Equally
of shit?
pieces of shit. Yes.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
He's leading us. He's leading America to be great again. No, that was Trump. Never mind. Anyway.
How people can think that man brought in as many as they say he did in his favor, that's just beyond me.
82 million.
Oh,
the most that have ever voted for a single guy in all of our history. Trump actually got the second most on the same election. Give me a fucking break. Not even possible.
Yeah, those numbers sound legit to me. What's your problem, dude?
They wouldn't lie to us, guys. We went to the moon.
We never went to the moon.
I saw the moon landing on TV when I was 7 years old. Don't tell me it didn't happen. I did see it on TV. Now, how it was projected to me is in question. But I did see that in reality.
And I saw a few bitten cookies and some bitten carrots. I know Santa was there when I was.
Wait, you fed Santa carrots?
Well, no, the reindeer. We'd put some carrots for the reindeer, you know, and some cookies for Santa. And because there's always carrots and cookies at every house, they don't eat all of it. They eat some of it, right? They'll leave a little behind. What a ripoff for Santa, though, eh? He leaves all those gifts behind. He gets cookies and milk.
Honestly, that's all he needs to keep going.
After squeezing down all them chimneys in one night, man. That's
I feel like you might get bloated from all those cookies and milk.
I left him whiskey and a few rails one year when he was tired of the cookies and milk.
I sometimes wonder how the evil people or whoever came up with that fairy tale. Like, let's tell little kids that somebody's going to break in their house while they're sleeping and leave shit there and then go back up their chimney, you know, literally breaking and entering. You're telling a little kid's going to do that.
A non-violent criminal that breaks in and leaves shit behind.
Should have shot him anyways.
Yeah.
Kid setting up with the scope and shit next year because he brought him something he didn't want the year before.
He's within his rights.
We're not sure Stephen Hawking died 15 years ago. He could be alive on Mars. The real Biden voters are standing up. They're the booze, liquor, and music people.
We have a VC verified Coliseum here named Taskmaster. Do you want to talk?
Taskmaster, you're all scratchy microphone. You want to talk?
Hello, Taskmaster.
Then shut the fuck up. No, I'm joking.
Anyway, back to Duke's fault.
Yeah, back to me.
The bacon, lettuce, and mayo people are the Biden voters.
Dude, I love bacon, lettuce, and mayo. I don't know what that means. I'm confused.
You know, blunts, liquor, and music.
Oh, okay.
That group of people out there, I believe they destroyed C's fence. I said, I maybe they did it to have wood for their signs, and he started laughing.
The thing is I told this to one of the youths I'd talk with, and if they stole the election by 20 million votes, let's give them that. Let's say they stole it by 20 million votes. That's still 60 million people that voted for Biden. That's still a lot.
Yeah, I believe we're on Mars before I believe 60 million people voted for.
Oh, I don't know what Ron Mars said. What did Ron Mars say?
No, I believe we're on Mars.
Oh, we're on Mars. Okay.
The rover's really there testing the soil. I believe that, but before I believe 60 million Americans. The hair
sounds
sniffer.
about right.
You know?
60 million out of allegedly 330s in the country. That's about right.
Yeah. It sounds right. Of people who hated Trump enough to vote for Biden.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, if you just go on the hate for... Yeah. I guess. Makes sense.
At least half of them were just motivated just by that. They didn't care about Biden.
At least half. Excuse me.
Well, at least 30 million of those votes is going to be very questionable. In the past 4 years, well, every 4 years when they have an election, the number of voters goes up by a pretty steady 3 to 4 million margin each year. This time it went from 128 million to a huge jump of 156 million, nearly 30 million votes, which is statistically highly improbable.
Right.
Elections from the prior years were only 3 to 4 per 4 years.
Right, Metalark. I did preface this before you came in by saying that if you just gave them 20 million that they stole, 20 million votes that were fraudulent, that's still 60 million that voted.
I got a good one, Deuce. Can I have it?
The thing is, though, sorry, before you do that joke, we know they didn't steal any, though.
Right. And now for my awesome joke. 60 million people got tired of eating poop sandwich and wanted vomit soup. How about that one? That works, right?
No, you're stupid.
Oh well, Donald Trump is the poop, and Biden is the vomit.
I get it, and that's why you're stupid.
It's just, I'm just saying, as a possibility.
Shut the fuck
people
up,
voted, right? Hey, it's out there.
Listen. We had this.
Who likes vomit soup? I thought.
Bong, we had this conversation yesterday, or not yesterday, but last time in which we spoke. I said, "Stop telling me about the necessary evil bullshit." I don't care.
Consider that we are wrong.
The fact is the government is the necessary evil. You have to pick a fallen man to lead it. Please stop talking your bullshit.
Well, why are you talking like as if Trump was something better? Like as if
obviously
he was
better.
Not poop.
He was obviously
still
better.
poop. Yeah,
that's why I just called you stupid, because you're obviously dumb.
I call you Boop It because you're obviously bum. I mean, what does that even mean?
We did have this conversation last time, didn't we?
Yes,
let's
and I will
let's not keep on
reminding
rehashing the same
people
bullshit.
that we've had this discussion. Right.
Okay.
Right. Is Donald
Government
Trump good, though?
government is the necessary evil, not the fallen man in which we put in power, right?
Right. So why bother? There's a man, though. There is a man that has not fallen that you can be talking about. I'm just saying, we're talking about men and governments that we shouldn't even be in. I don't know. It's like talking about the globe Earth model.
Okay, and
go ahead.
That's beyond the point.
Got him.
No, it's beyond the point.
All right. Why do you think Donald Trump would have been good to run again? What do you reckon?
Because it was objectively better, you twit.
Well, of course, he's the lesser evil. But do you think he's?
Stop saying that shit. That's not the lesser evil.
Right.
Is the government itself, not the fallen man we put into power.
Right, exactly. So what I'm saying is, if you put
he was
Trump in there,
objectively better. Point for point was objectively better.
One, give it to my point.
He's not an incoherent, practically dead, if not dead, idiot.
It's a good point. It's a good point. I'm trying to ask a question like. Whether or not Trump is in office or Biden is in office, does that mean the agenda?
I don't know.
Right?
Let's talk about your government. How about Australia? How's Australia doing?
My government is not. My government is not an earthly government. My government. I am an alien. I do not have governments here on your earth. On your. Yeah. You ever heard of that government? Have you ever heard of that government? It's called the kingdom. That's what we call it. The kingdom.
And where is it? Bong, have you brought it in?
It's right here. Yeah, it's right here. What, you want some? How many do you want? I'll give you 2, 3. I got like 5.
You can't get out of your own way.
Okay, let's talk about Chop. I just wanted to throw that in. Sorry. There's the wrench. Okay, if it wasn't Biden, who else would there have been? Who else could you have chosen? Is there another choice?
Fuck, I would have voted for the bag lady.
Pretty much anything would have been better.
Yeah. And what if Hillary would have won in the first place and not Trump? And then Hillary ran against Biden. Who would we have chosen?
God.
And what if this and what if that?
If Hillary would have won, my head would have been cut off by now.
What if
Trump?
What if this or what if that? Bong, you're talking nonsense.
What if a black man was president? Was that nonsense? Yeah, it was nonsense before it happened, but it happened.
What? Smoke.
Remember when my teacher used to tell me a joke, right? Where God people asked God, right? And then the black man asked, "When will I be president?" And God said, "Not in my lifetime." And everybody laughed.
We should have we should get a German Shepherd to be president. That would work.
Yeah, it would match Cardi B interviewing him, right? Or Lil Pimp.
I don't know, but I don't think the dog would do half the things we want to.
Well, you aren't so proud of your government now, are you, Deuce?
What are you
my
talking about?
country's been in a free fall for a while.
Hang on, flat man. What the fuck are you talking about, Bong?
Well, you asked me about my government.
You haven't said a fucking word about your government, and then you say, "Oh, you're not too proud of your government now." You're an idiot. Shut the fuck up.
My government. I don't have a government here on Earth.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Where do you live, Bong?
On Earth.
Fucking idiot. Shut up.
What? Okay, I live in Australia,
Please
Sydney,
shut up.
Australia. Now what?
Yeah. Okay, so
You got
that's your
something
government.
against Australia? You want to fight? You want to go to war? It's all the same government, bro. Australia, Canada, the U.S., the UK.
They're not the same government. You
Oh, the
think
same
because
thing.
white people are in it, it's the same government? Get the fuck out of here.
No.
Fuck off.
It's not because of white people.
Shut the fuck up, Bong.
You're the one who said that it's about government, not the people.
Shut the fuck up.
Well, that escalated quickly.
I'm sick of moronic statements about shit he doesn't know about.
Yeah. I was looking for this. I'm looking for something right now. Sorry. It's kind of funny.
Acting up. My bad.
If I can find it, it's funny.
Hey, dudes, are you upset? Like for real?
No, I'm tired of this fucking conversation with you. You're a moron in this realm. Stop talking about it. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I agree with you on most things. Most things being the things
Being
we
not
share,
gravity?
like
Yeah.
God, flat Earth. But when it comes to government, you're a moron.
Oh, when it comes to morons, right, getting together and forming their government and me being ignorant to their stupidity, that makes me a moron? Is that what makes me a moron? Because I don't understand the corruption and the deception and the way
Bong, I agree there's corruption. You can't have a power system without some corruption happening, and that's our job to call it out.
Well, I stumbled on this.
Jesus too is a moron then.
I can't
by that
clearly
logic.
read what it says.
Man,
Writing. Okay.
why do you have to bring Jesus into this guy? What did
Because he doesn't understand government. Because he doesn't understand democracy.
What did Jesus ever do to you, man?
Because in this realm, he doesn't understand.
That's some sort of source of NASA.
You know what Jesus saves. You know.
Okay, Donald Trump, America number one.
Doesn't it say that he puts in and takes away kings?
Yep. Don't you love how Mars has fucking ice on the pole of it now?
Don't you guys know that Jesus saves? He saves at Walmart. You know.
Yeah, my cousin Jesus does that all the time.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm talking about. He saves at Walmart. Jesus goes to Walmart and he saves.
Yeah. I first met a Mexican named Jesus. I was like,
I met plenty. I met so much. So many.
Hey, dude, sorry if I upset you, man. I was just joking. All right.
Oh, man.
I'm sorry.
Is that Judas? Yo, Judas, what's up, guy?
What's up, Vlad?
How you doing, buddy, man? You don't want to play Call of Duty with me anymore?
I was just trying to be funny. I'm sorry.
Play now.
Go ahead.
Oh, you want to play now? Shit, I'm eating. Goddamn. No, I'm gonna play tomorrow. Actually, you know why I'm playing tomorrow?
Why?
Because the new patch is coming out. The battle thing is ended today.
Oh.
What time tomorrow are you playing?
I mean, I'm probably gonna play after I eat tonight too. But tomorrow it's I don't know.
What are you guys playing?
The new season came. It's gonna Warzone. Call of Duty Warzone. Yeah.
Did you get those drums I sent you last night, though?
I heard them, yeah, and I'm like, yo, should I have a whole bunch of shit like this, guy? I don't get like why that one's so special. You know what I mean? I get it. I have it. I have like so much like that, man. That's what I'm saying, Mr. John Kimball. I heard it.
Have you tried using them?
Buddy, I'm so high on weed right now. I told you I haven't touched music for like so long right now, man. I'm in that zone where I'm not really music.
You asked us yesterday to listen to your music, though. That's why I sent it. All right,
yeah,
cool.
I know. Yeah, I know, man. Buddy, everything is registered in my head, and I'll remember all your comments, bro. Wait till my next one comes out, bro. I'm gonna
To be
make.
fair, bro, Bong, he did just tell you it was shit.
I didn't say it was. What was shit?
We shall see. You know what they say? You can't Roll it in glitter.
And I'm like, why does that drum have a click at the end? It's a rough. It's not even. It's just such a.
Because your ears are virgin. Just trust it. Just trust the process,
click
right?
at the end. It's a click in and a click out. It's like a click click. You don't hear those clicks? My ears are not virgin, bro. Get out of here, guy. I've been listening to music all my life.
Clicks, man. I don't. You're talking about. Oh, never mind.
When you hear it, you hear the click, like at the end, like it clicks.
Yeah,
and
I
clicks
know.
out. You have to.
Yeah, you're
figure it
telling
out.
me. Yeah, I know.
Clean up your Fruity Loops.
I need the link.
Hey, you're supposed to know how to do. Yeah, you're supposed to know how to do that, man. You're supposed to know how to clean up. It's called an envelope. Learn how
That
to
last
use it, bro.
GIF I posted.
I need
in the
a
live
link.
stream, fucking genius.
Bro, I know
Was
how to
paid
use the
who
envelope, man.
knows couple like $500 million or something to figure all that shit out about.
Flatman, why you still? Hey, Flatman can. Yo, happy birthday, Flatman can. I'm sorry, bro.
4 miles per hour to launch a rocket off of Jupiter.
Yo, Flatman can. Happy birthday, bro.
Happy birthday.
Yo, Flatman can you hear me? Yo, can he hear me?
I don't know.
Ask him if he can hear me.
I don't think he can hear any of us. He's probably his mic is probably. I mean his yeah.
Yo, Flatman, you there?
He was trying to talk to you guys about something, but you guys wouldn't shut up.
But he doesn't know what we're talking, bro.
He
When
did.
enough people figure out they've been pulling this bullshit scam as long as they have, they're gonna be wishing their fucking rockets could get them where they want to go.
Bro, he's tripping balls, bro.
Oh, well, yeah. Where? There's nowhere to go. Wait, like what?
Yo, can he hear us, man? I don't think he can hear us. I think he has something on mute
People
or
so
deaf.
sick and tired of the earth and the beautiful and all the green and water on it that they want to go to some barren so-called planet and live on, like Mars. Like, really?
Oh, why are you tripping, guy?
Are you gonna
tripping
take your water with you? Oh, you know how much? It's that shit's heavy. The water. Like,
Juan, why are you tripping?
I used to think these things when I was a glober. I was like, why the f are we going to Mars? You know, like you're gonna go there to die? Like, are you like? People are stupid. And I was being a glober. You know, I was like, what the hell? People talk about the earth like it's a prison, right? Not like it's their home. They talk about it like it's a prison.
Man, it is a prison, bro. We're inside
Their
a
bodies
dome,
like
bro.
it's a prison. Oh, this prison I'm stuck in. I was like, shut up, you sinner.
Yo, Flatman, can you
I was
hear
about
us
to
now?
say it's only because they can't get away from God. They want to get away from God. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. I hate that when they do that, man.
They'll never get away from him. Yo, Flatman, can you hear us now?
No, I can't. I don't know what I missed though.
Okay. All I said was happy birthday, Flatman Can.
Thanks again, Vlad. You're the best, brother.
I keep forgetting who else is a Gemini. Yo, Alberico, you're not a Gemini, are you?
It's not your birthday today, is it, Vlad? My buddy's birthday's today.
Oh, my birthday's it's gone. It's past.
Okay, sorry.
No. All right.
And can you, for everyone who's a moron here, especially me, right? Can you unmoron me? What do you mean by that? Like, Deuce, when you say you don't understand the realm and you're a moron in this realm, can you like educate us, moron?
Well,
Yes, I will educate you really quick.
Yeah.
People automatically will look for a leader because we are a hierarchical thing. We collectivize in hierarchies. Regardless of what that hierarchy looks like, we will collectivize. We will appoint a leader, even if that leader doesn't want that position. It's usually based on merit or strength. Oh, well, strength is a merit, but it's based on merit generally.
Yeah, that's me.
Given that fact, you must try your best to find a good balance between power and kindliness, where you try to take care of the most people the best way possible.
Very
Now,
utilitarian.
every time you specifically, every time you say, "Oh, this government, that government," as if they're all not necessary. They are necessary, and if you take them away, they will be filled by something else. That something else most likely will be something worse. So, either try to hold up
That's
what
an
is.
assumption.
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay. Well, you look at every time it's happened, every time a power vacuum is created by a government falling, something else takes its place, usually something worse before anything better comes.
Right.
Anyways,
And just because man wants to be ruled. That's all it is.
Okay. Okay, that's not necessarily true.
It
you have
is.
to.
Put it like this. I'll give it to this. Let's say the story. Let's say the story. I'm gonna go just a story. Of let's say the Israelites, right, when they were coming out of Egypt.
Yeah.
God was gonna rule them, but nope, they didn't want that. They wanted a king.
Right. I agree that was their folly. From the beginning, that was their folly.
Right.
But the thing is you have to choose a government or a form of government that's going to be as wholesome as possible while upholding as many individual freedoms, God-given freedoms as possible. So on both ends, you're doing.
Why though? Why though?
Hang on. You're doing the best for the group, wholesomeness, and then the best for the individual, freedom. Right? So that it's always going to be a balance. Now, if you don't have that, then obviously you have a totalitarianism. You have all of these people electing themselves as leaders because they're hungry for power over others. So you want a government that stifles that tries to pull that back, that claws it back to the people, because you want that balance. And Bong, when you talk about deposing these governments in general, all governments, you're asking for something that you don't know what to fill it with.
Well, yeah, I agree with what you just said, but my point was to strengthen yours. That's my point. My point is this worst government that you're talking about, something worse might replace it. What if it's already happened? What if the worst has already happened and we are in it?
It happens time and time again. And yes, like I already conceded, corruption happens, and it is the citizen's job to claw back that power from the powerful.
And that's what I mean.
And bring it. But if you try to collectivize it and only collectivize it, then you're going to starve people of their God-given freedoms.
Right, well, I get it, but let me rebuttal. The New World Order. Right?
Hang on. Hang on. You already had a second, and Alborco wanted to say.
I got lost my point.
Okay. I got two things.
Go ahead and bring it on.
The New World Order. Okay, well, you want to go, bro? Go ahead. Deuce wants to.
No. Go ahead.
No. You go.
No, but it's okay, man.
We need a traffic light here.
Because my thing was like, we don't need government. You know, I mean, government is just you wanting something to be ruled. I mean, people could just live their own lives, trade, and so they could trade.
Right.
And just
the whole premise is that humankind is automatically going to form hierarchies, whether you want to or not. Let's say we go with yours, which is general anarchy, right?
No, that's not mine.
No, I didn't say it was yours. Shut up.
You know what mine is, right?
No, I'm talking. No, I don't. I don't care because you're a socialist. Shut up. Please.
Monarch. Okay.
Oh, monarch. I don't think would be too bad. Borka, we were talking. You're talking general anarchy, where each person takes care of their own responsibilities, right? You don't need a government.
Yep, pretty much.
Okay. That will generally, not always, but generally devolve, because I think that is a very high form of government. A general anarchy is a high form of government, but it will devolve into might makes right. And it's shown to have Almost
It
always.
does. Yes.
Yeah, devolve into might makes right because people will start collectivizing. Those with the power will take from those without.
Yep.
And that's usually what happens, and I'm not going to say always, but that is usually what happens in a general anarchy.
Yeah.
And that's a problem because the weak will always suffer at the hands of the strong, and the strong are going to be those who collectivize their power. So you usually get either communism or some form of totalitarianism.
Can I?
Yes,
say?
you can finally.
Thank you.
But then, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
So yeah, man. I think what we're talking about. You're saying something about balancing the powers between the people and the government, right? Like
yes.
When I first, what I understand is the best form of government is God's government. That's just my belief.
I agree, but we don't have that, and we won't.
Yep.
This is a world ruled.
I'm getting there. Okay. So instead of setting up a democracy, right? People ask for a king, like God gave them a king, and God's government is a monarch. He's the king. I agree. Right? So what I see is that this form of government is the best form of government because you know exactly who is accountable and responsible if things fuck up or if things go well. But democracy holds nobody accountable, right? Nobody knows what's going on or who's doing what. We don't know who's
okay.
What I'm saying is it opens
stop
up
for a second
for
because
corruption. Right?
Stop for a second.
I got one more point though. Go ahead.
No, stop just for a second. What are you calling a democracy? America isn't a democracy. Australia is not a democracy. Canada isn't a democracy. And those are the three that you brought into question. None of those are democracies.
Right.
None of those are direct democracies. There hasn't been direct democracies in thousands of years.
Well, that's what I mean. This worst form of government, right? Because the New World Order is something that
no. You're talking you can't look at a system and say, oh, because of this corruption, this is bad. That's wrong, Bong. You're wrong. This is why I said you are 100% wrong. You're looking towards the good and saying because of the bad, the good is also bad.
Well, that's the thing. You're calling it good. Right? You're saying that democracy is good.
I never said. Where did I say that, moron?
Oh, then what do you mean by good? What's good?
Okay.
Like, what do you mean looking at what's good?
I'll reiterate what I just said.
Stop calling
America,
moron.
Australia, Canada are not direct democracies at all.
That is America, right?
America is not a direct democracy.
Right.
It's all communism.
So what are we doing when we say balance the power between government and people? What is it? If it's not a democracy, not a republic, what is it?
It is a republic.
Oh, is it a republic?
Yeah.
Yep.
And do people vote in that kind of like? Do people get?
People vote in a republic. Yes.
Yeah, half of the. So it's Rome.
No. What do you mean half the power?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I don't know. This idea of people having a vote, right?
You think the government is a certain group of people that have the power and always will have the power, but it is not. The government in republics are a direct representation of the people. They get their power from the people. Now, you can look at the corruption that has happened and say, well, that's not happening, and I will agree.
I don't believe that, man. I don't believe people have any power at all.
Oh, okay. That's sad for you. That's sad for you, but it's not the truth.
What I'm talking about is my vote. I don't think people really have any control or any say.
Your vote in Australia?
Anyone's vote.
Your vote don't count. Votes don't. When does a vote count, bro?
Okay, votes count when places like stop, Vlad. When places like Louisiana get rid of abortion and say you can't have abortion here. That's where votes count because people voted for it. Don't tell me votes don't fucking count. That happened last
When you
year.
have a rigged election that got a fucking president in that wasn't fucking.
No, I agree. You can't look at the corruption and say because of the corruption, the system is bad.
Can I?
You have to root out the corruption.
Hold on. So, let me just.
These guys, go one at a time, man. And fix your mic, Vlad. Before you rumpus people, man, make your mic work.
How do you know it's bad?
Because I
can't hear myself. Oh, I can't, right? Yeah.
It's because I was talking. My bad. Go ahead. Say it again, Vlad.
Don't worry about it. I'm just saying. Let me fix
right. See, for me, can I just say, if I was the bad guy, right? If I was one of these think tanks, I would say, look, people are rebelling against the abortion thing. We need the people again, right? So we need to give them something they want. Let's give them the chance to vote if they want or don't want abortion. And if it looks like 90%, 80% of people are against it, you have to go with the people. That's how it is. That's how that's how people are. That's how you follow. You respond to the feedback. So I'm saying that
this is exactly how a constitutional republic fails.
You know, I like what Mimas says all the time, right? You know the democracy thing. You're letting like fucking idiots vote, right?
Right.
You know, the majority. You got 90% of the people are fucking complete idiots, and you're gonna let them fucking decide for the majority of the population. Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This fucking gonna work out.
And I'm not saying that we should stop voting and just let all the idiots vote. And I'm just saying I don't know if our votes are being counted or if our votes even. I gotta stop saying "our" because this guy keeps getting triggered when I say that. Your vote
because you're not part of our government. You have nothing to do with our country. Why you're talking on it befuddles me, and I'm astounded.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, technically, your country's kind of fucked, anyways. I mean, like all of the Five Eyes, we're all fucked. I'm in Canada. You're not. You can't do shit. You know what I mean? What can you do? Tell me. This whole year that happened, anybody did anything, right? I did. I'm just
saying, how do we know our votes are being counted, right?
Like I said, last election, out of all the bullshit, Louisiana banned abortion. That's a pretty big deal.
It is.
That's a pretty fucking big deal. That's a pretty big win. You can put in your cap for what the people are able to do.
That's what I'm saying. You think that's what the people did. I'm saying that's not what the people did. That's what was staged.
No. That's your theory. That's your theory of how it worked, but that's not actually how it worked. Because you're too dumb to figure it out. That it was on the ballot, and it was contested by the government that it be on the ballot. But because it was voted to be on the ballot, it was on the ballot anyways, despite their protests. Despite their protests.
Yo, mic check. How's my mic right now?
Was that on the news? Was that on the news?
Mic check.
I don't believe anything.
This is the news for you right now. I'm telling you the news.
Oh, I don't listen to the news. They're always lying.
News is old school, bro.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about, guy?
No. I'm asking you what you're talking about. Don't ask me what I'm talking about when I'm asking you what the fuck you're talking about. My news is old news. What exactly do you mean?
What I'm trying to say is like just because they criminalized abortions in one goddamn state, that didn't fucking fix anything, bro. You know what I mean?
I'm saying that the people in that region.
I agree. But again, I am talking to two people who do not.
What do you mean?
Have any investment in this government that in which I'm speaking? But if we're talking about generally, governments in general, you have to balance the whole.
Are you talking about me?
With yes, idiot.
Call all those rappers that bought my beats and tell them to give them back because I'm not contributing.
Oh man, let him finish. His point is participation. When you fail to participate in a constitutional republic, they can do whatever the fuck they want. It's that simple.
I think one of them made $1 million off of one of my beats. I don't know. Is that contribution enough?
No. What? Degeneracy? General degeneracy in our culture?
Are you talking about Joe Biden?
No.
We definitely
I'm talking about your
coconuts.
If
By
anybody
bees.
makes any money, then that was sanctioned by the people that you were saying sanctioned this or that, the cabal.
Oh, you're right. So I am part of your country, and I do contribute to your economy. So I do have a right to say something. right?
No. You might pick a coconut and send it here. Doesn't mean you have anything to do with America.
That's what
Mike was in the Marines.
Look, we'll be there for your coconuts next year.
You
but
guys got
still don't
something
get to
against
vote.
Navy people?
You
think
better have
Navy
them
people
fucking
are not real
coconuts.
Americans? Is that it?
Oh, I do.
You guys just hate Navy, right?
You're an expat, if anything, and you're not
no,
even
they're
that.
good for a ride. I don't hate the Navy.
You don't
I
see
need
yourself
a
as an
ride every
American
now and then.
unless the conversation is talking about bad about our government. Then all of a sudden you're a fucking American. It's crazy. You're crazy.
Well, then why don't you take your tuna factory that's on my goddamn island and fuck
You don't
off?
even live on that goddamn island.
Look, this is just retarded because Canada is part of North America. They are Americans.
No, they're not. That's like saying
called the Commonwealth, right?
Mexico is America. No, it's
Whoa, what did tuna do?
Listen,
what
with
did
it.
tuna now?
Pelosi.
Just because you're on the American continent
Nancy
doesn't mean you're
Pelosi.
part of the
Yeah.
United States of America.
That's the difference right there.
Crack me up.
Rich Nancy
We never
Pelosi,
said
I
we're
said
part
to
of the
fuck
United
off.
States. We never said we're
Take your tuna
Americans. That's
factory
what we're saying. We're Americans. We're not part of the United States. No. We're on the continent of America. We are Americans. Yes, we are. And Mexicans.
None of you
included.
motherfuckers, listen.
Michael,
None of you people are. Yeah, that's right. None of you motherfuckers are First Nation people, so put lipstick on a pig and call that your wife, but you're not a fucking American.
Why you renting your land out, bro? I don't know why your nation should be renting your land out anyways. Fucking stupid.
What do you guys think about tribal government?
Well, you should be worried about what we're going to do next because your contract's up.
Well,
What do
hopefully
you think?
some good shit because I've been waiting for something to happen because nothing's happened.
Yeah,
Don't
like
worry,
an
nothing's
eviction.
gonna happen. They're just gonna sit on the res and drink. Don't worry.
Evict
What do you
them
think
all.
about
Fuck you.
what was wrong with tribal governments? With these tribes?
Listen, when we get them eviction papers, I'm going to personally serve you myself, the deuce.
I'll give you an address and
You
bus fare.
and Glad. I'll serve you motherfuckers
I'll give you
eviction
an
notice
address and
at
bus fare.
gunpoint.
Bring it.
Oh, back to
And
Russia.
I'll bring you that pig. That
You
pig
better
and
serve it
some
with the
fucking
gun.
lipstick.
Serve it with
Oh,
a gun.
You know, I got into a fight with
Oh,
an
I
Aussie
will.
here. You know what he told me? He said, "Go back to America, you fucking yank." And I couldn't hold. I had to laugh. It killed the moment. I was like, fuck. I walked away. Like, oh my god, he called me a yank. Fuck off.
Like,
You should have told him, listen, I hate America more than you do. That's what you should have told him.
You know who hate America more than anyone? The most Americans. So
all Americans are not Yankees.
I don't hate America.
All Americans are not Yankees.
whatever. You say that.
Some of you,
No,
some of you rednecks.
I love my country.
I love China.
Good. Move there,
Good.
please.
I will.
Needs its own
I'll
land.
come. Here I come. They got like the cheapest cameras and lenses and all kinds of goodies.
Dude, they
in
won't
Hong
even
Kong,
let you
bro.
go to McDonald's. Go watch a fucking video.
He's
I am here for the Nikon and the Sony camera.
You're too dark for that. They'll try to wash you in a washer. Just watch the commercials, Bong.
You're gonna wash him in a washer?
I'm back. What's wrong with China? Are they communists? Are they a communist government?
Yes, 100%.
Well, but America is not a 100% capitalist government, right?
Agreed.
No, America is all
weird,
communist.
man.
It's all communist, bro. It's all fucking
Well,
communist.
so it's not fair to say that even China doesn't have a full-on, a real communist government.
When you start
That's
thinking
not
that,
fair.
it's communism.
Okay, communism is cultural before it's economic.
It's halfway yes and no.
So communism
No,
is about
communism-
culture
it's-
and capitalism is about
it's-
money, right? Is that how it works?
No, communism is about fucking money, bro. The distribution of wealth. That's what communism is, bro. The taking of the money up from the rich, supposedly, and distributing it amongst the poor, or evening it out. But they don't fucking do that. They're lying.
No. Real quick, Vlad. There's a difference between economic communism and communism. There's a difference between
the economic
the Republic of America
The idea of
capitalism.
communism has to do
And
with
capitalism.
the money and the
You agree,
redistribution
right?
of wealth.
Did you guys talk to
Yes.
Superfluous already?
Superfluous?
That new guy?
Yeah, he's been here for years, man.
Really? He's only
Yeah,
VC verified, man.
Yeah, he's been here. He doesn't talk. He sits there and listens. He's a lurker.
All right.
Stop trying to clock us, Cyrus.
Bro, boring conversation, man.
Cyrus is about to join the Freemasons, and I'm trying to stop him. Can you help me out,
my
Deuce?
God.
Yeah, he's right there.
Cyrus is about to join the Masons?
It's
Oh
like,
my God.
is our love not enough for you? Do we not give you?
After all you know about
love?
the Masons, you're gonna go join them? That's crazy, bro. What kind of dark soul do you have?
Oh man,
he's not joining.
I don't know.
I thought it was pretty spicy in here, man. People taking shots at each other. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go.
It was all politics, though, man. If it was something else, it would have been
Everybody here.
It's not politics. I mean, like some people have ideas on certain things, right? You know, people have to.
I'm not biased because China is attacking Samoa, so I'm saying.
I don't care. Call it socialism. Call it whatever the fuck you want. That left whole side sucks ass. Terrible.
And the right. Both sides suck ass.
Yeah. There's a certain part of the right that's evil, right? So that's why you got to stay somewhere like 75%.
That's why they suck
right.
ass.
No, you have to stay 75% right. Like from 50 to 75% right. You know, you got to go 51 right to 75% right. And then after the 25% of the evil shit, yeah, you toss that out. That's no good.
How about 50-50?
No, 50-50 doesn't work.
Coin toss.
Yeah, fuck that. Oh, fuck, man, this weed. Oh, God.
Fuck that lukewarm shit.
What are you smoking, man?
Two-Face, you know, like heads we do it, tails we don't. Ding! That's called voting, yeah? Elections.
Elections, man. It's a
coin
joke.
toss. Yeah. 25 to 26.
What do you mean voting? I never voted in my life. All my life, I've been in Canada. The census they try and send me to be part of their. I throw all that shit in the garbage and be like, "Oh, it's the law to fill out your census." I'm like, "Yeah, okay, come find me, bitches. I dare you."
You're a criminal.
Well, I have a criminal record. I don't deny that. Yeah, that's true. You know, in their eyes, I've been a criminal. I've been a criminal for a while. So you know what? I've learned how to live like a criminal. So what? You know? It is what it is.
Yeah, you better learn how to live like a criminal. You're a flat earther.
There you go.
Get used to it.
Well, I'm ahead of the game already, man. No, it's not above the law. It's I don't fuck around anymore, man. Fuck the cops, bro.
Flat Earth is against the law. Yeah. The law of the globe, right? The global government.
It's global communism now, you know?
Are you talking about America?
Was it the G7 that had just happened, right? Did you guys see that shit? My God. Pathetic.
When you take a look at the game that's being played on a global scale, you're trying to identify what is what. What is this? What am I looking at? What is China? What is America? What is the Federal Reserve? What is all this stuff, right? So you can say, how am I going to operate? Am I going to operate within the system, or am I going to operate outside the system, get off the grid kind of thing? Or am I going to try to abolish the system, get rid of this shit? Let's come up with something else. So it's definitely something everybody ponders. Like, what am I going to personally do about this? First things first is identify what they are, right? Like, what is this? What is America?
Well, I don't think you can abolish it. I mean, yeah, I agree with what Deuce said. If you can't abolish it, you just get replaced with something worse. But I'm saying this could be that something worse, like.
No, I agree. Corruption has tainted the apple to the point of which it has to be, the good parts have to be cut out and the rest has to be thrown away. I'm 100% with you. But the core of what it was meant to be is still something that should be tried to be preserved while doing that.
Right. And
that was
core,
my point.
Right. And that core that you're talking about, I am saying that is a plan that was put there. Okay, because the new world, that's what they called America, the new world. This whole plan, it was noble. I believed in it when I was young. I used to sing and recite it. Everything. 4 scores.
Did you do our
our fathers brought forth. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did the cowboy dance. Yeah.
So can we be a little bit more
dance? Is that it?
Can we be a bit more specific about what the core of America is? Are we pointing to the Constitution?
Right. That all Freemasons are created equal. That's what I realized when I grew up. When I woke up, it's like
not all of the founders were Freemasons.
America, the dollar bill, right, is telling me that
not
this
all,
country is
not,
built
okay,
by
the dollar
Freemasons.
bill has nothing to do with it.
Australia,
not all of the listen.
Lachlan, right, right. Go ahead.
Not all of the founders were Freemasons. Not all of the founders had slaves. Some of them were Freemasons. Some of them did have slaves. All men are fallen except for one. So you can sit there and chastise the works of these people, criticize them for all you want. I agree. They should be challenged. Unless you can't come up with anything better. If you can, please bring it forth. I want to hear it.
Yeah. Someone has come up with something better. His name is Yeshua.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I think it's already been done, right?
Okay. Has it already been done? Where?
On the cross.
And where did that lead anybody besides to God? As far as living our lives here on earth, it's for us to do. It's our free will. So to sit there and act like God is going to do what you need to do
which is what?
Both irresponsible and stupid.
What is it that God would want us to do?
There's a whole book about it, Bong. There's a bunch of
your
things.
Neighbor, right? Yeah.
No. Those are the laws in which things I mean, we can take the Ten Commandments. We can take the Sermon on the Mount.
Right.
But the fact is that your free will. Those are things. Those are negatives. Those are things you shouldn't be doing.
Right. I understand. Can I bring up an example real quick from the Bible of what God had people do to fix their governments?
Sure.
God sent a prophet to see one of the kings. He's like this really bad king. I forget his name, or we're in the Bible. You can look it up. Anyways, the prophet went in, right?
Tell me
locked
which
the
one.
Doors. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Then don't tell me I can look it up.
It's in the Old Testament. I'll post the story. But what happened was the prophet went in, told the king what. No, it's not Daniel. It's before Daniel. I think it's around Ahab. Those kings during the time of the. What happened was the prophet went in, right? Told the king what God's judgment was. Took out a dagger, put it in his stomach, opened him up. That's what the Bible said. Opened him up, and his gut spilled out, and then he escaped through the window. And the soldiers were wondering. By the time they found out, he was dead, and the prophet was gone. Now I'm thinking, this is what God had people do to change, right? But we all know Jesus came, and he told Peter, "He who lives by the sword will die by the sword." You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. Like, man, what does he want me to do? Over here, he wants me to go throw pedophiles in the ocean and tie a millstone around his neck. Is that what he's saying?
Yes.
I don't know.
You should definitely do that.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, what are people supposed to do if God, that God would have us do?
I think it's pretty
crazy
evident.
Stuff, man. I mean, yeah.
No, I think it's pretty evident.
Love your neighbor, right? Is it that?
Yeah.
Yo, Judas.
Yeah.
Serious note here. The update, the patch is coming out right now. It just came out.
Okay.
If you didn't know, it's downloading 27 gigabytes.
Oh, for fuck.
It's a big one, yeah. I'm gonna start doing.
Here's another one. Moses, Elijah. I mean, you know what those guys did? Challenged the king and the prophets, won and slaughtered all of them.
Man, I thought this was. Why is this Bible talk again, Bong? Why is it always Bible this,
It's
Bible
not-
that? Every fucking day, it's Bible this, Bible that.
Listen, you're not listening.
The
Damn,
new
dude.
covenant is totally
I'm
different. It's
fucking
not
with you.
about killing people, it's about giving people life. And it's about, if you look at Paul, how he walked, he didn't go around killing people. It was about preaching the gospel and about the cross and the resurrection life, the death, burial, and resurrection in Christ. So he wasn't even about that. That's a different covenant. So if you're comparing the old covenant and new covenant, you can't. It's a whole new covenant. It's a covenant of the finished work of the cross. and you don't go around killing people in the new covenant. New covenant, everything is already won. The devil's defeated. You're just walking around preaching Jesus, and the power is in what Jesus did, and that's the only weapon you have is Jesus. But it's not a weapon; it's love, and it sets people free, and it gets good news and it gets people into the kingdom, and that's what the greatest weapon in the world is preaching the message of Jesus and His finished work, and you're not working by the old covenant, but when you have a kind of Christianity that mixes the Old Testament and New Testament, and you want to try and live like the Old Testament, you're going to be confused because you think you got to follow the Old Testament and the New Testament. No, you got to walk in the New Covenant, and the New Covenant is the new creation.
What you guys
You're already God. You don't need to kill people.
I
because
agree.
You already are.
Hold on.
You're not God, but
Well said. Well said. Yep. Well said.
And you're in
all this talk of all this jargon from the
We're
Bible.
talking about governments. We're talking about governments.
Yeah, right now. Yeah, sure. You guys summoned the XO. That's what you guys did.
Yeah, we got Jesus.
It may be because I'm on Vlad, and he happens to like being around me.
Oh no, I think the XO was summoned because you guys keep talking about the Bible. Every time there's Christianity talk, the XO gets summoned.
Kumbaya.
No, man.
Kumbaya.
We were talking about governments, right? And we were talking about like what we can do, right, to get the change that we want, and then we start talking about what would God have us do, because we believe in God, right? So that's why we're talking about. You bring up any stories from any God, from any religion, if you can. We just happen to be Christians, and believers in this, and that's why we brought it up.
The power is in the message of what Jesus did, and that's going to bring an enormous move of God, and you're going to see God move like never before on this earth in the next couple of years.
If you want to believe the writings of other men, go ahead.
And the whole world will be shaken like never before, one last time before Jesus comes.
The earth will move.
And that's what's happening. That's actually
we're all waiting for the earth to move, baby. Let's go.
That is the future for you.
All right.
That is prophecy that I've just given you now.
Shake the heavens and the earth.
I know God exists, right? I understand God exists to a good level that most people
but you
don't
care who He is.
I don't understand how most people, a lot of people like you guys, get caught up in a book that men write. That's what I have a problem with that.
You have a problem. You have a problem. Right. You have a problem with people looking into God, right? You have a problem with people.
Listen, people. No, it's not that. I have no problem with people looking into God. I just told you I know God is where He is.
We met Him personally,
right?
We experienced Him.
Yeah, that's what you think. But what I'm trying to tell you, what I'm trying to tell you is these books were translated multiple times, rewritten by certain
Wait till you meet Him, though.
And if this was some kind of secret or was supposed to be some real sacred knowledge, they would try and kind of hide it.
But it is.
No, it's not. It's mass-produced. Guys, you guys, why are you interrupting me, man?
Sorry.
It's not.
Go ahead.
They mass-produced this. They print this book, fucking thousands, million, trillions of this book everywhere.
But it's pretty accurate. It's pretty accurate. I mean, there's 250 translations.
If you want to believe what you want to believe, that's fine. That's what I'm trying to say. I have nothing against Christians.
We can use all 250.
You got to understand. My point is, these books were written by men, and if you're going to deny that, then you're crazy.
Yeah, I admit the translations are a little bit changed, but we can get the basic message with 250 translations. We got a very solid picture of what's being said here.
That's what you think, right? CNN,
okay, I've got the point. I've got this point. I got this for you, Vlad. Hold on. So the point is, right? For me, if there's a God, okay, if there's a God, right, which God is it? And I've investigated a lot of different gods, right? I've looked into different gods and different religions, right? And the one thing about this God, right? My question is, this God is.
We did it wrong.
The book that we read, right? If the God of this world, if the real God wrote this book, okay, you got to consider this.
He did it.
If the Hebrews and Abraham is the real God, and He wrote this book, does man have the power to change His word? No. If God is the God of Abraham,
You tell that to the
man can
princess.
change his word. His word.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, if you assume that God, real, all powerful, all knowing, can do anything, then no one can change His word. You also have to assume, right, that this book and what He put in it cannot be changed by man. Therefore, being all powerful and almighty, the message of the book will be preserved, and it was preserved, and that's the message that we're trying to get to people, right? The message of the book, not that it was written by many people, Jews, and changed. You haven't read the book, therefore you haven't really received the message.
Listen,
I do agree. Some people's hearts.
When I stop reading something, there's a reason for it. You know what I mean?
I do believe that some people's attitudes have been wrong in translating. They might have taken a legalistic transactional approach instead of a love relationship approach, and that is a problem. Yeah, it does make God look more like a lawyer than a lover, and that is a problem. That some of the people translate it according to their own interpretations. That's true, but you can get back on track with the Holy Spirit, and you can take the Bible and you can translate it from the Hebrew and from the Greek, and you can see exactly what it means. And I know that with translations it's difficult, but you can, if you spend your time there, you can figure out what God is and who He is. He's a loving Father. He's not a transactional lawyer. And obviously, some of the people they erred to the lawyer side, and they got a bit mixed up with who God is. But you can learn from these things. And right now in this age, people are waking up and seeing that God is a good God. There are a lot of people seeing that nowadays. And I mean, there's a lot of Christians that don't see that. Even Christians, people that go to church and people that say they're Christians. There's all different kinds of Christianity and things like that. But people are starting to wake up. There is an awakening. And there's a big awakening coming. People are starting to see that God's a good God and He's a loving God, a loving Father. And when people see that, you're going to see a lot of people coming to God, especially at the moment, because people are starting to realize that things aren't that good on this earth right now, and they're going to start turning to God. You'll see.
Which God, right? That's my question. Because the dollar bill.
Jesus said, "I'm the way, the truth, and life. No one comes to the Father but through me. I'm the only way to heaven."
There's only one and only God.
Thank you, Vlad.
Jesus.
Every time Bong asks me that question, I tell him that answer.
I know he keeps saying, "Bong, why are you always stuck on that? That is a problem, you know." When you're
Jesus is the only way to heaven. You see,
simple thing.
There's no other way.
There's no which God.
Hold on.
One and only.
Well, let me answer that. On the dollar bill, we all know on the dollar bill it says, "In God we trust." Right? When I ask the question, who is this God?
Bong, stop.
There's only one God that can help you, the one that died for you.
And look at the original purpose of the apple. Stop looking at the rot and saying, "I can't deal with this apple because it's got the spot of rot."
It's not about the apple. It's about the new creation on the cross. It's about the death, burial, and resurrection. The old you died on the cross, and the new you was raised up in Christ, a new creation, a new creature, a born again, a creature that is God's DNA. That means you are completely. You basically. Jesus became a man.
Something like this. I've heard this so many times. But I mean, so what? Okay, well, what does that even mean? You know,
what does what mean?
What he just said? Like, who cares? Like, what he said.
I just said that you become a child of God.
That's because
the blood of Jesus.
This is what I mean. Like, you have to read it first. You have to have a real curiosity to know if this is the real God. Think about it. Okay, let's assume it's not the God of Abraham. Let's assume the real God is the God of the Hindus. You know what I think they'd be doing? I think they'd be strawmanning the Hinduism religion, right? Saying all these weird things that confuse people about it. But the point is, if that's the real God, you have to take it seriously and do some real research behind it. Instead of saying, "I don't really give a shit, God is one, all is one," you sound like Oprah when you say things like that. All roads lead to Rome.
No, they all have the same God, Bong.
No, but you see, they have
God's law of attraction, and I think that's what you're doing. The law of attraction.
No, they all have the same God. They all have the same story. Have you ever looked into it for real, bro? Do you know who?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't be saved.
You're talking about is almost fucking repetitive. Every 3,000 years.
He's not there yet, Exo. He's not there yet.
The same. Yeah, I'm
always
a mediator. I'm a mediator. Okay, there, Bong.
The point is,
you need a mediator between God and man. There's no mediator.
The point is this. The point is, I'm saying is, we are talking about government and ruling over people, right? And I think the best ruler is God, and His form of government is a kingdom. It's a kingdom, right? And who else better to rule over us than our own creator? Now, you might not believe He's the creator, but that's because you haven't read.
No, bro, that's why. No, he gave you free will.
Jesus. He's
And
the king. I mean, everyone knows that. Even the Jews put on his cross when they killed him. They know that he's the king.
Do you understand that, Bong? How, when he gives you free will, how do you fucking tell him, to rule over me, when he just told you do what you can? But
It's a love relationship. It's not a rule. It's not a tyranny. It's not some kind of.
My God,
Wait, so let finish. Let finish.
This guy fucking Jesus Christ. Why did these Bible guys just fucking trip out when we fucking criticize their book? You know what I mean? I know, Bong, you're kind of cool. Because I always criticize you on this shit a lot of times, you know?
I know. I used to be like that. That's why I grew out of that. I know that people, I can't get to people that way. But hey, look. What I'm saying is you have to give God a chance. If you are looking for God, right, and you haven't checked this book,
listen to me. Why do you
should at least give it a chance. I know it's a big book.
Why do you not fucking listen to what I'm telling you? I say I know God exists, and why do you ask me the question, why don't you give God a chance? I'm like, buddy, I fucking know God exists. How can you ask me that fucking question?
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. I meant to say, why don't you give this God a chance?
Christianity. Why don't you give Christianity a try, is what he's saying.
Judaism, not Muslims. I'm not going to give any of that.
It's not Judaism. I'm against Judaism.
Yeah, but Christianity, what's the difference?
There's a
Judaism.
big difference.
Hang on. I can answer this. I can answer this. Judaism came after Christ, not before.
I think you got that twisted. I think that was
no. The Talmud was written after Christ, not before.
Well, probably because they had to.
No, but it's because it was always their religion. It's the religion of the elders come from Babylon. Hang on, Vlad, you can't talk over me if you sit there and yell at other people talking over you. Okay. The whole Talmud came after because it is the religion of Babylon. It is the wisdom of the elders is what it's called. And it came from Babylon. It is a Babylon religion. And that's what Judaism is.
Well, there you go.
It has nothing to do with Christianity. When people marry Christianity with Judaism by saying Judeo-Christian, there's no such thing. There never has been.
You just admitted to me that this shit, the Jews were before Christ, bro. You just said it.
No, he said that the Jews knew that Christ was the king.
No, but you understand that the Jews were there before Christ anyways, and their religion, that the Babylonian religion was, so they wrote the book after, but the religion itself, the whole fucking blood sacrifice shit, it was before fucking Christ.
I think you're focusing on the Jews, and you're not focusing on the God that we're talking about.
And the religion, there's a problem. Okay, listen, I like Christians for a reason, right? Like, out of all the fucking religions, I always, for some reason, I'm always
not a Christian, though.
No. Like, what do you mean you're not a Christian?
I'm not a Christian. I don't go around saying I'm a Christian.
Yeah, you are. If you believe in Christ, you're a Christian.
I'm not. I'm not a goddamn Catholic, and I don't believe in goddamn labels. I follow a man named Yeshua to the best of my ability, and that's all I do.
Christianity.
I'm just simplifying it. Don't let people give you labels and stupid names that means all kinds of shit. One day, Flat Earther is going to meet a crazy person just doing stupid stuff on the news. Anyways, go ahead. Yeah, you like Christians, good. Christians like you,
like people that go into the Bible. If you look at like how the nuclear family and the structure, I agree with all of that. You know what I mean? Most of those people are good Christian people. Like they go to church.
Most of those people are zombies.
Yeah, but they pretty
Christianity. So, no. May as well be Babylonian. Celebrate Christmas and Halloween and all that bullshit, and then telling me they worship God of the. Like, shut up, you're pagan.
Bong is an anger Christian. Spicy one.
He's an angry Christian now. You gave him another label. Wait till he blows.
Very unchristian like. It's not Christian like with you. I'm not Christian. Call me that.
Which God, huh?
I'm telling you that example. Which God though?
Yeah,
there's only one, right? The Creator.
Exactly right.
I'm driving
the grand architect of the universe.
Okay. Yeah, Freemasons worship God, right? Freemasons worship God. Right? On the dollar bill, they put
That's
in
a bit
God we
masonry, but-
trust. Right? In God we
Is-
trust. And we know that Freemasonry is Judaism. Modern
I'm
day
not sure if
Judaism.
they're the ones that wrote that, but
Technically, yeah, you're kind of right on that. Yeah, almost.
Okay.
Freemasonry is Judaism. I agree.
See, Cyrus?
What?
Judaism is Freemasonry.
Christianity, bro.
Don't join the Judaism.
They all have the same flower of life. They all have the Star of David. If you go into any of those churches, they all have the cube. They all have the Star of David, bro. They all have fucking the flower of life. They all have the
And
same
that's
symbol.
of course, and that's not of the Bible. That's not of God. Yeah, that's not of God. Those are all idols, and those are all stuff. People got those graven images and witchcraft and sorcery. God said, don't do those things.
That's the house of God. That symbol is the house of God, bro.
So the upside down triangle and the triangle put together is the house of God. Freemasonry.
No, it's the math behind it.
You're saying that Babylonian. This is what hold on.
Bro. You tripping for no reason.
Catholics. What these people have done is they've combined all the religions of the world. So when they show you an upside down triangle with a triangle on top, that is their symbol. As above, so below.
No, man, no. But there's the cube within the cube. It shows you the fourth dimension, right? We're living in
mysticism. That's bullshit. Those aren't real mysteries. Those aren't secrets.
Well, listen, there has to be where your
flower of life is not a secret.
Your consciousness lies. Yeah, but that's the cube within the cube. The flower of life.
How is that useful for us? How can we use this knowledge to make our lives better?
It is very useful. If you understand the numbers and you do numerology on a daily basis, you'll understand it.
Yeah, but how does it profit me? How does it apply to my life? And how can I use it?
Become a positive person. Do everything in a positive way, and positive things will happen, buddy. That's all.
It's a law of attraction bullshit.
That's good.
If you work hard and you believe in yourself, you can be successful. It's that bullshit, man.
Also, positive thinking helps.
If you're positive thinking, positive things will happen to you.
Negative anger right now, man. What's wrong with you, Bong? Why are you so angry, bro?
Because I feel a spirit. It's the spirit of
coming out of you. Satan's coming out of you.
The warrior spirit.
Okay, really quick, Vlad. The problem with this law of attraction thing is it cuts both ways with positive and negative. You can say that a rape victim, it manifests that into her life.
Yep. That's sorcery. That's magic.
Well, I don't want to get it. Listen, that is such a fucking topic. I don't even want to get on the live stream because I can get very technical into something like that, bro. So let's not even fucking go there, okay? Because people are gonna get very upset when I have to say.
All I want to say, Vlad, is let's get personal with God, okay? Let's stop calling God some magical force that we can manipulate and use. Let's stop calling God some cool ass counselor. Like
the Almighty, bro. Why do you say I do things that I don't do? Like. This the thing you're doing.
Almighty is a proper name.
You're projecting.
It exists in my book too.
I
agree.
I just want you to at least explore and have a look at.
I've read the book already, Bong. I haven't read it fully, but I started reading it.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Once I started reading it, I was like, "Fuck this shit. Never again."
Your scientific brainwashed brain, right? You used to think the world is a ball, right?
Scientific brain. Hey man, I'm scientific minded too. What? What's good? What?
The science is the reality, man. I mean, like, listen, I know God exists. I know where it is.
Let me right.
You know what I mean? So, I mean, I don't need something.
Do you think giants used to exist? Yes or no, Vlad? Do you think giants?
No.
Giants used to exist. See, this is what I'm talking about. Giants can't exist because my scientific brain told me so.
Never said that. I've seen.
Why don't you believe the accounts of all the ancestors of all the cultures around the world, but you believe the accounts of some new school magician that shows up with the lab coat?
That's just 100 times
with Babylonian squares.
Black and white.
Babylonian squares.
Go ahead, Vlad. I'm just. Go ahead, Vlad.
I've said this 100 times, and I'll say it again. I only believe 100% into two things. These two things are: the Earth is flat, 100%, no doubt in my mind, And
Yes.
God exists. 100%, no doubt in my mind. Everything else, speculation. You know what I
Fuck,
mean?
you cut out on the second one.
You did, yeah.
I'm
What's
part
the
of
second
an
one?
alien probing support group. If you'd like to.
The second one was God exists. The first one, the earth is flat. The second one is God exists. Both
Okay.
100% fact.
And here's the third one.
Thank
Which God?
goodness. I thought you were
No,
going
there
to
is no
say.
witch God. That's terrible.
I
That's
thought you were
what-
going to say something crazy like you should give your girlfriend your PIN code to your bank card or something.
What do we always say here to Globe Earthers when they come here? Specificity, right?
Yeah, and I'm very specific. God
Yeah, be
exists.
specific, right? Right. That's all I'm saying. You know, let's
Listen,
dig in,
specific is
find out
God.
what really
The
God is.
Which other God? I mean, Bong, how can you think there's something other gods?
Look, man, what I'm saying is the Earth is not a ball, so 100% God created the Earth.
You're a
And now the question is, which God?
Because you're poly.
The one
I am
who
not a
created the
polytheist.
earth, right?
Yes, you are, because you think that there should be other gods.
No, I think the God of Abraham is the only one and only God. You think it's something
Yeah,
else.
ask which other god? No, I don't think which is something else. You have an idea of what you think it is. You
Right,
keep
right.
it-
So
you keep it to what
a
you
God
are
is this.
at.
This is what a
I
God
have-
is to me. A
Well, my
God,
idea, I think, is a little bit more accurate than some fucking joke.
to me, a God would be like when we watch superheroes, right? Marvel Comics, that's a God, okay? A fallen angel is a God. An angel, you can call it a God, right? Elohim, because they're freaking godlike compared to us. These are
An angel,
the spirits, right? These are the spirits that people refer to as gods. And some of these fallen spirits are gods, and God recognizes them as lesser gods here on earth because people worship them. So the point but there is one God. Even these angels will say there's one God, but to you, the first and to the 32nd degree, we say we worship the God of Abraham.
Most High. You can just call him the Most High. We don't have to get confused with
I'm
words.
gonna say something.
Right.
Really quick. It's very important, Bong. Very, very important. Do you know that they were tripping on mushrooms even back then? Did you know that, right?
And that's how they invented the gods.
Thank you. Thank
Right,
you.
Vlad?
I know they had cannabis.
They were tripping out. No,
That's how they, yeah.
And
That's how they were.
And with these mushrooms, they were able to build the pyramids.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know if the mushrooms gave them that, but maybe the gods.
That's kind of my point, Bong.
Right.
The fallen angels gave them the pyramids.
You're right.
The mushrooms gave them everything, bro. They were tripping balls on mushrooms. No, it was the psychedelics, bro. These guys literally saw fucking triangles when they were tripping on fucking shrooms. And then they're like, okay, we got to, because they feel it. They feel the quote unquote God.
Okay, yeah.
When they were tripping on mushrooms, so these guys are like, well, we got to build this now. But I started drawing fucking circles on my walls when I was tripping balls on LSD. You know what I mean?
But you weren't trying to build. But you didn't have the plan to build something to heaven.
If I had
You can't build the pyramids now, Vlad. It doesn't matter how many mushrooms you take.
I did. What are you talking about? It's all fucking. Even fucking me, Morvet told you. As a professional construction guy, he said all that was poured concrete, all of it. You know why? Because there's blowout fucking everywhere. That's what he says. And I'm like, I looked at the pictures.
So meme said something, and
No,
I didn't hear it.
I agree with it. Well, I mean, go talk to him. He thinks it's all poured concrete.
Okay, he thinks it's poured concrete. It doesn't matter.
I think it's poured concrete.
Whether the fallen angels poured concrete or hewn it from stone itself.
Made pyramids,
It wasn't fucking dudes taking mushrooms that built the fucking pyramids. It was my point.
I think it was some mushrooms, some concrete in a pyramidical structure. Bro, that would be so much more fucking accurate. There's some fucking fucking things out of nowhere coming in and descending and making these things.
I know
a lot of these creatures.
I know one thing for sure. Hieroglyphs were the first form of graffiti because the one guy cut the other hieroglyphs out and put his own in. It was like he tagged over the dude, you know?
Did a helicopter as a tag? Is that the one?
You guys know about the Sphinx, right? You know what the Sphinx is? Does anybody have any idea? In Babylon,
Yes.
they've got this.
Yes, I
yeah,
am
they've got
aware
that.
of the Sphinx.
Right, and then in Babylon, you've got that winged creature that looks like a lion with the head of a man. Right, right. That is a creature from heaven called the cherubim, or the seraphim. The seraphim or snakes. That's why you see these snakes with wings flying around. That's what a dragon is. Oh my God, and that's what all these religions knew about these things we call gods.
Wait,
So what do you think?
Can I jump in?
Yeah,
one
John,
second?
go ahead.
Yesterday we were talking about Quetzalcoatl, or whatever, however you say it, in the Aztec religion, and some of you people here were saying that was just like a colonialist imposition, but now you're saying that winged serpents are like a basic Jungian archetype of gods.
People here might have different opinions than other people.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like,
There's
Two things
not
gonna
one
happen.
monolithic opinion or belief here besides what we can prove.
Well, no, but I'm saying, like Bong was saying that yesterday.
Right. Yes. Let me clear that up. So you can look at it in two ways, right? You can look at it if it's true that this really is their origin story, and the serpent, the plumed serpent is their god, right? Then it's the same all over the world. But if it's not, then that means the people that came to the indigenous installed that story into their culture, because the same thing happens here.
Give me a fucking break.
It's also a snake here. Yeah.
Give me a
Australia,
break. Wrong.
their god
It
is a
wasn't
snake.
installed by colonialism, you fucking
Oh,
tard.
that's what I'm saying. Hey, that's a story I read online. Okay, that's why I threw it in there.
By people trying to push an agenda, a cultural agenda that has no basis in reality.
Well, yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying it's either
Well, then why bring it up? It's a stupid idea.
because it's always
the fact
a
is
serpent.
that from the Aztec to the Mayan to the Olmec, they all had flying serpents in their
Right.
pantheon.
I think that's true, but
And 1.5 of those cultures had already disappeared before any colonialization happened. So that's just a stupid idea.
Well, here, look. They said that this is what they said about Australia, though, right? This is what they're saying about Australia. The indigenous people are saying this, that it's called the rainbow serpent here. Rainbow serpent. What's that? So I look into it and said that's not really an original Aboriginal story. It's a story that was created when people came here. That's why I threw that in. That's for Australia, but South America,
Australia is in
everywhere.
Mesoamerica.
I know. In Mesoamerica, though, right? It's everywhere. The plumed serpent. But here they have the rainbow serpent. Go ahead.
You know they have flying snakes in like the Amazon and shit. You know that?
Maybe they evolved.
No, they have flying snakes. So I mean, they're like kind of like gliding snakes. They like jump from
Yeah, they
tree to
jump.
tree. Yeah.
The ones I'm talking about has wings. Talk.
Well, these.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, to clarify, because I like clarity. If we're saying that there are, in fact, like discrete material forms that these spiritual beings take on when they interact with humans, and you're saying that the seraphim or cherubim are represented by like a winged serpent or a dragon, then you're arguing for like a sort of universalist Jungian archetype, which I kind of favor personally.
No, not really. But I'm saying that all these ideas from this. Okay, the Egyptians, it all because of the story, the origin story from Adam to
You're not in disagreement
Babylon.
with him, Bong. You're in agreement with him.
Okay, yeah. I thought you were saying, never mind. I the way around. I said, yeah.
Okay, good.
Clarity achieved.
But
thanks, guys.
it's the same. It's the same seraph. It's the same serpent. I think the same serpent that was to be looking after the tree of knowledge of evil. The same serpent. You know, that it was a seraph, because people think it's a snake. It's like, no, it's a heavenly being in the Garden of Eden. You know what I mean?
Okay. You want? I'll throw some spice into the pot. Cain and Abel weren't Adam's son. Fight me.
They were.
No, they were Eve's sons.
Why do you say they were not
The only
Why do you say
time the first time it says that Adam had a son was with Seth.
I thought he was going to say because men don't have sons or daughters, so they just go squirt, squirt, and the women give the birth.
No.
I'm pretty sure and Adam knew his wife.
And had Seth.
And then
was there another option?
So
For
you think it's because it says I received a man from the Lord? Is that why people think that?
No,
not
I don't know who thinks this. I don't know why you said why people think that.
Why would people
I think
say? Yeah, why do you say that? Why do you say that Adam? Why do you say?
Because the first time the Bible says that Adam had a son was with Seth.
So basically, God wasn't clear enough when he explained it.
No. I'm saying Eve procreated outside of the line of man with
How?
Cain and Abel.
Is that the tree? Is that when she ate the fruit?
This is called the serpent seed deception.
Right. So her husband, who was there with her, he also ate the fruit. So what did he do? Did he have sex with her too?
I would imagine.
Wait, so okay, that's really interesting though.
That's bad, dude. That's twisted.
Wait, does that mean that because of Cain's fatherhood, is that why like the Canaanites are like the original sort of cursed, ankle biting, like conspiracy?
No, because God wanted to love those two children, but one of them made it pretty hard. But and that curse came because of the first murder,
right?
But,
do you really think?
So I don't know anything about this. You said the serpent seed deception. Can you clarify?
Yeah,
it's interesting to me.
You brought it up.
I know, but I don't know anything about it. I'm just going by what the Bible says.
That's not what the Bible says. The Bible does not say that Cain is not Adam's son.
The
It
Bible
doesn't
does not
that.
say that. I didn't say that the Bible said that. Let me see.
Anyone who reads the Bible, right,
I've got it right in my hand.
No, right. Anyone who reads the Bible for the first time, that passage will think this is Adam's son.
Yeah, I did too.
Exactly, until someone, right, twists it, right, and turns it into a different interpretation, right? Let's take, for example, the earth is flat. Everyone knows that. Everyone sees that. Everyone experiences it. And no one would ever think the earth is a ball until what? Until some sneaky snake comes over. What if the earth was too big? You know what I mean? Like, it's so obvious, right? But if you twist it, then it can be, because if it has to be like that, then when did Eve and this whatever father of Cain when did that happen? It couldn't have been at the tree because Adam was right there, which would mean Adam participated. If it was sex, that was a threesome. You know what I mean?
The tree may have been. What do you call what do you call your family lineage?
A family tree.
I mean, that's kind of an interesting metaphorical read too, because when you have knowledge of good and evil, then suddenly you're like burdened with free will, and that's exactly what the Cain and Abel story is all about. But I don't think that metaphorical interpretation is like sufficient scriptural proof for this claim.
No, I don't think it is.
And so I guess what Bong and I am asking is, like, what's the scriptural proof for the claim other than the absence of the mention that Adam
saying that Adam had a son.
Right, but you think
called
like
Cain and Abel. It does say Adam knew his wife in the very beginning.
Right. Okay.
But so then point out, it says another and again.
What says another and again?
in 4. Can you hear
No,
me?
but like, what's the context? What do you mean?
Yeah, we can hear you.
25:04, and Adam knew his wife again, and she bare a son and called his name Seth, for God said she hath appointed me another seed instead of Abel, who Cain slew.
Yeah, I mean that's conclusive. That's
Very.
pretty obvious.
I don't know why the serpent seed story exists either other than to deceive and lie.
Because it's way cooler to talk about that on the internet than it is to talk about what it actually says.
Yeah, I get a lot of views and stuff, right? Clickbait.
Good to try to survive, yeah.
YouTubers.
Yo, Judas.
Yo,
Buddy, did you download the game yet or no?
I did.
Are you getting on? Because I'm about to get on it.
No, it's like my bedtime, dude.
What?
Vlad has a
Yeah.
war against this topic.
No, I don't care. Listen, you guys think whatever you want. It's all good. It's all gravy, baby. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, if you want to believe other men that write other things, it's all good. No sweat off my back.
You know, Vlad, that's not a good philosophy.
I don't want you. I don't want to force my beliefs.
No. Let me share, because I used to think that.
On me. What do you mean?
I'm not. That's look.
Shouldn't do that.
You only learn shit from people. You don't learn anything from animals. You were not born in a forest and animals raised you. You had to learn from people. People had to teach you things, right? So therefore, you can trust people, but what people? Which people? Right? Well, look, you are limited. You are one person. You need people. So you can't have that attitude that we can't trust anything that men wrote. But you're a goddamn engineer.
Yeah, exactly.
How did you become that without trusting things that men wrote and did for you?
There's a lot of labs, a lot of sit down, working with the shit and like putting things together
and trusting the information that those people are teaching you, right?
I mean, you had to go prove it to yourself. Yeah, sure.
So there you go.
How do you go prove the Bible, bro?
See, you have to do that work. This is work. Look, you know, I'm not asking you to go climb Mount Everest, right? I'm not asking you to go to space to prove anything, right?
I mean, Bill knows.
All I'm asking you is to open your heart to the message of what it's saying. Like the way you would watch a movie, right? The way you would watch a movie, right? You just want to know what the movie's about, and if it's engaging and compelling enough, you watch it, right? That's all. Like, look at it that way. Stop thinking, "Oh, you evil Jews wrote this to deceive me."
That's one way to look at it, though. Hey,
but you're never gonna learn what's really in there. If anything is in there, you're never gonna get that.
I don't want to learn anything from there. I've already learned enough. I think I know what's good and what's bad pretty well. You know, I know how to live a good life.
I have a question for Vlad. It's about the Trinity. It's about the Trinity.
Well, I don't know anything about that. Why would you ask me something about something I don't know about?
You muted him.
Oh, this guy, yeah, he was over talking. I mean, if you want to have something to say, but he's gonna go like on a whole fucking biblical fucking.
Right, but it's been like a half an hour to an hour.
Go ahead, I don't care. No, I didn't. I mean, go ahead. I was gonna start up Warzone anyways. God damn, the new patch came out. There's a whole bunch of new shit. You know.
What about the Constitution of the United States?
You trying to get on my bad side the more?
Nah, I'm trying to bring it back.
That's a man-made document.
That's not like the Bible. Hey,
the Constitution of the United Corporations.
You put yourself into that position.
You ready, Vlad?
You said it. I didn't say it. No, I'm not. I'm not ready for anything.
Are you ready, Vlad? Okay, you're not ready. No problem.
What am I supposed to be ready for, bro?
No, that's you answered correctly.
I ain't ready for this. You know what I mean? Because I ain't ready for this.
The reason you can tell the Bible's written by God is because the whole world doesn't believe it.
No, man, what's wrong with you? There's a lot of Christians in this world, bro. They're bombing Syria. They hate Christians, man. They're like destroying Syria. Syria's like
the largest religion is atheism.
There you go. Thank you, Deuce. The whole world is an atheist.
No, the largest religion is atheism.
Is it a religion?
It says, "Love not the world, neither the things of the world. For if any man love the world, the love of the Father is in him." Should I continue?
Yeah.
I don't really
For all
care.
that is in the world, the lust of the flesh, lust of the eyes, and the pride of this life is not of the Father, but is of this world, and the world passeth away. Bye. But he that doeth the will of God abideth forever. So you have two options, Vlad: the world or the word.
Well, that's your interpretation of whatever the fuck you just said, because like you say stuff like I don't understand it, and then you try to translate it to me, and then that's your interpretation of whatever the fuck you just said. It's whatever. I don't care.
Words.
Word salad.
Wait, like can't appreciate what that has been said until he's heard the word. That's why I'm asking him to.
Well, I've heard it. I've heard what you just said, but I'm like, what word? The word is the word.
The word is the word. The word is the word. Bow bow. Bow bow.
Do you know what the word of God is, Vlad? Do you know what the word of God is?
Do you? Please tell me.
Yes,
You know.
it's quick. Do you know what quick means?
Quick?
Quick. What does quick mean?
Like as in fast?
Actually,
Alive.
it meant alive, powerful, more than any two-edged sword, piercing, even to dividing asunder of soul and spirit, and
when
joints
God
and marrow,
created everything,
and
he
is
said
a
quick.
discerner, Vlad, of the thoughts and intents of the
How do you know it's his word?
Hey, check it out. Oh, wait, I got it. This one. Here it is.
millions of miracles.
You know,
I mean, like, did you listen to him
the
say?
word, the word is a man. Okay, the word is God that became a man.
Before you get off this topic, hold on. I got a question for
I think
Exo.
it's gonna sound crazy.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Exo. Did you hear God say quick?
No freebies, Vlad. No freebies. He doesn't just come to me when I request him like that because I'm
Not
a
in
5-year-old
English.
having a temper tantrum. You have to earn it. You have to earn this relationship, Vlad. I can't go into a bar, find a woman, hit her over the head, and say, "Love me." Is that
You can.
No, but that's irrelevant.
Can I do that? Can I do that?
That's irrelevant. But that's like you're comparing apples and oranges here, bro.
I am your husband. You will love me. Is that how relationships work?
But then you're comparing
Some of
apples
them.
and oranges, man.
No,
Like,
it's not.
everything you just said is irrelevant.
Can I add some more clarity? I like doing that. So, in the chat, the Trinity guy, Trinity Hypostatic Union or whatever, he was, he was saying that it was really important to study all religions, which I totally agree with. And once you do that, you understand that there are actually some very peculiar characteristics about Jehovah that other gods don't have. There is not another god in any known human religion which is said to have created existence itself.
Yep. That's the big one.
That's a huge one. So this is the only one that's even claimed to have done that. Now you can dispute the claim if you want, but given that there are no other contenders to the claim, that seems like kind of pointless. And then also,
Unless you're a solipsist and you think it's you.
right. Well, I feel like that's kind of where this is going because, it's like, believe whatever
Me
you want,
too.
man.
That's kind of what I was pointing to.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not blasphemed all through other religions aren't blasphemed all throughout movies and music videos and all this shit you see throughout all your entire life.
Hey, listen, I still have that question for XO. Mr. XO guy, when did you ever hear God say quick? I mean, please, can you tell me?
He doesn't work that way, Vlad. He doesn't play tricks and games.
Well, how do you know how he works? Like, did you ever see him
the
work?
word of God is
How can
pure.
he make such claims, Mr. XO?
Because he gave me the basic instructions before leaving Earth, and he wrote it on your heart, Vlad. That's the reality.
I didn't know he did all that.
Because his character is love, and his love is patient, kind, self-controlled.
All of this is just, it's all this fucking jargon that doesn't even have a... You guys don't answer the question. You guys just veer off on some fucking because love. Like, yeah, okay, cool, because love, but you still didn't fucking answer the question. When did you hear God say quick?
You gotta read it.
No, but I mean, like, you see what I'm getting at?
Well, God doesn't
It
just
took
like
me 10
shout in
years to
people's
understand
ears.
You guys don't understand. You guys don't understand God because you guys are saying God does this, God does that. Because you guys don't fuck that. That is the worst thing you can say because you guys are not. Who the fuck are you to understand and tell what God is? No, because you have no power to do that. You're fucking human. You're fucking human.
Prophecy and
How do you
revelation
say shit like that?
reliably revealed in the Bible and backed up by archaeology and other.
Yeah, cool. Archaeologists also think they're fucking dinosaurs. Congratulations. All fucking speculation.
Vlad. I mean, you got a point. We see things.
The
in
Bible
parts,
said so, yeah.
All
We
fucking
see things in
speculation. You guys still can't prove. I know God exists, but all that other jargon that
See, you
bullshit-
just you just
No, but
yelled
there's
at
more to
people.
see.
You just
God
yelled
all
at
the time.
people.
I mean,
Vlad. Hey, let me say something. You just yelled at people, right, for claiming that they know what God wants and how God is and everything. But you sit here and tell us that you know God, you know where He is, you know what He's
I
like,
don't know
and
because
that's okay,
that's
right?
the only thing. No,
But you don't have. Listen. You don't have any reference. You don't have any kind of scripture or anything to base that on. But when we base this on something that was passed down to us,
I have my life experience. I have my life experience, right? And when you guys, Listen. God spoke to me multiple times, and I told you this guy's for a long fucking time, and I'm telling you, when he fucking spoke to me, it was fucking God, 100%. Right?
So how do you know? So how can you tell other people that they don't know God, right? But yet,
how do they know?
So why do you say God speaks to you, right? But then when other people say God speaks to them through the Bible,
what he told me, then you wouldn't be looking at the Bible because that's all bullshit.
How do you know it's all bullshit? You've not read it.
I know who that guy was, Vlad.
How do you know that wasn't the devil speaking to you? What if that was the devil?
It wasn't.
Maybe you heard the devil.
Did you see
Nah, Vlad is just lazy.
You know,
Wait,
the
guys,
heart is
lazy.
deceitful of all
You're
things.
just lazy.
Vlad's fucking lazy, right?
Guys,
you're just lazy. You don't want to read the Bible.
Chill out, guys.
Let's just
Please
calm
chill out.
down. The thing is, we have to try the spirits and see if they are of God, because there are a lot of demonic deceivers out there. So you just got to
Exactly.
be careful, okay?
And it does say that the heart is deceitful of all things.
Well, that you sound like you have never read the Bible ever. That's what you sound like. You keep saying it's right there. You've looked at it, but you read a little bit and you put it down.
No.
I mean, I'm sure he could. He should be able to quote scriptures, right? I mean, if he knows the Bible,
that's not what this is about. It's not about quoting scripture. No, it's about
scriptures, guy. That's stupid.
It's about him giving.
I'm not saying you have
this
to word
message
it
a
by
chance.
word, bro.
I don't give a fuck, man. Like I said, I literally say, why the fuck are you reading the words of men when these men don't know what fucking God said? You guys are saying.
Okay, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. If I stop reading God's word, if I stop reading God's word and I start running my life the way I feel like it, you're not gonna like it, Vlad. None of you people will like it. If I start using my own freaking ideas to live my life, I would join the New World Order. I'd become a Freemason first, start a business, destroy anybody, and crush anybody in my fucking way. Men, women, and children, don't give a fuck. You know why? Because this is what my God would tell me to do.
You know, God doesn't not want you to
everything.
start a business. You can start a business. It's still.
I mean, yeah, I'll start. I mean, it's like stepping stone to like domination. This is what would happen if I gave up the Bible. You know, to me, that's what would happen to me.
Guys,
go ahead.
Can I ask a question? Vlad, I'm curious, and pardon me if I'm prying, but I'm just curious, like, what type of things did God tell you?
You really want to know? And I already told you this. I already said this, and this was. He said, the first one was, don't worry, and then live happy. And that's it. And that was all I fucking needed.
Couldn't hear you.
So God said, don't worry, be happy?
Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry.
Be happy. So your God is Bobby McFerrin.
That is good. Not to worry.
You don't understand how it is.
Yeah.
It's such a shitty life, bro. You guys don't understand. Like my fucking life was complete
I would
shit.
say that's pretty much God. Yeah.
And that's it.
So
And God, don't worry, because my life was, and I was always stressful, worried about like my fucking future. Like there's no tomorrow, right?
Sounds like God to me.
And he told me, don't worry, and then just be happy. And then my whole life changed right after that, and it was all pure positivity. And that's
Well,
how
amen,
it was.
brother. That's awesome. I was just
Right.
curious. That sounds like God to me. Yeah.
That's what he would say.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Which God, though? Which God told you that?
There's no which fucking God. It's the only fucking God, bro.
Which only God?
This
There's so many one and only gods. You know, there's so many of them.
Retarded, man. You're so fucking retarded.
Well,
You don't even know what it is.
Yo, seriously, Vlad, I understand your position.
I'm sorry,
and
Vlad. I was joking.
It's a strong position.
I know most people do. Like the people that know what I know, that are on my level, they fucking know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I think what Bong and these other guys and me are trying to say is that given the chance that it's possible that God has more things to tell you than those two things, and if you hear these things, your life could even improve more. Wouldn't you want to know what those things might be?
No. My life is already improved to like the maximum, bro.
Hey, you can always grow, and you can always see more of God, because God is so great that you can always see more.
Before this fucking stifling corona garbage failed, like, my life was on a fucking up. Like you guys don't understand the slope of my life was. I was getting my life back on track from all this shit that I was getting my car back soon. My license was gonna get reinstated. It was gonna be amazing times for me again. I was gonna go see my kid finally after fucking like 6 years of not being able to see him. You know what I mean? But no, this fucking corona shit just fucking, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I talked to God.
Everything over.
I talked to God. He told me there is no God.
Well, that's your fucking problem.
Talk to God, and how could he tell you that there is no God? That's a little contradictory.
Yeah, it's called an oxymoron, bro.
Are you a moron now, Thamor?
Or just a liar. I mean, he's actually probably just a liar.
I think he was making a joke.
He was joking. Timor's a cool guy, yeah.
Good morning, guys.
What's up,
How would you know? Just kidding.
Oh,
sorry.
The sun is shining.
It's 1 a.m. here.
Wait, I need to do a small point of order. It is never 1 a.m. It's never 2 a.m. It's never 3 a.m. Maybe it's 4 a.m. if you live in Scandinavia. All those times are happening at night. Part of the thing that got me to Flat Earth was when I started realizing that they were trying to break your mind by telling you that a day starts at midnight and that right after the middle of the night is the start of the morning. Like that's a level of cogdis that, yeah, like that's insane, bro.
Yeah, they do that everywhere.
Night of the night is their morning.
Yeah, no, it's literally insane. And so like all those little baked in little gaslighting tricks that these heliocentrists play on you, they literally destroy your mind. And so you can't say 1 a.m.
What do you have against bacon?
What do you mean against?
You said all these things that are bacon. What do you have against
gross.
bacon?
It's an abomination.
Whoa. Are you one of these
The highest bacteria of any flesh, I believe.
You one of these plant eaters?
No. I think he's one of these.
No, I just don't dig on swine.
Yeah, he's a Torah
What do
guy.
they call that? The desolation of
The abomination.
The abomination of desolation.
Yeah, that's the pig, right? In the inside the temple, and the body is the temple.
Well, specifically
Yeah,
sacrificing.
no pig
the
should have
swine.
been near a temple.
Well, he's saying if your body is the temple and we consume pigs, then are we not
The abomination of
the
desolation.
abomination? Yeah, I call it.
Calorie means to burn. So you're literally burning whatever you eat to create the calories.
When I think about flesh chewing, in my teeth, it's like, and when I think about pig flesh in my mouth, it's like, yeah. I only eat fish.
So you're against bacon too?
No, I'm against chewing flesh. I don't like the texture.
So we got
Makes me sick.
two bacon haters here.
No, but I do like sheep. Yeah, sheep and mutton, and I do like those. Beef is alright. You know what? I don't like beef. Too chewy.
Beef bacon. Beef bacon.
Roast beef.
Next? Plant bacon?
Roast beef is good. Yeah, I'll eat the roast beef.
Plant bacon. They have that, I think.
Yeah, man.
There is lamb. There is lamb bacon.
They also have brisket, which is the same cut of meat that it's the belly meat. So that is what the bacon is made out of because it's got layers of fat in it. So when you get beef bacon, you can shortcut it by getting smoked brisket and having it sliced on a meat slicer, bacon thin. And then you can fry it up just like regular bacon. Yeah, it's already smoked.
Yeah. Cannibals are from Fiji in the South Pacific, and I'm from the South Pacific. And you know what I heard? I heard pork tastes the closest, almost like human flesh. And that ended it for me. I was like, I'm not going to fight. I don't want to fight. I'm just going to
long pork.
Yeah, see, my problem is you hear stuff like that, and I'm like, wait, cannibalism's back on the table, bro. Holy shit.
Oh, I don't want to know what human flesh tastes like, so I don't want to be eating anything that might resemble it. These different kinds of fish. And
you don't know how many times you've gotten sick and it's been human.
I know. I know. That's why I stopped.
And when they Shanghaied people, they would use them for labor, and they were basically slaves, and they wouldn't feed them until they collapsed. And when they collapsed, or they would either keep them alive till there was no meat that was left, everything would go rancid real quick, unless it was preserved with salt. So if they wanted fresh meat, they would kill one of the deck slaves, and they would have long pork for supper.
That's crazy, man.
Well, I don't. Yeah. These people are sick, disgusting, full of evil.
So you think something created by God in His image is disgusting?
I think it's corrupted and full of evil. I know my dog's not evil. I know the birds are not evil.
I mean, of all people to do that.
Where does the evil come from? Does it come from animals, plants, the air, water? Comes from the hearts of men, people.
Wait, what did you say, Thamar?
I said, of all people, you were the one to go there. I was ready. I was going to pop something out. Like, I guess they needed to find God. That's not very godlike.
Thamar, do you not like the topic of God?
What are you talking about? God is always saying that about people, right? Defiled themselves with people.
But yeah, I mean, they're
angels, right?
Bong, shut up for a second.
Go ahead.
Like, technically, you're talking about the children of Adam and Eve here, right? Like, yep, they're going around eating people.
Am I?
Yeah.
Am I?
Yada.
Yeah.
Good old God's kids,
Cain and Abel. Cannibal. Cain, Abel.
Well, but the thing is, like, God often destroys those with whom He is fed up. Pun intended, by the way.
I get it.
So let's put it this way: if you lived on an island where, your neighbor on the island was a group of cannibals, would you ever try to harm them or kill them? No, because the whole tribe would come and eat you.
I would always try to harm them and kill them because they were always ready.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I would try to exterminate every single one of them.
Well, don't do that. But nobody's asking why these people are on these islands anyway. Like, maybe they just didn't get along with their neighbors on the mainland.
Yeah, because they were eating people, and they were like, "Get the hell out of here!"
Right. So basically, like, it's still their fault. They're cannibals, and so if they get the short end of the stick in time,
Yeah, but I think it's a corruption.
It's not their fault. It's their religion.
I think it's a corruption of their flesh. Like, I don't think their flesh is 100% son of Adam.
Their religion. When they eat people, they say they're taking the spirit. So it's a religion. I think I saw some pictures. When you eat people, you get this disease. Where your tongue yes,
they're responsible for what they do. If you do something like that, you go against your conscience. So you're going to be judged by your conscience.
Right, and there's a part of the religion which is part of the culture, and it all comes from their belief in God, in a higher power that created them.
But even if you don't believe in God, they'll still be judged by what their conscience tells them, because their conscience is that thing that protects you from doing bad stuff.
I mean, it's impossible for us to say at this point what the conscience of these cannibals is telling them.
He
already said he's directly related.
There's even
I'll tell you, when you play video games, you see the word mana, right? You see that word? That's a Samoan word. It means supernatural power. So when you eat a great warrior, right? When you kill him, the eating, right, is a ceremony. You're taking his mana and his spirit. If you feed his body to a dog and then burn the dog, you have destroyed his spirit from the earth, from existence. You have removed him. That's their belief. This is why they eat, and they eat a great warrior's body. I acquire all his prowess. And when you think about it, heart transplants, all transplants, right? The person that receives the organ starts taking on the personalities. Is coming through the blood. So the drinking of the blood and all that, they believe they acquired all the, whatever the spirit of that warrior was. So the greater warrior you were, or the greater person you were, you're going to get eaten. You know what I mean? But if you're just nobody, it's a ceremony. But crazy?
But
Makes sense?
No, I mean, it does, because these Satanists drink kids' blood for that same reason.
It goes back to ancient Chaldea and the celebration of Easter. The colored eggs is when they would take the blood of the sacrificed children from the temple prostitutes, and they would boil eggs in the blood of the sacrificed children, roast the children, and they would all eat the children at a barbecue and hide these red dyed eggs for fertility. Whoever had that would have another baby. Whoever found one of these eggs would have another baby. That's where the tradition starts.
Easter. Yeah. That's Easter.
But the question on the table here really is, does God judge and despise these cannibals?
Absolutely.
Of course.
They're not,
because even if you were born into such a culture, right, you should know that it's wrong, and you should get away from that culture if you can. But if you just blindly follow the culture just because you were told the earth is a ball, then of course God is going to look unfavorably upon you, because you made a decision.
So that's why you moved from Samoa.
These cannibals are probably freaking flat earthers, bro.
Didn't they say that, well, at least in the Bible, didn't they say that the giants would eat human flesh after they devoured everything else in the land, and the only thing that could sustain them was the flesh of humans?
And that's what humans mean.
It's translated as giant, but that's not even what it means. It comes from gigas, meaning gigantus, or giborum. It means mighty one. So they were normal men, not necessarily giants. They were just normal men that ate people because they weren't fully human.
Well, I don't know about that. I think they were half. Yeah, we call them demigods, and where I'm from, we call them demigods. We've got a lot of stories. One of them is
that's hang on. Let Exo speak up.
Yeah, real quick. The gigantus term, although also the gigantus, which sounds like giants, means earthborn, which for some reason that means that they had to tell us that they're not born where they're from. They're now born on Earth.
You're right. Earthborn. I forgot about that.
And the word human means beast of the field, which means cattle. So yeah, if you think about human cattle, and you're one of these, beings.
Yeah, so
That's what they still call us today.
I proposed that question. Why do they refer to us as cattle?
Because that's what human means. That's what the word means.
Which is perfectly, it makes perfect sense, right? Because I've always had issues with this term human rights. It always seemed like a trick to me. And then I read the UN Declaration on Human Rights. It is a trick. Go read Article 29. It'll blow your mind. But that makes perfect sense. And then, you have all this, shall we say, malpractice occurring across the world today.
Yeah.
And people are just like, I don't know what this thing is. I'll just consume it somehow. And but the etymology of the
You talking about the Fauci ouchie?
I'm talking about the vaca.
Yeah.
That's Latin for cow, bro.
Vacanos.
Yeah. So if you say I want my human rights, right? That's your fault for being ignorant. Right. It's your fault.
Yeah.
It's your fault when you walk into a courtroom or into a meeting or into a contract and you are ignorant of terms and what they really mean. That's your fault, right? That's our fault, right? We should be aware of what these things mean.
It is your
Don't
fault.
call me a hue of a man. I'm not a hue of a man. I'm just a man.
Never
so
stand under
you're
the
demanding,
authority
right?
of any admiralty flag. You're not in the ocean.
Right.
You're not
Words.
lost at sea.
Right. Just like we were talking about that word, what was that word again? Adaptation. You see how, you know what I mean? Adaptation, right? When you bring up the word, you have to be aware of what the word means in the context you're using it, and the people that understand it. You get what I'm saying, right? So human.
Oh, I absolutely know what you're saying.
Human rights, right? The rights of cows.
Yeah, they did that with vaca for pertaining to a cow, and they also did that with the wandering stars and said, oh, we are on a wandering star, and they're called planets, and they're just other worlds. They're not just balls of light floating around, right? So they're making all this shit up so that the children are brainwashed and mind warped. Look what they're doing to the children with the freaking critical race theory and showing the pornography at the age of freaking kindergartners. That's wrong.
And it's dinosaurs.
What the hell are they doing?
Worse. Yeah,
exactly. Oh, dinosaurs are really birds today. That's proof of evolution. What the hell are you even smoking on? I don't want nothing to do with that.
The worst.
Well, Owen Benjamin, he's got a real good breakdown on that because he's basically saying because all of the replicas of these alleged skeletons are actually made of crushed chicken bone meal. The whole reason that everyone suddenly mimetically decided at the same time that, oh, wow, chickens actually are just little T-Rexes is that's it.
Meme. Yeah, it got memed. Hey, people were just trolling and it became fact.
Chickenosaurus?
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't that what William Shatner said? He says, we were on this in Hollywood, and it's all make-believe, and we make up this story about how we're traveling through space to encounter strange creatures from another world and, do a sitcom about it. And we come across this thing as an idea called a wormhole, and lo and behold, 3 weeks after we release that episode, it becomes science fact. So science is just pseudoscience now. Science is just science fiction.
Yeah,
science fiction is
thick skull that they're lying to you on every aspect of every part of your life.
Right. So where does that bring us back to? What's the conclusion? Ready? The conclusion is the Bible was always right. So Vlad needs to learn about this. That if they just would have stuck with the Bible, we wouldn't have any of these issues. Proving the Bible is the Word of God. Vlad, do you see how it works?
I think Vlad's heard enough.
Is that instigating enough? Dude's fault.
Yeah, he went to Plato's cave. I don't mean to talk shit.
Leave him alone. Yeah.
Sorry.
I don't want to upset Vlad.
But wait, guys, you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy about Arthur C. Clarke? You guys heard about this guy?
Yeah, okay.
Satellite.
Yeah, he invented the satellite.
Yeah, so I used to be really impressed with him. And actually, he wrote a book called Childhood's End, which perfectly describes the satanic agenda occurring right now. Yep. But I used to be really impressed with his oft repeated quote about advanced technology and magic being indistinguishable.
Yep.
And at the time, being like this stupid materialist, like objective human progress guy, I was like, yeah, those stupid savages would think that my toaster is magical, and that makes me great. But then I realized, after I thought about it more, that what the phrase really means is that when they present some stunning technological feat to you, you should be wary that it is, in fact, a magic trick.
What about the
sorcery?
The Majestic.
Yeah, was that movie with Hugo?
MJ12, the Majestic 12. They're 12 wise men, and they're magi's. They say they're creating technology that resembles magic from tales, like being able to control the weather, like harp and all that kind of stuff that we know exists today.
Aren't our phones or aren't our smart devices? Don't they feel like magic to you sometimes?
Yeah, in fact, the project name for the smartphone when DARPA was creating it was called Project Looking Glass.
There you go.
Hey, really quick,
Mirror.
what's that stuff they add to food that is human cells? It's like Seminex, or what is it called? Anyways, they add it to like a ton of food. Anything pre-boxed or canned or bottled that you buy from a grocery store has human cells in it already.
So we're all.
I need the detox. I need to smoke some more weed or something.
Have you ever noticed that the real food at the supermarkets are along the wall, not in the middle? It's always the poison that's in the middle, categorized and lowest priced, and it's the perishable items that are along the outside. That's where the real food is on the outside of the store, or around the perimeter of the wall of the store.
Which is crazy, right? Because that means, in my view, that God is always at work, turning every aspect of reality into a fractal version of what's true. Because if you think about it, the city itself is the middle of the grocery store, and the ring around the outside of the city is the country.
The one's producing the food. Yep.
Yeah, but it's also like where the actual health and wealth is. But you go to the middle, and you get the facsimile of health and wealth that's actually a trick, and it's actually poison.
Yep.
And it's turning you all into cannibals.
Then everybody sees their favorite rapper or freaking sports athletes or actor promoting a product on a commercial. They're going to go and get that damn product, right? Whether it's State Farm, that's going to, it's a bad deal with State Farm. But anyways, just all of these like actors that were big and then they became spokesperson for companies, and everybody's like, oh, look at this, we ought to get this, we ought to get that. It's
okay. So let me ask you a question.
It's pride.
And soon,
can I ask a question? So, historically, like timeline wise, did Samuel L. Jackson start appearing in Capital One commercials before or after he played the house slave in Django Unchained?
After.
Yeah, that's pretty telling, isn't it?
And that's around the same time that Chappelle walked away from his show. What,
that's
like
crazy.
$57 million contract. He's like, no, fuck it, I'm out. Peace.
One that'll trigger the normies when you tell them that LeBron James had cancer and then he became a cell phone advertiser.
Whoa.
So they go every time they go, oh, what? No, he didn't have cancer. I'm like, yeah, he did. He got cancer from using his phone too much. Now he's selling you the same problem that he had.
They sell you poison and tell you that it's good. Given with the best intentions, help you with your complications. Slowly, while you drip and go insane, you're just a slave until the end of time.
And all you had to do is just read the book.
Yeah. And you never realized you had such an easy soul to steal because you didn't even know you had a soul, because your soul is your mind. This is a war on your mind. And the main front is the earth-shattering one of we live on a continuous plane. We do not live on a sphere floating through space at 93 million miles away from the sun, spinning around while traveling. I don't know how freaking far we're supposed to be traveling. It's asinine to believe these wise-ass scientists that it's all thought experiment. There's no reality to it. There's no possible way that you could do science on a natural phenomenon. Where's the control?
Well,
You cannot have a
you got to
control
get
with a
far
natural
enough away
phenomenon.
from Earth to actually be able to do the experiment.
It's a thought experiment. It's mathematics.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of trace it back to Pythagorean cultism because, you know, he was obsessed with math, right? He thought that numbers were reality, and he also thought spheres were the most perfect shape ever. And
The divine shape.
Yeah, and his students, among them Democritus and Anaxagoras and all this stuff, you know, they were the ones who first, you know, promoted atomism and all this other stuff. So, you know, like, I don't know, it's crazy when you learn, like, how long this debate has been going on.
Yeah.
And how many, like, insane claims have been baked into the cake from the beginning.
Who was by?
Got a message for you. Don't worry. Be happy.
I think it goes all the way back to the moon landings.
Well, you think that
Magic. TV is magic, right? This is the magic that convinced the world was TV, right?
TV is
This
the picture
magic
that has
technology.
given power to move and speak.
Right.
Then it actually
Before
started with
miracles.
Sputnik in 1958, Pac, you know, when they showed that to 150 million Americans.
Well, I'm saying it's the television that took us there. The television took people to the moon, to Mars, to wherever you want to go.
Because people watch the
Imagination.
boob tube and they tell the children everything on there is make believe, but they go, "Oh, look at the news! Oh, it's
Yeah, that's what I mean, like,
real!"
magic, right, versus technology. You know, Arthur C. Clarke, right? Technology that's indistinguishable. I mean, how is this not that? Because this piece of technology is the instrument that caused the whole world to believe in such a crazy story about
Yeah, but I
the
think it goes
reality.
back before that because if you think about it, remember the War of the Worlds with H.G. Wells?
It's a
and the Big
boiling of
Panic?
a frog, guys. It
That
goes
was
back
on radio.
even further than that. It never stops going back. It goes back all the way to the tree with the snake on it.
Well, what I'm talking about is the fight. The fight of flat Earth stopped there. That's when the fight ended, and this new wave of brainwash started washing over the world.
With World War One. Look at the world wars; those were the resets that the internet forgot about. Just FYI, thanks.
Yeah, no, but War of the Worlds, bro. Like that is, as far as I know, like the earliest piece of, you know, alien invasion, like world government as a response literature.
Yeah, but before War of the Worlds, if you listen to what XO just said, think of every propaganda war piece that came out during World War I or World War II. There was always a globe involved. Every single time.
Yeah.
Every single time. Every little newsreel or you know, map, it always showed the globe. Every movie before then, there was war propaganda. Before then, it would show the world spinning. Every single piece of propaganda had a piece of had a globe in it.
Right.
So
let
while
me
you were-
add on top of that, including, but also Admiral Byrd's patch and the Kriegsmarine of the German Navy. They always show a globe. Yeah.
Well, while you were traumatized by the war and all the craziness that's happening, they were flashing the globe, right? Right, the globe. While you were traumatized, globe.
Yeah, and then the
And when you came
globalists
out of it.
The globalists have their little emblem of the globe with a flat Earth map on it.
And we call them
They're looking down at the globe from space or something.
Can we call them what they are? They're globulists, not globalists.
Yeah, they're the Earth globalists.
Well, these are the globalists that AJ was talking about. Oh,
No, I know.
the
We'll
globalists.
call them
United
We'll
Nations.
call them globulists from now on, if you don't mind.
The globulus.
Yeah.
The glob. It sounds like the blob, but the glob. Globs.
Globulus.
Yeah, you guys want to hear something crazy about the ancient Greeks, though? Like, have you guys ever read Plato?
Yes.
I've played with Plato.
Well, it's good.
Plato thinks democracy is stupid because idiots are going to
Plato
vote.
in my time.
No, wait a minute. Bong, that's not what he said, bro.
Well, I don't remember clearly. I forgot. Go ahead.
Okay, so in the Republic, Plato first describes the allegory of the cave, which is exactly what the TV is, or the smartphone, or shadows on the wall, and like any type of magic-induced deception. Like Plato's already said that. Yeah. So like that whole phenomenon has occurred way longer than the TV or anything else. And this guy wrote about it. But then when he's going through the Republic, right, people read it and they think like, oh man, Plato was the original architect of authoritarian communism. Because look, he's saying society has to be controlled, children raised in common, culture restricted to serve the needs of the state, right? And he did say that these are what would be necessary in order for technocracy to succeed. And then the people talking to Socrates in this debate are like, well, wait a minute. Like, doesn't that all not matter if the person in charge of this police force that he was describing was corrupt? Wouldn't he just turn this police force over to evil ends? And then Plato, he did his little troll face and he's like, oh yeah, I forgot to tell you that unless you had a king who was right with the creator and perfectly moral, I think he was talking about Jesus personally.
Hey,
the whole system would completely collapse. And so instead of arguing about politics, you really just got to pray more and you got to learn your spiritual discernment. And that's actually the moral of the story of Plato's Republic. It's a crazy book, dude. You got to read that shit.
I'm going to read it again. Yeah, I'll read it. I'll have another. Tried reading it when I was 19 and got bored or something like that. And then And that's another thing, young people aren't taught to mind what matters, finance, taxes, government, Plato, whatever. I don't like people. Young people are encouraged to what?
Play Fortnite, bro.
Yeah.
And you said it so
Smoke vape.
perfectly. Mind what matters. Mind is what matters. Don't let your mind get taken over.
What the young people are encouraged to do is to get in debt through indoctrination. Go to college.
Yeah, college.
Wow, I took it out of my mouth.
You know what's crazy though? And here's another testimony I'm going to give to God, because my girlfriend I've been with for 10 years, she got totally scammed by the higher education system. She's in like 80 grand of debt. But for some like really weird reason, these creditors have these like weird payment plans where if you show no income, you can basically have $0 as your minimum payment. And so what that means is basically we've had to like reconfigure our life where I go out and make money and she stays home and tends to the home.
So you
and it's
become
like
trad.
Well, yeah, I mean, basically, it worked out perfectly.
Dude, my brother was doing the same exact thing, except he was just playing computer games, unfortunately. And
Nah,
then
man,
they also get you where if you keep going back to school, oh, you could defer your loans. Don't worry. Just incur more debt. Just go back to school.
Yeah, what did she study for? How come she couldn't work to pay off the loan? I mean,
oh, well, I guess because of her upbringing, she thought that a degree in political science would be of some value.
Baloney.
Yeah, I mean, if I'd have known her at the time, I'd have been like, no way am I going to recommend or condone this, you know, but it was before my time. So
with that, I bid you all adieu. I have to go to bed.
Adieu.
Good night. Deuce.
Good night.
Good night, person.
Good night, other person.
Later, Mon.
Dude, that's so crazy though. I want to touch on this topic also. Like when I was younger, I wasted probably 10,000 hours playing video games. And like it hurt my soul to the point where at the age of like 23, I vowed never to pick it up again. And it was just like an instantaneous improvement in life. But I work with all these guys right now who are like edging up to 40, got no girlfriend, they don't own anything, but they're just like, well, as long as I can play Star Wars Galaxies, like my life is great. And I'm just like, bro.
Freaking millennials giving me a bad name.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Yeah, those are the 80s babies, right?
Yeah, 80s through mid 90s. Yeah.
Probably Ritalin victims.
Well, bro, don't game bash, guy. What the fuck, man? Like, why can I hear this shit? Well, what is this guy?
Are you making fun of me, Josh? Are you calling me a victim? I'm not a
Improve my
victim,
life.
Possibly. I might have been one of those victims as well.
I love games.
You know,
Yeah. You guys are the worst.
There must be something wrong with you. You keep falling asleep in class because it's fucking boring, man.
No, those people, you know, you're talking about in their 40s, early 40s, you know, late 30s, the millennials. They grew up in while the computer, you know, was coming out, you know, so they kind of they're kind of boomers. They're kind of like boomers in a sense. If they didn't keep up, they may as well be boomers, you know, like or the one.
There you go. But I'm not a boomer. I know electronics better than most people.
Right. But the new generation, right, that was born into this, you know, this whole the internet and YouTube and social media, that's a different kind of generation. Like we got to get to know them, you know.
Yeah,
so
they're not that smart.
'cause they're different. They have different. They're different. They have resources everywhere. So
Yeah,
I don't know what that's like growing up around that.
I know the difference between a DVD and a VHS. Okay, I'm not a boomer.
Right. Hey, me and you. Yeah, I'm saying. Yeah, we're the same. We're the same. I was 11 when computers came out. When it was introduced, our school was in. I was in LA, and yeah, I was like, "What's this?"
Bro.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time on video games too. Like I've spent probably like 4,000 on just one, and I still play it. I spent probably like easily over 10,000 just hours on video games, and I agree that they're mostly like useless and a waste of time overall. But the game that I play it on LAN, and it's like a competitive game, and I've learned so much. Super Smash Brothers Melee.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've learned so much from playing that game. Like it's crazy. Like I can literally coach any athlete about like the highest level of competing and competition because I know so much about like the mentality of competing and all that stuff. And I've learned all of it from just playing video games. So I think they can be useful, but for the most part, if you're playing like an RPG game where you level up and you do all this shit, like the game I play, there's no leveling up. It's just you just go in, yeah. Who's actually better?
But there's an intrinsic limitation there, though, right? Because we people are not merely mind, right? And so, you know, where sports are kind of preferable to that is that at the same time that you're honing that cutting edge focus and like self mastery, you're also just improving the machinery of your body.
Your fingers.
At least you didn't say you people. You said we
Eye-hand coordination, buddy. It's not
I know
just
I said
you.
we people.
Can anybody hear me? Am I muted or what?
No,
No, we hear you.
Okay, so listen. When you're playing games, right? There's eye-hand coordination. There's a physical aspect to it, right? You're not just practicing your mind. You know, let's say I played StarCraft 2 for a very long time, or StarCraft 1, and then went to StarCraft 2. And I'm talking about years, like 20 years, or over 20, ever since StarCraft 1 came out, I'm talking about. And that's a competitive game, right? And you're going to tell me, like, that's all mental? No, you have to, if you're not moving your hands at a certain rate of speed, called actions per minute, if you're not going up to like 300 actions per minute, you ain't shit. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, that's muscle memory, right? That's muscle memory.
Well, so is all sports. So is all sports.
Right.
Okay, but if you can wrestle, you can also wrangle cattle. I don't see what else you can do from the StarCraft.
But the most important thing I think though that I've learned is that
I can wrangle
it doesn't matter.
too,
Like
so it doesn't matter.
your skill literally does not matter. Like it doesn't, like when I play, there's people who are better than me and I can beat them. It's like the skill and what you're actually doing is not actually the most important thing. The most important thing is your ability to deal.
Not in StarCraft. Listen, StarCraft is a specific.
Let him finish, man. Hold on. Wait. I'm at the edge of my seat here, Vlad.
Oh my God! You have to get you. Wow, this is some kind of
the most important thing.
No, he said it's not skill. It's something else. That's why I want to hear. And you cut him off. Go ahead.
The most important
what
thing
is it? Yeah.
is dealing with all the pressure and the fear and all this shit, because like it doesn't matter how good you are. If you go in and you're mentally not capable of handling like what's going on, and you're gonna crumble under the pressure, you will not. You won't win, even if you're better than the person you're playing. Like I've literally lost people. Right. I've lost people who are literally dog shit at this game I play because I didn't like back when I didn't know what was going on. My mentality was so garbage that I would literally just crumble because there's so much fear when you go into like a match where it's like you're literally afraid of winning and you're afraid of losing. Like you're like, well, anyways, but there's a lot of
anxiety.
You should be an air traffic controller.
That's really true with golf too, because a lot of the caddies are way better than the person they're helping. It's crazy how much some of them can't even deal with any of it, so they just caddy instead of actually playing.
Exactly. It's in like every sport. There's people who are really good, but they can't handle the pressure and they can't compete. The competing and being able to compete is one of the most important things. Like being able to just be fearless in the face of like all this pressure. It's like I mean, it's literally like the only way I could describe it is like walking on water. Like literally, it's like when you're like actually doing some crazy shit, like fast pace, and you have zero fear. It's one of the best feelings. Like it's crazy. Like yeah, and like people. Yeah, it's fucking. It feels so awesome. It's crazy,
dude. Actually, that's a really good point, and I didn't consider that. I was kind of relating my experience where I didn't have that with video games, but no, that makes total sense. And like that could be the creator like giving you gifts through a.
No, everyone has it. Everyone has it. But like you said, the fear, right, and the anxiety and all those things block the you going into the zone. So, the next time you're in the zone, right? And it happens, try to remember how it happened. You know what triggered this flow. You know where you just unstop. You know that moment when you feel, you know, what's going. You know you're just doing it, right? So I think it's just do it. I know it sounds trolly Nike, just do it, but that's true.
It's
micromanaging.
It's pretty deep. Like there was one moment where everything just switched for me, because I used to be really bad at like competing and everything, and then I became like a fucking monster, and like literally, like I literally just farm people, and like like I could literally take any pressure like in the world. It's crazy, but what changed for me was realizing like when you're playing like in tournament, right? Like it'll be 1v1 and there's like fast paced shit going on and you're dealing with all this pressure and all this shit. Like what you're dealing with is fear, which is trying to come in and literally corrupt like what you are and like make you like it's basically like
actually
Oh, what's up?
It's distracting. It's distracting your focus.
But what I realized was like that, whatever that is what causes like all the problems in fucking humanity, is people like being afraid and being like who they are actually gets shut down by fear. So once I realized that, I was like, oh, this is all like trials against me, like all this shit where I'm like feeling pressure and all this stuff. It's like that's all bullshit. Like I'm better than that. Like I'm a representative of humanity in this situation. I don't need to succumb to fear. Like I'm like representing all of us when I face like anything that's.
That sounds kind of collectivist to me. I would say maybe like God is trying to let you shine. But wait, the lady has been trying to say something for a while, and maybe we should hear what she has to say.
I think she's just hot micing.
Oh no! Hey, yeah,
Go
which
ahead.
one? There's two ladies. Which one? Hi.
Either or. Hello. Yeah.
Yeah, no. I can barely speak right now, so.
Throw in if you want to throw in, yeah. Oh, we thought you had something.
The other lady. It's the other lady.
I thought you wanted to say
Well,
something about topic.
Like,
Yeah, I did want to ask. I did want to ask a question. What I got from that conversation really was, how did you walk on water? Because you said it felt like walking on water, and I'm just like, dang.
It's because there's a lot of stuff you can feel it. You can feel it trying to get to you, and you just are. You're just not letting it fuck with you. Exactly.
Yeah, you're above it. Yeah.
You can feel it. Like it feels good. You're like, I don't know. There's like no. I don't think there's enough. Like, okay, if you take like John Jones for example, he's like a champion MMA
Jim
fighter.
Jones?
Who?
No,
Jim
John
Jones?
John Jones.
Okay,
The
so
fighter.
there's no Kool-Aid?
No Kool-Aid. You're talking about the MMA fighter. Go ahead.
He does the same thing where it's like he's undefeated, and I heard him on a podcast say that he wants to risk it all with his last few fights. Like he's literally he faces unbelievable pressure, and it's like he just doesn't give a shit. That's why he's so good. That's why he beats everybody. And it's like the only way you could really describe that feeling of like what he's doing, it's like walking on water. Like you're just above all the pressure and all the bullshit. And like essentially the only way to get to that, the way I got to it, like you really just have to get over the fear of death. And once you don't fear death, you don't fear the outcome of contests. Like down here, like you don't feel the outcome of any contest at all. So you don't care. Like I don't know. Yeah.
Yep. That's exactly
right
what.
on,
Yeah, that's exactly what. I watch a lot of interviews with music producers, and they ask these questions. How do you get around beat block? You know, when you're not like, how do you? Because a lot of producers have the problem of making something they like, and that was the answer. That was always the answer. Is what the main thing is that works is that they said was like stop thinking. You know what I mean? So it's the same idea. What's it? The Tao Te, the way. You know that book, the way. You know, it's these. It's the same ideas from the Tao Te Ching. Yeah, and it's awesome. I think everyone has it, and all these lies that we are told confuses us. You know, we don't think about things because we're confused about them, or we think, oh, I'm not worthy to think about that. That's that expert's job, Like, all these lies and these things stop your potential from, you feeling like you should feel and performing like you should perform. You know what I mean? Like it's
yeah.
No, I got you, bro. I just need to make a minor correction. You said we all have it. I'm pretty sure we all agreed earlier that those filthy, savage cannibals.
Everyone animals have it. All animals have.
No, I didn't.
We have it, yeah, and all animals have it too. Yeah.
How many times have you read The Art of War, Punk?
Oh, I have it on MP3 and video, and I fall asleep to it. A couple years. Yeah, it's a good book. Everyone should read it. I was thinking of making an album.
All good generals should study that book.
Right. I think we should make that. I had the idea to call an album "The Art of War" for us, and then maybe present the art of war as a mandatory. Like, just go through these principles and remember them and what they are. We're at war. You know what I mean?
What about the?
Yeah, it's strategy. The way of strategy that Musashi talks about in his book, which is one of the craziest books. Like, he just breaks down like the way of strategy at the most fundamental levels. It's fucking freaky.
There's that one forbidden book that we should never speak about as well.
What about the protocols?
No.
What, the Bible? What, the Bible?
No.
I feel like that's the book everybody don't want to speak about.
Something about the levels of power.
Oh no! See that book? That is from Niccolo Machiavelli's *The Prince*, and some other Machiavellian, writers of the day. He just put them all together. Right?
Is that Robert Greene?
Well, that's Power and Mastery. I'm talking
Robert
about
Greene. Right.
the
48 Laws of Power. Yeah.
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 Dude, there were
Robert
some
Greene.
whack laws in that book, dude. I put it down, man. He was talking some bullshit in there.
I mean, if you're an evil person, and that's, it works, but it doesn't.
It creates megalomaniacs. That's why we should never talk about it.
Right.
Now, however, that protocol one, I kind of want to get down to brass tacks about that and dissect it and expose it for the world to see and hear.
What is it called?
Protocols of Zion. Expose it for what it is.
Yeah, so the interesting thing about that book is I
haven't read it.
Okay, so it's a book that was released in Russia in 1910 or sometime thereabouts. And it basically described a NWO-like conspiracy that was being enacted on the world by, a certain tribe and religion. And, scholars have said, oh, it's debunked, it's an anachronism, doesn't make any sense given its developmental history and all that stuff. And, those claims are a moot point to me, because what's interesting is that everything that's in that book is, in fact, a currently operational tool of control. And maybe, the book is fictional because it describes it to the wrong group. Maybe not. That debate's also interesting. But the fact is, if you want the most accurate description, or one of the most accurate descriptions of how it is that this black magic art of evil persuasion is affected at the scales that we see it today, that book's got a lot of answers. So definitely read it if you never read it before. Yeah. Don't necessarily take it as the Sherlock Holmes secret clue as to who you should hate, but focus on the tactics and then discern in your life who's using those tactics on you. And you might come to the same conclusion as the authors, but the point is the tactics are evil, and the tactics need to be recognized. And so for that reason alone, it should be widespread regardless of whether or not it breeds hate, it's hate speech. Who gives a shit? Are they spitting facts, or are they just talking nonsense? Well, it turns out it's the former. And so, yeah, definitely give that little piece a read.
What about how Manly P. Hall said he used to summon a familiar spirit, a demon spirit, and it was known as the Yoda, the demon spirit, the familiar spirit.
The Yoda.
And who was friends and studied under Mr. AC himself. And
George Lucas?
No.
Aleister Crowley, bro.
Yeah, AC.
Yeah. Who studied? Yeah, that's what I mean. The guy that wrote Star Wars studied under him.
No,
P.
Jack
Manley Hall.
Parsons. Manley Hall.
Oh, Jack Parsons. Yeah.
L. Ron
Yes,
Hubbard.
yeah. The JPL.
Yeah, but
Rocket,
they were
Rocket,
all they were all in league with each other, and
Yeah.
I believe Mr. AC said
Sex
he
Magic,
doubted-
right?
Yeah, but that's Thelmaism.
Yeah.
I believe it was Mr. AC himself that said if he were to put on all the medals, all the diadems he had received, all the chaplets he had received from Freemasonry, it would cause an elephant to stumble. He was the most highly decorated out of all of them, like even higher decorated than Manly P. Hall, which was known as the philosopher of the age.
Well, I've always thought of
Because
Aleister Crowley
he was
as
able to do spooky things. He was the
Right,
most
well-
ablest person, the beast.
Well, he did things and experienced things. Where Manly P. Hall is more like a historian. That's in the know. That's how I listen to Manly P. Hall. But Aleister Crowley, I mean, I don't know how much is true, what people write about him, but some of the things he's done, communing with spirits. It's where we get the picture of a gray alien.
Yep. He says today they
That's
call
a
it
big influence.
and demons, and tomorrow
Yeah.
they'll call it something else.
Right. Aleister Crowley also has influenced a lot of the musicians' music, right? Like during that time, the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s especially. The Beatles, all those guys, during that, what do you call it? Psychedelic.
Oh, get this.
Peace on Earth.
Sergeant Pepper.
Right.
Sergeant Pepper.
Yeah. That's like, man, the whole music
That's why
industry.
That's why Michael Jackson wears that jacket that he does with the things on his shoulder.
Yeah.
Have y'all ever seen the silent movie Metropolis?
I gotta watch that. It's been on my list for a long time, but I ain't seen it yet.
That the one with the robot chick?
Yeah, all the people in the music industry mimic that
They have
video.
Oh yeah, we gotta watch it. Then we can make some music videos like in that style. Some scary ass truth reading. That's where Beyonce gets her outfit, designs from, right? Custom designs. The Queen Bee, you guys seen that when she dressed up like that robot? The hive mind.
And they will all be of one mind.
Yeah, I mean I think that's like, maybe it's not like the main issue, but once you disabuse yourself of that notion that you are part of any such a thing, first of all, you can like sort fact from fiction way easier, but also like you just become more empowered, And that's why you got guys like Mr. Sickle, which is the Italian translation of the name Fauci, by the way.
Wow. The harvester.
He's the White Horseman.
Yeah, dude.
The White Horse Rider.
Well, anyway, so, he says, like, an attack on me is an attack on science. And then you got all the Reddit guys who are like, we all agree with science. Science says, therefore I say. It's like, guys, what are you even gaining from this shit? It's crazy.
What an arrogant guy. Even if I was a Glober friggin' virus believer, I'd be like, what an arrogant guy. Like, he thinks he's just going to take credit for all this? Like,
well, an attack on me and anything I say is an attack on all of Texas. And you guys know better to mess with Texas.
An attack on me just makes you an asshole.
I can't be attacked.
I'll back you up, Hank. And so, okay, cool.
I'm always attacking science. So
you can destroy my body. You can't attack me.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of weak, right? Like an attack on me is an attack on science. It's like, well, cool. Keep attacking it.
Yeah, except for Fauci, you're not a scientist, and you have no medical degree. So, what are you an expert in? Virology? Oh,
He's an expert in killing gay guys.
Virusology.
Isn't he part of that government that was outlawed by the Geneva Convention, the Biological Warfare Department?
I don't know about all that, but I do know that he helped develop and promulgate the AIDS treatment drug called AZT, which killed a bunch of gay guys.
Yeah, but didn't one of those cocktails in the drug, wasn't it part of like a cancer treatment, chemotherapy, and they took it off the market because it was killing patients?
Yes.
And then they put it on the market for the AIDS cocktail?
Yeah.
And then Magic Johnson, who never took that cocktail, all of a sudden miraculously doesn't have it.
Yeah.
I don't think he ever had it to begin with. I think that was a lie, just like they're lying to the children about the nature of reality. They're telling them, it's a globe, and these are the Freemasons that built the school and the curriculum, right? These are Freemasons, these scholars. Now, the Freemasons believe the world is flat. They know it's flat.
Yeah. I don't know.
They're teaching children that it's round. Why are they deceiving?
I don't think all of them know, especially the lower, tier degree.
You mean before they become apostate?
Well, because it's unnecessary weight that they shouldn't be lugging around anyway. It's not. They don't need to know basis, and they don't need to know. You know what I mean?
So you remember 1984 when he was talking to the journalist, and the journalist was like, "Look, don't you think our mathematicians are smart enough to have dual cosmologies, one for the the people, right, and then one for the higher ups?"
Yeah, and one for the actual, right?
I don't think this business about the law was well explained. I mean, we have two realms. You've got the public realm where statutes and acts apply. You've got the private realm where universal law applies. So that one is the dead. The public realm is the legal fiction. All those people are corporations. And in the other one, the private realm, they're all man or woman. And man and woman cannot talk to the dead. So man and woman can never go into a public court and get any satisfaction because they don't understand one another.
Yeah. Speak the language.
So for example, if you get confronted by a policeman and he says you've got to do such and such, you invoke equity and ask him, if necessary, 3 times, are we in agreement? You use this is the important part, use the 2-witness principle, because you cannot witness your own matter. So you say, am I not a man? In my case. If he doesn't reply, you ask again. And if he still doesn't reply, you ask a 3rd time, after which you can reply for him under the rules of equity. And then you ask him, is this authority you have act or legislation or something like that? And he'll say, yes, it's an act. And then you ask him, how does an act apply to a man? Because we are in agreement that I'm a man. And he'll go away and find out that it doesn't apply, and he'll say, we're free to go.
The world is a stage.
Betcha.
The Globe Theater, bro.
That 2-witness principle, that is important to remember.
What did you call the other? The other.
Hold on, I got a question. I would ask the question. This may work in an educated society where the police have been to legal school for 3 years. It may work, right? But it definitely doesn't work in France. Is that right?
It will work in court, but you mustn't allow them to join your name to your physical person. So you have to say, well, if your name is Claude, you say, well, I'm not the name, but I can represent the name. Very likely under duress. But I am a man. And that means that the judge would have to go into his chambers and change uniform and come back out and deal with you as in a completely different jurisdiction. But you know, we don't learn all this shit. It's amazing how dumb we are.
But Hank is saying not all police officers, right, might react that way. So that it depends on the police officer, right?
Most of them won't, and that's why you'll end up in court.
And then it'll work there. You're saying Go ahead.
Give me just a second, Bob. You're putting the officer on notice that you're a man, and then when you do nothing but attempt to stand on your rights as a man, then you enter the court. The only thing I would change from what you said is I wouldn't speak in court. I would put everything in writing. And if they asked you a question, I would say, I'll require 5 minutes of recess so that I might answer the court in writing. Would you disagree with that?
You know, I'm new in this game, and I'm just amazed how, I think you mentioned how complicated things are with the legal system, and it certainly is. But yeah, you could go. It depends when you get into court. I mean, it's a nightmare. You know, they speak a different language, and things happen very quickly. And if you aren't really prepared, you go down.
Don't they call it the comedy of legal fiction?
Yeah, they probably do. And these are the creatures of statute.
Yep.
They're dead. So, yeah.
The power of the court is the fasce.
Yep.
Meaning it can bind you, can force you to work, bind you together to conform you to society, or it can execute you with the axe. It's the fasce.
Yep. So you have to do a lot of role playing to know and prepare your mind if you were to get into a tricky situation with these public officers. And you've got to be very careful what you say and how you say things, because the most important thing is you always speak with respect. You almost must stay in honor, and you must always be the creditor. The creditor always asks questions, never make a claim, never make a statement, never testify. Just keep on asking questions. If you get a question from them, you ask a question back. And that's the only way you can keep away from getting caught into their little web.
What's crazy about that too, though, is like, I don't know if what you're saying is true as far as like how it could be applied in a legal situation. I have an intuition that it is true, but it's also true when basically trying not to lie in general, you know, like in this topic of the flat earth, knowing when not to make a claim is crucial, right? Like making claims, I don't know, like, is that the big trick that's occurred? Is we've just been like encouraged from youth to make claims constantly?
If you make a claim, the burden of proof lies on you. So if you've got scientific proof that can be reproduced, I mean, that's a claim that you can use. But you really got to know your stuff.
Let's say that you have an encounter with a police officer, right? And he confiscates your car, right? You can make a claim, right, that Bob Smith, right, not Officer Smith, but Bob Smith did a taking and carrying away with my property, see Exhibit A. And then there's the picture of your car. Now, if you got the video to back this up,
It's not
Right.
your car. Once you've registered, you've given the car back.
Oh, but the
Yeah,
thing
I said-
is,
I said property.
the thing is they consider the road the water, so they're pirates.
Yeah, well, all you get with a car after you register it is use and possession. You don't get ownership. You see, there's legal title and there's equity.
So,
I mean,
what if I have a car that I haven't registered, that I never took up to the tax place?
well, then you own it. If you got a bill of sale, and you can show, well, I bought this. Now,
I've seen a guy who he drives without a license, and he got pulled over, and he basically fought them, saying that under the Constitution we have the right to travel, and driving is a commercial term.
Yep.
So yeah, and he fought them for like 4 years and won. So yeah, he basically can just drive without a license.
Nope, incorrect. You can travel without a license. Driving
Right,
is a commercial
exactly,
term.
bro.
So he never
Yeah.
did drive. He never did. That's how easy it is to lose in court. You say the wrong word like that.
Yeah.
it's all about the words.
Words are magic, in case you didn't know.
Yeah, they are.
Legally binding. And on top of that, do you have your true birth certificate of live birth? Certificate of live birth, not your birth record? You can tell because
here-
one will be your proper name. That proves that you are a true natural person and not a fictitious entity created by a corporation or government to use to trade or for labor.
To monetize, yes.
Where would
Well,
one procure such a document?
You try to find a site that will get you certificate of live birth.
The way it works is this,
Nothing in all capitals.
The way it works is this. I don't think that all caps is that. That's a word art that they use, and they own that, right? So your birth certificate, legal fiction, you don't own that document. That document belongs to the government. Now,
Yeah, but it's those
the document was written, was created when your mother informed the government of your birth and exchanged made you a bonded surety to a bankrupt franchise in exchange for benefits and privileges. So that's a bond. That birth certificate is a bond. The document you want is the one that is done by your mother.
The one that shows you're bonded, yeah. That's certificate of live birth, and I have one. I have the original.
That's a valuable document because if you end up in court and you can show you're a living man and woman, the laws, statutes, and acts don't apply to you.
Especially maritime, because we're not on the ocean.
Exactly.
And I do not stand under the authority of this Black Pope judge, this Saturnian courtroom that's a cube in the black robe.
The problem we've got is this. Obviously, there's been fraud committed. And I thought they've been really clever. But you can't fight these people. They got all the guns.
No, we got guns too, man. See, in the United States, it's a little bit different because all of our lawyers are part of the British Admiralty, whatever it is, the bar exam. Yeah. I thought we lived in the United States of America, not in British anything. But then again, they're let you know what the tax is all about.
That's if you think that we won the revolution, right?
Yeah.
But did the king write the charter? I'm sorry, did the king write the what's it called, the charter? After the war?
I don't know. I know that George Washington came forward and said, "Do not think that I have separated us from Britain, but I just made us an entity under the British Crown that is separate but still has an allegiance to the British Crown. And something happened in what, 1812 or whatever it was, where the War of 1812 and the British came down and burnt down the White House because the president that was in charge at that time was not part of the royal family or the order. And that was the only president. I can't remember his name. Everybody says, well,
Was it
Trump,
the
Trump.
Dutchman?
I can't remember the thing, but it was around the War of 1812 because he decided to something about the tax. Because 10%.
Was it Martin Van Buren?
It might have been. I'm not sure. I know there was, I think 20% of our GDP goes right off the top straight to the British Crown.
Yeah, he lost the country but kept the money system.
Yep. We're the only country that kept the measurement system as well. Everybody else went to that French method.
Well, wasn't he also King of France? George, he was King of France, King of England, and Lector of some other place. I mean, powerful guy.
I don't know. But the other thing is, too, is George Washington was not the first president. He was the 10th. So this makes Biden the 56th, not the 46th.
So, do we accept Biden as our president? Or do we say that, there is no president of the United States? The United States is ended.
Well, this is for the purposes of censorship. I'm just going to say there's major discrepancies to where it made it to where the count of the competition is not measurable and not able to be audited correctly. So that means it needs to be decertified and a new contest to be ran, this time with everything exposed. And then do like the Queen of England instituted, to where photo ID required with every ballot.
That's racist. I just want to say it was James Madison who was the president during the War of 1812.
Hold on, what race are Mexicans?
They are people of color. Doesn't matter what color it is.
They're not a fucking race. They're a country.
No, I get it, bro.
I gotta say, I look at the Mexicans and they don't look that much different from us, right?
No,
they look
don't.
like white people with a good tan. And
they speak Spanish instead of English. Hey,
I could see a Native American saying the same thing, and I could see a black person saying the same thing about the Mexicans.
Yeah.
Because we're not really all that different. I mean, okay, there are differences, right?
They're short as fuck, bro.
Not all
well,
of
that's
them.
because socialism took control over there. They are. You want to see what socialism does? Look at Mexico.
Oh, you think it's a diet? That makes sense.
I mean, not all Mexicans are short,
Well, I know, but I'm just saying on average.
Right. But when I look at Mexicans, they look like, me. And I'm a tall, Northern European looking fella with a little bit of Dutch and Scandinavian heritage. And, I don't see them as that different because I grew up with them, right? I grew up with them, worked with them, didn't live with them, but lived next to them, right? I could hear their parties, I could hear their music, right? And they don't really seem that different from me. Now, I guess there are some differences, like height, right, and their hair color. But other than that, their skin isn't really that different than mine. Some of them are dark, right, but some Americans are dark, right?
Well, they are in America as well. See what I mean? It's an imaginary line. Is the difference. The what we speak is the difference, and the culture and traditions is the difference. Right? That's the difference. We're even Canada. We're American. All of us, even in South America, even in Venezuela.
I was just gonna say that. I talked to this Canadian guy. I said, "Hey, we're all Americans." He goes, "No, we're Canadians." And I go, "Oh, well, what's the proper term that you call a black person in Canada?" And he goes, "Well, white people are, no one writes Caucasian." And then I got him to say, "All right, yeah, it's African American. What's your point?" And I say, "Yeah, it's just American."
No, it's African Canadian.
Yeah, I know. He didn't say that, but I knew he wanted to. It's so good.
Yeah, but for real, like, I don't know. I was arguing with Crypto about this a couple of days ago. The whole concept of race is just a fraud in general. Like
exactly.
It's a term
That's why they called it scientific racism, right? They tried to like bolster it up by using the word scientific.
Systemic, like political system.
I think it's meant to destroy your culture more than anything. Because if you're like, it's like America was a melting pot. Well, we don't really know what our history was. Because
I'm going to say racism is anti-American. Being racist is anti-American.
Yeah, it's like you're American, you're white. Separate yourself from what what your family used to be, what your culture was. You're this now. You just mix everything together.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these like contemporary leftists are always whining about erasure, and it's like my grandpa was Finnish.
That's because they lost the Civil War.
Well, right, but I'm just saying,
they had
like,
to give up their slaves.
My grandpa was Finnish, and he had the Finnish language beaten out of his lineage. And so now all of his progeny have no idea about anything about Finland. And I'm sure that's true for a lot of Germans and Irishmen, less so the Italians, maybe. But in general, what happens when you start interacting with the beast we got here is you become Americanized, Like, I used to date this Chinese girl, and her whole outlook on life was completely different than that of her parents. And not just in like a generational, the young hate the old type of way. It was like they still had candles and an altar and like little statues of their gods and stuff. And she wanted to be like a hip hop dancer in an Rihanna video. Because she got Americanized,
Yeah, it's true. Actually, my grandpa, he immigrated from France, spoke French fluently, but didn't teach his children French, and was completely Americanized. When really I could be speaking fluent French right now if he had just taught his children about his culture and, French, really, And I don't know really much about that side of the family because, well, it was shunned, honestly. It was weird.
Yeah. And so, like, the current complaints that the politically minded have about, the way the world is, supremacy this and racism that, it's like everybody's been on this merry-go-round. Like, you happen to be at that spot on the merry-go-round when Twitter was invented, and your complaints are no more justified than anyone else's. So why don't you, like, stick to explaining, what the immorality is, what the wrongdoing is, instead of, like, pretending like you've been singled out. Like, that never happened.
I think when it comes to this race business, I'm Norwegian born, but I took my children when they were young to Norway to learn to speak Norwegian and to soak up the culture and get Norwegian citizenship. And now, it's a whole different understanding they have. And I don't think there's any other way to achieve that.
Totally, man. Hey, you ever read Knut Hamsun?
So which one?
Knut Hamsun?
Hamsun?
Yeah, Knut Hamsun. He wrote Growth of the Soil. He wrote Hunger.
Yeah.
You read this guy?
One of the first, one of the famous Norwegian authors. But what did you say his first name was?
I mean, I'm sure I'm butchering it. Knut.
Yeah, Knut.
Wait, really? You pronounce it K?
Yeah, you bet. We don't have you don't have C in Norwegian. That they don't use C. They use K, and it's Knut, like King Canute.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm glad I learned that, man.
Yeah. So it's he wrote one which is very interesting, which is called The Enemy of Society. I think it is a translation, and which would fit in very nicely today with today's flat earthers, because they're going to be considered the enemy of society.
For sure, man. I don't know if you guys have been checking out Flatzoid's YouTube channel lately.
No, he's a blast. He really is fantastic. I just caught up on that auto leveling optics that they're working on at present.
Yeah, he's great, man. Like, actually provides demonstrations instead of relying on Arabic squiggles on pieces of paper. Yeah. But anyway, so recently him and this other dude have been in like a back and forth, and like, I get it. There's hot rhetoric on both sides, but when people start claiming like you're abusing your children for teaching them things that can be observed and verified instead of teaching them things that cannot be observed and verified, it's like, man, enemy of society indeed. And maybe that's why, like, thinking of things in terms of society in general is actually a really silly and unproductive thing to do. It kind of begs the question of socialism. As soon as you start invoking society and what it does and how we should be interacting with it, like, you're already just pre-assuming that there's such a thing as the collective will of the people. And when's that ever been demonstrated? That's just an abstraction, Well,
it's come as a very big surprise to me that people I've known for 40 years, I didn't even know them. Because when it came to this 9/11 business, and they can't see. They just want to believe. So you can really reduce your social circle quickly this way.
Yeah, but it's liberating though, like, I've definitely created a lot of bad blood by backtracking from, shall we say, the society paradigm. But when I re-engage with the people that I've, formerly made very upset, they just become way more honest to me and like actually start asking for my opinion, which I didn't expect at all. Right.
I'm having the same result. I'm getting a lot of respect. They don't like me, but they're getting a lot of respect. I got a feeling that they're in a trance, and that trance gets a crack in it now and then, and they realize that, oh, I'm in a trance. So, yeah.
That's a good way to put it. I used to be in a group chat with like 40 like people, and I would just say crazy shit. And well, crazy, but it's true. And at first they would all just dismiss me and be like, "Oh, this is crazy," blah blah. But eventually, like, it gets to the point to when you start to say things, they all just like listen. Like everyone just is like, "Oh shit," because you can. It's hard, but you can break the trance. It just takes work, and then once you do, they're super like respecting of what you have to say, because they know like, oh shit, he's probably right about this. Like that feeling is really good. Like,
yeah, I think it might even be more primordial than being correct, right? Because it's like if you consistently maintain a position of honesty, even if people get mad at you, they subconsciously begin to understand that because you're always honest, regardless of the social consequences, that you are the type of person that they can then themselves be honest with.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I think that was a really good way of putting it too.
Just wear a white lab coat, guys. Everything will be fine if you wear a white lab coat.
You know what's crazy about white work clothes in general? It's like they symbolize that a person isn't actually like doing any work or like interacting with matter at all.
Yeah,
and
that's
so
a good point.
yeah, no, when
White-
someone's go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, white also symbolizes innocence and purity, which is totally the opposite of what these white lab coats are doing.
My painter wears white clothes.
Yeah, but are they spotless?
Never.
Yeah, exactly. So he's not actually wearing white clothes, he's wearing polka dots, bro.
Party.
Didn't Al Capone wear white shoes?
Dude,
the guy.
that's yeah,
And
man.
what about the Black Hand in Godfather? He was in white clothing, white suit.
About white, it's hard to clean, and it gets dirty easy.
I don't get my hands dirty, therefore I'm above everybody else.
Exactly, man. Well, Mike, to get back
I get my
to
hands,
I
I get
learned
my
a long
hands
time-
dirty, so I wear black. Sorry, Hank, go ahead.
That's all right, bro. I learned a long time ago that as soon as you see someone demonizing someone else, that is like the first stage of war. And I'm seeing like a lot of people saying that, white people are racist and black people can't be racist and stuff like that. And they're literally saying that we're like demons, which is like literally demonizing us. And I just want to know, like, at what point does a person know they're at war? Like right now, do you think Syria knows they're at war? Well, yeah, they got bombs coming down, right? Well, what about Iran? Like nobody's like bombing Iran, but they've had, some of their public officials assassinated. Or how about Venezuela, right? They haven't had any of their public officials assassinated that I'm aware of. But Venezuela definitely knows they're at war, right? All the heavy sanctions and stuff. But at what point will the white guy realized that not only is the people waging war against him, but it's also against the whole society, including like the Bill of Rights, right? Because I can't imagine a person, a human, a man or a woman, child or whatever, like waging war and saying, I don't have the right to freedom of speech. But I can imagine them getting tricked into, you don't have the right to freedom of speech. And I think that's what's going on at the colleges. So when are people going to like call it like it actually is and announce that someone's actually waging war against us right now?
Well, I'm going to be all hippy dippy on you right now, Hank, but I'm just going to tell you straight up that you know that you're at war when you're in a war with somebody. I know it's like tautological also, but basically you can always choose not to go to war.
I think it's a lot deeper than that, because that whole like white, black, whatever, that's just one piece of strategy in this giant game. Like there's so much strategy like against us. Like Globe Earth is strategy, and it's like it's just so it's so deep and vast.
They've kept it in secret for thousands of years.
Yeah, it's like ridiculous, but
the question you have to ask is who is divided and who is conquered? Like, what does that shit even mean?
The people
I think it's
on
like
the left and the right?
It's pretty simple. I think it just comes down to, like, it's extremely simple. It comes down to comedy. And essentially it's like, okay, with Dave Chappelle, when he's like, why are they always trying to put black men in a dress? And it's like, because it's funny for men to be in a dress. Like, it's literally, it's silly. It's ridiculous. And it's like, oh, you see this trans movement? They're trying to, like, the whole point of all this shit is to make you a joke. So when you buy into all this bullshit and even let things like this affect you, it's humiliation. Like you're being made a joke out of. The only way to actually like battle all this strategy is to not humiliate yourself and not fall for any of it. And, like, be honest and stuff.
That's totally right. And I just want to say, based on what we were talking about earlier, viz. Etymology, if human means cattle, then what does humiliation mean?
Well, this is something I've thought a lot about. Essentially, well, it's so deep. It's what everything is about. The satanic plan, all of it. It's all about just comedy and laughter, and what that actually is actually like funny itself.
The fool world, clown world that everybody says, oh, it's the clown world. That's satanic. Why do you keep using what the Freemasons are trying to do? Why are you making it happen, people?
It's so like fundamental to reality too. Like if you just think about, I used this before, but if you just think about a dude who's like walking down the street and he slips and falls and people laugh at him, that dude slipping and falling and people laughing, that's the same thing. Like all comedy is the same exact thing. And it's like, if you think about it, a guy falling is what makes people laugh. Things like that, like things that are.
The laughing comes from the arrogance. It's the intellect. That guy doesn't know how to walk.
Exactly.
Ha ha ha! Idiot.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Here's something else. What does it mean to be the comedian? Back in time when you had the court, the royal court, and the comedian would come on. What was his name? The
jester. Yeah.
The fool. The village idiot. Right.
Yeah. And there's comedians who are the fool, like Louis C.K. for example. He has a joke where he's like, I think you can tell how good of a person you are based on how long after 9/11 you masturbated. And he's like, and for me it was in between the towers going down. The joke right there is him jerking off looking at 9/11. Like he's the joke in his own comedy. But there's also comedians who are the opposite, where they expose the humiliation of someone else. They're like, hey, look at this guy. Like Dave Chappelle, the Juicy Smollett thing, like that's like that, where it's like he's exposing, and it's like laughing.
The thing is, it's not just that, but you have to remember too, there is an esoteric order called the court jesters, the royal court jesters, right? And anytime you have a secret society where they're talking about royalty, just know that's talking about witchcraft. Magic. Okay, so you have the Society of Royal Arts, which is modern science. Right?
Royal Society.
Yep. So
Royal
all of those,
Institute.
all of those things, it's all magic. It's all deceiving wisdom. It's wisdom with no merit. Let's put it in another word. They're Freemasons under a different oath, which means they can reveal things for satire, because that is their art. And what is their art? Their art is their craft. All arts and crafts, right? Crafts are witchcraft, idolatry.
Crafty, cunning.
Dude, so I used to be a musician in New Orleans, and there's a street where all the street musicians play, and also where like the corny tourist stores are and like the art galleries and stuff. It's called Royal Street, and it's totally arbitrary that particular street would be chosen because it's like kind of off to the side, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But that makes perfect sense, man.
I have a question, man. You know, when you said The Craft, there was a movie called The Craft. I watched it when I was younger, but it's about witches. And, you know, whenever we hear the word The Craft, we think about witches, right? And then in Freemasonry, that's what they call it. Their trade, right? The craft, right?
Yep.
So my question is Freemasonry witchcraft, right?
Yes.
Yes.
That's what the royal art is. That's the royal secret. Congratulations.
Yeah,
you know what all 33rd degree Masons know. On top of Satan.
Sorry, I just wanted to interrupt, Josh. I often refer to Freemasonry as a lot like Hogwarts. Like in Hogwarts, there's, you know, some white witches and some really dark Slytherin witches, and then there's Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. And they don't all have the same agenda or the same, like, exact traits, right? But they're all basically working together, right? And it doesn't matter where they end up, if they're in England or in France or Russia, right? They're all doing their things, right? And I think Masonry is a lot like Hogwarts.
Yeah. And they're all helping Harry Potter, the Antichrist, to defeat the evil serpent, devil, evil thing down there. I forget his name.
Voldemort.
Yeah, him.
I thought Voldemort was the dark wizard, and then Harry Potter was like the guy who's using like truth, because his main spell is like a light. It has like oh yeah, that's true. Actually, yeah.
He's got a lightning bolt on his forehead, and the lightning bolt is the symbol for the devil. We use that for radiation. You know, Kiss. You know, uses the symbol of the lightning bolt.
Damn.
And I saw Satan fall like lightning. You know,
Marilyn Manson, Antichrist Superstar, was a lightning bolt.
Right, the prince of the power of the air, electromagnet, technology, lightning bolt.
Bro, you know what's crazy about this Hogwarts analogy though is like, I remember reading that when I was younger, and immediately adopting the worldview of the author, wherein as soon as everyday common people who are dismissive of magic are described as muggles and, you know, basically trash, I was like, yeah, they are trash. Like, let me get, you know, sort of enlightened by this like secret group of people who like slip through little magic gates and like trick people. But now that I'm thinking about it, it's like, wait a minute, that whole wizardly order is a perfect analog for the wizardly order of today. You know, call it Freemasons, call it whatever you want, but it's like, why would you villainize like the everyday people known in that story as the Muggles, unless you were trying to get young children to imagine that they would be better off, you know, trying to climb up the sides of this pyramid instead of just acting. Yeah, exactly. It's trying to get kids to mystery school.
The mystery, but what's the mystery? The mystery is Babylon.
I think it's really simple. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
So Voldemort's the good guy?
No, they're all evil, and they're competing for the biggest piece of the pie. See, Harry's the bad guy.
Because
right, Ron's the bad guy. Right, they're all witches, and they're not supposed to perform their magic out in public where they can get sussed. Right, because if they get sussed out, then their whole game falls apart. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's something about it though, because
it's like
the thing with Harry Potter being like Lucifer, like the devil. I don't know. There's something called there's a manga called Berserk, and the main character, he's actually he's viewed as like a bad guy by everybody, and he does like asshole shit, but he's actually fighting against some demon who everyone loves and everything. So I don't know. Maybe it's like intentionally like that. Like always, because I always notice these metaphors, but it could be like reversed. Like I don't know.
Well, kind of like how have you ever taken brass, like fine brass, and threw it in a furnace and burned it? And while it's in the furnace, it's glowing and emitting light, like the instance or the description of the Ancient of Days in Revelation. That means the body is emitting light. That doesn't mean he's black. Not the color of burned brass, but of fine burned brass burned in the fire, meaning it's glowing,
Like
emitting a
shavings.
light.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think like I have never imagined him to be any color that we are, right? Because like it's awesomeness. Like you know what I mean with awesomeness? Like it's not flesh, it's not color. You can see with your
Well, come on,
Okay,
being
nice.
light-skinned, being light-skinned is supposed to be a recessive gene.
Well, I mean the creator. When we talk about the creator, we're talking about not of this physical, substance, right? I mean, yeah, he did become but new body. You know what I mean? If you think about, I don't think my new body is going to be the same color I am now. I don't know, but I don't think it matters.
Well, the body isn't there. There's not really a body. There's more a form than a body.
You will be wearing white raiments, pure white raiments.
Yeah, spirit isn't the same as the body that we're in now. It's not. We're not going to be walking rocks.
What did Paul call it? Death trap. Woe is me. Who will release me from this death trap?
Dude, you guys ever listen to Just Jack Flat Earth when he's like talking to Austin and stuff? You guys know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
I haven't.
Well, anyway, there's this like crazy Hebrew scholar just kind of slipping into the cracks on YouTube. He talks to Wits It Gets It. He talks to this lady named Karen B. And in my view, like he's very, very rigorously tried to figure out what scripture means using the best possible tools. And he was talking about how in Genesis, when before God kicks Adam and Eve out, he makes them clothes.
Yeah.
He was saying that based on his understanding of the etymology of the Hebrew words, God didn't make Adam and Eve clothes because they were like nude, like naked animals. He actually made them skin because before the fall, they weren't actually even materially embodied.
They made
now we're
animal
talking
skins, and then
we're talking about the Lima. Now we're talking about
But
how
if you
those
look
same
at the
skins
ancient,
were given to Nimrod, and Nimrod put them on and became a giant after he put those robes on.
Look, that saying that there's no skin is almost saying that these were light beings, right? And this dilemma, this idea of where we all came from, that these Freemasons and people are trying to talk about. We used to be the Atlanteans and the Hyperboreans, that they used to be light beings, and then they devolved into what we are today and lost all that. So that's what I'm hearing when I hear that story. Because the thing about covering, right, your private parts. Like I was gonna say, like, why do we need to wear clothes in heaven, or in the after, or in after this? So this thing about being naked, about covering up, some of these angels cover up their faces. The ones that are near God, they cover their faces, their whole bodies with wings. I mean, there's got to be something there, with the covering up, the covering, the cherub that covers. Can we? Am I making sense? Go ahead.
I get what you're saying. I would just recommend you check out his latest conversation with Karen B, because he went to the root, like, Paleo Hebrew translation of.
Send it to me.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat in a second. But he was talking about how, like, in the King James or other English versions, it says animal hides, but that if you actually read the old Hebrew, and especially like the cuneiform Paleo Hebrew, it actually just means straight up skin, like skin of any
animals, kind. Right? But then animal skins. I mean,
well, right, exactly.
That's what we're talking about. Yeah, we're not talking. We're not going to, like, when we read something like this, right? We don't think that they had no skin, and then God made skin for them. Like, we know what it's referring to. Is that we understand what leather is?
It's kind of like weapons. Like, we know what a sword is. We know what a hook is. We know what a dagger is. We know what an arrow is. We know what a bow is. Yeah. However, in Revelation, the White Horse Rider, that word bow is not the same word as the weapon. It means a bow, like a simple piece of fabric, like a bow tie, for instance, or a ribbon.
Like a knot.
It means a simple fabric, the simplest fabric. And the crown is the fillets, sometimes called a chaplet. A chaplet is a medal worn in won in contest or war, a royal contest, which is what war is a contest of royalty. Magic again. Now, it literally, and a fillet is pieces of string, and it's worn like a diadem. So would it not be the medical mask?
Hey, on that topic, really quick too, is that place also refers to arrows in the Bible, and it's not talking about actual arrows, it's talking about children, that they will be warriors and stuff. So it's like build up your army.
Quiver. Build your quiver. Multiply. Yeah, but you know what? Instead of debating him, I would have just answered, because this is a good answer. He can go look it up. That all scripture, he even says, look, search the scriptures. They all point to me. That's what he said. So I would answer with, what scripture means is Yeshua, the Son of God. You know what I mean? Something like that. You read about the whole. That's all the whole thing is about. When I thought, okay, I'll check out the God of the Hebrews, I was like, wait, this whole book seems to be about this one dude. So yeah, that's what I would.
I agree, man. The word
about salvation. Yeah.
The thing about them falling.
Like right?
And the thing about them falling and getting clothes is pretty interesting, because there's that whole teaching, like, you are not your thoughts and you're not your body and all that stuff. And Ken Wheeler made a video about, like, transcendence, reincarnation and stuff, and he basically uses the analogy that consciousness is like it's basically like a radio, like your body. Like, if you turn a radio on, it's just broadcasting a signal, and if you turn the radio off, if you turn the radio off,
receiving a signal.
Yeah. And if you turn the radio off or destroy it, the signal is still there. And it's basically like the same thing with humans. And Ken Wheeler says, like, okay, what happens at the moment of death, if you're unwise, you will, like, the signal that is you will just try to find something else to broadcast from. But if you're actually wise, you will just not seek for anything, and you'll be in bliss, and you'll be in like you won't actually you won't have a body. You'll just be yourself, which is
but bliss is ignorance. If ignorance is bliss.
Well, if you get close to yourself, which is not your thoughts or your body, and you'll realize like the way you feel fundamentally is like a childlike innocence and just a blissful like purity. And I think the whole ignorance is bliss thing is like it's not true. It's not true if you're like alive and you have a body and everything. Because if you're ignorant, you can be
I have like children, right?
Yeah. But I think if you're unaware of, I don't know. This is all just like.
Yeah. Can I help you out?
Yeah.
I thought about that a lot too. You know, the law. If you read the Bible, it says, if the law had not come to us, right, then we would not have been guilty because we are ignorant of what we're doing, right? But because the law has come, therefore you're guilty because you know the law. Therefore, you know. So in a sense, that's what it means. But also, when the angels in Genesis 6:6 came down and taught man all this knowledge that they were ignorant of, the knowledge of taking up metals, making weapons, pharmaceuticals, abortion, all these things that we have today that causes violence and destruction. You know, like when they were ignorant of that knowledge, they were in bliss. Like they had a bliss, a better. You know what I mean? Does that work?
Yeah.
Well, children walk in equity. They don't walk under the law.
Oh, I think that's what Jesus means by being like children, right? Be ignorant. Like don't go learn all those so-called mysteries that those people are talking about. Those are lies. Learn about the mystery, the true mysteries of God, you know, of the Father. You know what I mean? And he says, how do we do that? And he's told us how, you know what I mean? That's what I think that's what he means when he says to be like children. You know, you believe what the Spirit is telling you, and you be careful, little eyes, what you see. You know that song? Careful, little ears, what you hear.
Come to him like children. Come back to him like naughty children. And you have to be like a child, which means you can't sit there and know, well, I have knowledge because so-and-so said this. Just be like a child. A child believes what the father tells them. Because the child trusts what the father is doing. And we have a father, and so we have to trust what the father is doing. Know what I mean?
I was going to add on to that too. You know, the opposite of ignorance, you know what that is, right?
Knowledge.
Awareness.
Cleverness.
So if
That's what I
ignorance
mean.
is bliss, total awareness is also bliss because you know. Yeah, you have the knowledge. You're wise enough to...
Well, hold on. Remember in the Garden of Eden, ignorance was bliss, right? So what was it that caused them to fall? It was the knowledge.
Whoa. There wasn't this known knowledge of sin.
Well, if they were
They knew sin
aware...
because they stopped trusting the Father, right?
Yep.
And then they trusted this other thing, and then they got pulled in by their it's good to the eyes, good for food, right? And for gaining knowledge. It was enticing, like sin. You know, to do wrong and rebel against the Creator might be, he's hiding something from us. Yeah, he's hiding something from you. But if you eat this, you will be like him, and you'll know the difference between right and wrong. Knowledge is power. Prometheus, right?
I know what you're saying. I think that's the state of in between. Because total awareness would, you know, they would also know that, hey, I shouldn't touch that because this, and this is going to happen. I'm going to stay away.
You know what causes that?
They were perfect. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say real fast. I was thinking about what the guy said earlier about the theory of, you know, being clothed with the meat suit. Like, before that, they didn't have to work by the sweat of their brow, and after that, they did. before that they were perfect, and after that they weren't. And if you think about it, is it possible to be perfect with the meat suit? I mean, Yeshua did it, but he was the Son of God. So he had a little help, right?
He was different. He didn't have the seed of the seed of sperm. He didn't have sperm with him. That part of him was of the Father.
Right. So he definitely had like the Most High on like speed dial or something, because when his mother came to him, she was like, "Hey, there's a problem at the wedding." He was like, "Woman, my time hasn't come yet. Why are you bothering me? Do you not know that I was with my father?" Right? He's always with his father, right? So he had like this constant connection with the Most High, and I think that helped. And then he had angels ministering to him. But like, is it possible for just a regular dude like us to like have a perfect body? I don't think it's possible. So I'm really going to think about...
Not in this life. Not in this form. It's like a... Go ahead.
I'm really going to watch that video that he sent and check into this, because you're supposed to look at both sides of the coin, right?
Yeah, dude, this Just Jack fellow, like, he's a scholar's scholar, man. Like,
no,
I don't know.
I mean, my point, what I wanted to debate, right, is the sex thing. Is that they had skin, and they had private parts. God said, "Lamb that was slaughtered before the beginning of the world, before he built anything." So he knew what was going to happen already. Therefore, he made us with these parts. He made the animals like that, right? So maybe when he made Eve, but see, they didn't know they were naked. That was the thing. When I look at my dog, when I look at animals, I'm like, do they know they're naked? Like, why do people look at each other like that?
Exactly. They have no idea. However, I think my dog knows the difference when you put one of those sweaters on him. He gets all like, all like jazzy, or you put a bandana on him. He's like, "Yeah, I'm all dandy."
Yeah, that's
or a harness, and he's all like, "Yeah," and you take the harness off, and he's all sad. But
But yeah, that's what I mean. Like, we were built with the animals don't know they're naked, but they reproduce, right? And this thing about sex, because we are dressed in heaven. Like, you are covered in heaven. Things and creatures in heaven are covered, right? Therefore, do they know right from wrong? Yes, they do. But they are in the presence of God, so they cannot. Like, the only way you would sin against is rebellion.
Even the alligator is a good parent.
Right. So what I'm saying is this thing about the sex, right? And you remember the angels fell because the beauty of the women, which had to do with sex too. You're sexually attracted to them. They took on bodies just to procreate with the women because they were attracted to them. So Eve must have been very beautiful, our mother, right? I mean, but they didn't know they were naked. Okay, so that story is solid.
Wait, but hold on a second, man. Like, before the fall, before eating the apple, basically, what you have to conclude from Genesis is that reproduction via a sort of mitosis was possible. In other words, Eve, being the second person, was not born, right? Like, she split off. She split off from Adam.
What do you mean? Yeah. But look, God knew, right? God, the lamb that was slain, he knew all this would happen. So he said, multiply, be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. Took care of the garden of the earth. Right?
Well, the garden and the earth aren't the same thing.
Well, yeah, but this is before they fell, right? Which means they could reproduce.
He said that after they fell, Bram.
Okay, the point is, that's how it was supposed to. This is how God planned it, that people would reproduce this way, right? And he never intended the angels to do that. Therefore, they were not. don't have
But
sex.
that happened. That happened after they got kicked out and after they got stuffed in the meat suits, bro.
Animals are reproduced this way.
Coincidentally, it was the first sacrifice where the clothes were taken off the animals and fashioned into
Exactly,
garments
and that's
for
what
Adam and
saved
Eve.
their lives.
And that was the archetype of the sacrifice for the atonement of sin.
The lamb that was slain before the beginning of the world.
Wait, are you saying that an animal was sacrificed to give the hides to put on?
How
Adam and
else?
Eve?
How else did he come up with the hide? How else
It's
did he
not
come up with the
hides.
raiment?
They're not allowed. They're not allowed to eat from the tree of life because
Except
if they
for
do,
that word is used several times to mean something else besides skin.
I don't know, man.
Well, if they weren't hides, why was the animal sacrificed?
they're not allowed to eat from the tree of life because they live forever in their in the sinful state, and God can't. There's no redemption there, right? Though now they're like the angels, just chuck them into the fire. So God said, keep them away from the tree. But He also says the sin that the soul that sins will die. Okay, which means something had to die in order for Adam and Eve to stay alive because of their sins.
The fig leaf wouldn't keep them clothed.
Right. It was the skins of animals.
What was the claim that was after the fall? Did you say that taking care of the garden was after the fall, or that was what was the claim?
No, I'm saying the garden and the earth are not the same thing.
He said to dominate the earth.
What was the thing that was after? Somebody said something was after the fall. I thought it was real.
Yeah, after the fall is when Adam and Eve were commanded to be fruitful and multiply.
No. Actually, it was before the fall.
Oh, there you go. No, yeah, but the point is, this is how God intended for us to reproduce, and it happened. And He proclaimed it before He even made anything. That's what it says. So that has to be the story. Like to twist it in that way is like complicating it. This is the simplest explanation. You know what I mean? And it works very well. And it makes sense with everything in heaven and down here and how everything else, God does everything else. And
by the way, that word in Revelation where it's talking about the bow, the Greek word toxon, it's only used one time in all of Scripture. So I'm just saying, when words are used more than one time, you have to figure out what the gist of the meaning is.
Hello.
Howdy.
So the context. So you can say, okay, well, if they're talking about this before, then it's referring to this word meaning this. Otherwise, it's referring to it meaning this.
Right, but what I'm saying is this dude whose video I posted isn't even really talking about the New Testament. He's talking about the Torah. And, so like basically we're arguing about what the nature of these skins and coverings is. And I'm not going to do it justice by just like hazily trying to recall what I heard. I would entreat you to view the video.
Okay. Well, here's a question we can ask. Does his message, teach a different gospel than the one that has already been taught to us by the disciples?
The Torah is not the gospel.
And a lot of these people that want to change certain things want to take other things out of context, like deny Paul.
Right.
Yeah, he doesn't talk about Paul. He doesn't talk about the Gospels.
Jesus,
he doesn't talk about Jesus either. He leaves the whole New Testament out.
Oh, there you go. That's enough. That's enough to dismiss him.
Well, no, not exactly. Like, okay, so in other streams he talks about Yeshua, but what I'm saying is, like, if you want to know whether you got the actual accurate translation of God's word through the King James Version or some other type of English language Bible.
It's not a great sales pitch, but
well, hold on. Right. You need to do work to see if the words that the translators substituted for the original Hebrew words actually correspond to the original Hebrew meanings, right? Like, we're always talking about what planets are based on wandering lights, right? We're always doing this type of etymological work. So what I'm saying is, like, don't just take my word for it. Like, see what this scholar says, right? And in my view, if he doesn't convince you, he will at least give you a tool to better understand Scripture.
How much can you change a word before it totally is something totally different, right? I think an example would be like, let's
The
say,
word GOD.
if I
The
said,
word GOD.
let's say the word, right? Let's give an example. For example, the words I wrote down is, I had fish for dinner, right? But then these guys translate it to sound like, I had shark. This guy says, I had tuna. And then this guy says, I had chicken for dinner, right? How far away can you stray before that doesn't even fit the context anymore? It doesn't even work with you know what I mean? Like, so what was changed? Like the word skin for the clothing, right? Like, how far off is it from the actual story? I think it's way off context.
Well, based on
I totally, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, based on everything that we're talking about right now, and my research and everything, the way it seems to me that we're these beings that are not from here, but we chose to come here, and us choosing to come here was eating the apple and like going against what God's wishes are, and I think Satan inherently just runs this place, and God is what's battling it. Like God is like coming in and kind of fighting Satan on his own turf somehow. Like it's almost like by choosing to come to this place and have a physical form, that was against what God wanted for us. And it seems like that's eating the apple and getting clothed and the fall and all that is coming down here because we were curious about this place.
It's pretty clear from Genesis, though, like even if you just take the English translation, that it wasn't merely us wanting to come here, but rather God putting us here. Right? Like being kicked out of Eden was not like we didn't walk out.
Right, but what he's talking about is, I knew you even before the foundations of the earth, which is something very few people really talk about, is being known before they were born.
I personally think he just had the whole idea all in his head, and therefore he knew us before he created the earth. He had this grand scheme plan that he was going to do.
Right, I had thought the same way too until I've had the same day vision, night vision, and I've tested it according to 1 John 4:1. And what my buddy here was saying, that we chose to come down, I see it being more valid than much of anything else I've heard anyone else preach, because that's my experience. I see it.
I did not choose to come down. Okay, like
Zengar,
I'm like if I had a choice, I would never come down. So that's not true.
Zen Garcia says that he reads all these other extra biblical texts, and he says that says that we were all like spirits, and we chose who we were going to pick and what. I'm not saying I believe this. This is what he says through the books he's read. He says that we picked which family we were going to be with and everything, and as we entered the womb, like we have like amnesia or something. That's what some old books say. I'm not saying that's what I believe.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Speculation.
Yeah. And am I coming through okay, or am I scratchy?
A little scratchy.
If you're going over 60, you're scratchy.
It doesn't make sense that we chose to come here and not even remember where, when, how we came here. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
We could hear you, ma'am. You're just a little choppy. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. If you slow down to 60, we'll be able to hear you clear.
And we have to remember too, the Bible says that the earth was made to be inhabited too. So like New Jerusalem and Messiah coming back And I definitely think we're in a test, right? Like, what is this war being waged around us? It maybe is just a big test, right?
Yeah, it seems to be that. Like it's almost like as flat earthers and all this stuff. Like we're the elites, like we're the real elites because we've seen through all the deception. Like it's almost like it is a test. Like I don't know.
I think the real elites are they call them the elect in the Bible, but I think they copycat. You know, they copy everything God does. You know, they go form their little societies and try to like do things God do, name things after, and copy everything God does. Counterfeit.
The elect in the Bible are not the elites here. The elect in the Bible are the saints.
Right. I think those are the real.
Yeah, the real elites.
Now, the thing is the elite cannot even spell light. ELITE, get it? And it's the wrong L.
E-L, like, no, not L.
And it's the wrong L.
Not an L.
I'm wondering whether we're not looking at this correctly. You know, there are no books in nature. So, you know, but
words are creation.
Maybe our fall was when we outsourced our minds to other people.
I mean, that's a good point, right? Because, you know, the first instance of unrighteous action in the Bible is Eve permitting herself to be deceived by a so-called expert.
Yeah.
So it's like before you even eat the apple, you basically got to get hoodwinked that that's a good idea in the first place.
And you have to trust the technocrats.
Just to be pedantic, we were never told it was an apple.
But you know how crazy it is? It's crazy that what he told her was actually true, right? But he made it sound good. Double speak, you know? Politics. Isn't that crazy?
I want to point out the whole story about the snake in the tree. Isn't that the depiction, you know, I forget what it's called, but you see it at the hospitals, the two snakes wrapped around the tree.
The caduceus.
Yeah,
no, the caduceus is one.
That's also a copy, a counterfeit, because God is enthroned between the seraphim, two serpent-like creatures in heaven. Awesome. I don't know. But I think it looks scary.
Hank, that's not the serpent.
Celestial serpents, Pack.
That's not the serpent from the garden. That's a representation of Moses in the desert when they were getting sick, and they made that a deal for the people just to look at and it to heal them. That's what the Medusa is a copy, you know, a mimic of, not the serpent in the garden.
In America, they have the snake of Asclepius, which is the two serpents crawling up the pole with the wings.
That's the medical.
Isn't that like DNA?
That's what they say, but
yeah, that's also the corpsmen in the military. Their corpsmen insignia. You know,
it's the Nakash. It's the symbol of the Nakash.
I mean,
the
in
flying
the medical
serpent.
right?
Amaru.
Up the pole. Right. Up the pole.
It's deceit. They're witch doctors.
Witch doctor. Yeah.
What do? They're supposed to cure. They're supposed to heal, but instead they give bits and pieces of poison and say it's to help you with your complication. Meanwhile,
how many of y'all?
Sorry.
How many of y'all have ever read the Hippocratic Oath?
Oh, the one about their worship of Satan. I mean, their sun god.
Well, they swear an oath to 4 deities. That's what the original. If you go and read the original Hippocratic Oath, go and read it, the original, and then go and read Revelation 9:11.
You know
Pretty
what?
weird, huh?
I
9/11.
haven't even finished reading the whole Bible, man. I haven't read Amos, so I mean, I better read those first, you know.
Amos
But,
is short.
If you guys haven't read the whole Bible, I think we should do that first.
Yeah, but this gives context. I'm talking about to the Hippocratic Oath. I'm not talking about anything like. I'm just talking about what they're swearing to. And then if you go to Revelation 9:11, it talks about the individual that they're swearing this oath to.
In Amos, it talks about the Amorites being as tall as the cedars.
About that.
And there's no true cedar in North America.
Yeah, I'm assuming, and this is just an assumption on my part, could be wrong. They're talking about the cedars of Lebanon because the cedars of Lebanon were special. It didn't matter where you took the cedar seed to in any other place, they wouldn't grow like they grew in Lebanon. They grew like incredibly tall, like 130 feet.
Wow.
Yeah, some people say that the cedars of Lebanon were a type of acacia tree. And that's where they got most of their sorcery from, was the root hitting of those trees. Like D&D.
In the Bible, it points out where certain things are, like certain precious metals are. It's as if God knows where everything is. Like he made stuff for us to use, right? But this whole sin thing messed the whole plan up, you know? So it's like, what a waste. Gotta wait for the next one.
That's why he wiped it all out. He said, nope, I'm done with it.
Right. So maybe in the next kingdom or in the next world that he
But
makes.
with his infinite mercy, the serpent seed was able to continue.
Wait, but think about how crazy that is, though, right? Because we're currently at like a level of depravity that most of us are just gobsmacked by. Can you imagine how bad it was in Sodom and Gomorrah? That he just like leveled that shit?
Yeah.
Which means it could get worse.
The world is catching.
In the Antiquity of the Jews, it talks about how bad it was in Sodom and Gomorrah and what the people did to just visitors.
Oh,
yeah, man, that's wrong. Like if you start doing that to visitors, you got to get wiped out, man.
Eyes on Edom, guys. Keep your eyes on Edom. They just changed governments.
It's like cannibals, you know. If you were neighbors with cannibals, you got to wipe them out. I mean, come on, they're going to try to eat you, right?
Israel, they just changed prime ministers and governments.
Oh, are you serious? Like no more Bibi Netanyahu?
Nope, no more Netanyahu. Now it's somebody else who's half Arab.
Okay, so this guy that they replaced him with, is he
LGBTQ?
No. I'm trying to figure out if he was like Bibi, because Bibi was how about Lubavitch?
No, this guy, he's half Arab.
As long as he's not a bot, I don't care. As long as he's not the Lubavitch thing, I don't care.
You said he's LGBTQ, RS.
Yeah, well, Israel is the capital of LGBTQ in the world, and it's the only place in the Middle East that welcomes homosexuals.
New Sodom.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. And who started it? Netanyahu, and then he's accusing the new guy of being Sodom. It's like call him the kettle black, there, pot.
Yeah, it's your mess. Like,
you know the story of the melted buildings? They're saying they found some kind of was it a metal, almost kind of like thermite, in parts of the world where buildings were melted. And they're trying to relate that to Sodom and Gomorrah, how fire would rain down and melt the buildings and melt the city.
Here's the thing: there were seven cities of Sodom, of Greater Sodom, and one city of Gomorrah. What if Gomorrah wasn't in that area? What if Gomorrah was on the other side of Saudi Arabia, so-called the Indus River civilization?
In the Antiquity of the Jews, it says that not only was Sodom and Gomorrah wiped out, but also 4 other towns.
I serve. It's all melted buildings. Look at this, all melted buildings.
Oh man, that documentary is ridiculous. Have y'all seen When the Buildings Cried Out? That dude is trolling so hard, man. I feel sorry for anybody that falls for that. That dude's just role playing.
But there are forts in, I think, Scotland, where the stone has been vitrified from an intense heat. But in the Indus River, there's like radioactive skeletons, they say, and vitrified settlements, which means turn to glass. Maybe it's a cosmic thunderbolt.
Yeah, or maybe it's actually meteorites because we're actually in a heliocentric universe, and the only explanation is meteorites.
Yeah, except for that meteor crater in Arizona that I've been to twice. There's never been any meteorite found.
No, I know, bro. I'm just fucking around.
Sometimes, Mother Earth, she's a lady and all, but sometimes she farts. It's a gas pocket. It's my theory.
Yeah, at first they thought it was just a volcanic steam crater because there's many of them in that area. And then all of a sudden NASA was there with the moon lander and doing all sorts of tests and filming those tests. And then they come to say, oh yeah, that part of Arizona, yeah, it looks nothing like the moon, even though it does. It's in the middle of Winslow and Flagstaff.
Well, they were in, Greenland a couple of years ago for one of the so-called landings that they did.
Yeah, the Spirit.
Yeah, that shit was hilarious. Because I got to see the spot that they were at.
Yeah.
Flight manifests are a damn paper trail. And they just can't burn every one.
Wouldn't it be easier for them to just say, okay, we lied to you, and it was this guy's fault, not our fault? Wouldn't it be easier for them to do that, or would it be more easier to just keep perpetuating the lie and making it more lies to cover the lies that have been exposed?
Well, you tell me, man. Like, what's the world like nowadays?
Right?
If they flip, people are going to have such a train wreck in their head that I would say plenty of people would probably end up shutting down.
Honestly, I think the world would turn to us, those that are into this, hey, they're not telling us the truth community, for truth. Because I've had a couple of people come up to me, after the lockdowns last year going, hey, how come you didn't tell me about this or the child trafficking that's been going on? It's like, have you not been paying attention to what I've been saying?
Right. Well, I mean, dude, everything's right in front of everybody's face. But
That's what I was going to say. They are telling us the truth about the moon landings. People just don't care or don't pay attention enough to see it. They have told us they didn't go to the moon in so many ways. People don't believe it.
There's this place in Utah. It's right on the other side of Page, Arizona. And this place, it's the locals call it the moon, right? And it's this gray dust area, and it's the closest town is called Big Water, Utah, and it's called the Moon. Crusted Demons of Dirt did a couple of MX shows over there, and they were all wearing like space helmet type things to, because it was a theme, and it looks like the craters in the hills on the moon when the rover was going through there. Same kind of dust powder, like in the atmosphere, kicks up and lingers around like the dust did on the moon landing video.
Dude, when I was like, I guess in my 20s, like I discovered like Google Earth, right? So of course, first thing I did was went to Area 51, right? And when I was there, I was, looking around like, the fuck is all these craters doing here? And they were like, oh, the guy, he was in the military. He showed it to me, right? He was like, oh, they do lots of weapons testing there, right? And I remember thinking, like, why would you be, like, weapons testing, like, that close to, like, the airstrip? That doesn't make any sense, And I kind of think back now, and I think they probably faked the moon landing there, or somewhere nearby. What's it called? Something Lake?
Groom Lake.
Groom Lake. Yeah.
Yeah, but they that whole area, there's been a couple of different missions that they've used that area. Because how many missions were there to the moon? I think it was like Apollo 17. Nobody watched it, so they stopped perpetrating it. Because it's like the world lost interest in it. It's like, yeah, we don't want to watch you play golf on the moon. So. What's that, God Rockin'?
So somebody said a second ago that they tell us, but they don't tell us. And one way that I've always thought was interesting about that concept that they've done that is the movie Diamonds Are Forever, 1971, the James Bond film. They have a scene where James Bond he breaks into a facility, like a secret facility of some kind, where they're like faking the moon landing, or well, the premise of the story is that they're practicing for the moon landing, but in a studio, with a fake moon set, and he steals the moon car, the moon rover, and uses it as a getaway vehicle.
Yeah, and then they came out with Moonraker.
Yeah. Also, in Diamonds Are Forever, there's this one scene where he's talking to these two bad guys, giving them the funny speech or whatever, as he's in there on top of a skyscraper, and well, not on top. I mean, like the top floor on the roof. But anyway, they're in the office, and behind one of the bad guys is a very unusual looking globe of some kind. I'm not sure, maybe just. Well, whatever, they're all ornamental anyway. But there's a globe behind him, and then next to the window are about 5 or 6 models of alleged spacecraft that would go to the moon and other stuff, a bunch of NASA models. And then between those two things, where Bond is sitting, there's a map that they're discussing, and they point the camera at the map. But the map is a flat map of the United States, and it has a glass structure over it, which is a flat glass structure that you could walk on. But the way that they angle the camera at it, and with the framework of the structure, of the glass structure above the map, it resembles a glass dome with the way that they angle the camera at it. So all in one scene, you have a globe behind one guy, you have a bunch of NASA rockets next to the window, and then this flat map of the United States with a resembling a dome, glass dome above it.
1971, that's only 2 years after the moon landing, right? So it must have been like very controversial.
They said if you're going to have that flat map with the dome, you got to have so many globes and so many Osiris phalluses. I mean, obelisks. I mean, rockets. They're all the same people, you guys. Everybody wants to demonize the Nazis. Well, yeah, they were pretty evil.
Yeah, they're all
part of a secret society. Yeah,
Remember
they're
Austin
part of a secret society.
Remember Austin Powers? Me and my friend in the Navy in school were like, we kept cracking jokes about it. Look, it looks like a big giant. Johnson, what is it? It looks like a big,
Wang.
You know what I mean? And
What's wrong with my pizza? Oh, I don't know. Somebody just look at those. Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute, rockets look like that? And like, yeah. Why? I don't know. Why does the Washington Memorial look like that? Like what? Like one big giant
street.
Hot dogs. Get your hot dogs. Well, fertility gods and goddesses are kind of like their thing, eh? NASA's thing.
Yeah, what's going on in your background there, Bong? I hear like pneumatic actuators going off. You working on a hydro or something? Hydraulics on your Impala?
It's the wire. Is that better?
No, never mind. I kept hearing like it sounded. Never mind. Might have been somebody else at work.
That's my headphones.
Actuator.
Yeah, like a pneumatic actuator.
Are you testing some kind of like?
No, I got Turtle Beach. I got Turtle Beach headphones on.
Yeah,
Their
that might
soundboard.
have been me. It might have been me. I was.
Roger's building cyborgs. Building.
Get her done, Roger. He's going to come out with a robot and put it out on the market that's going to teach children the truth. And at night, it's going to put subliminal messages saying the government's lying to you. The teachers are full of shit. Your parents have lied to you since birth. The world is flat.
I know, right? Go to the North Pole.
Yeah, go to the North Pole. You know that Santa Claus isn't real. Go to the North Pole. There's no elves there.
Go to where they tell you can't go to. Unless if there's guns guarding.
They say if they tell you you can't do anything, you tell them who died and made you emperor. Because you're not wearing any clothes.
You don't need a passport.
I'd be like, I'll think about it.
We talking about these aren't the droids I'm looking for. Those are the dang robots I'm looking for. And quit filling my head full of lies, you damn hippie that's strung out on acid. Damn Jedis. Sorry. Yeah, that's right. The Jedis were the terrorists.
Yeah, they were gaslighting everybody, weren't they?
Yep.
Like, no, these aren't the droids you're looking for. Like, bro, I'm not an idiot. Quit gaslighting me, homie.
I'm noticing that about a lot of stuff. Like, there's like a Justice League cartoon, and I'm just realizing like the Justice League are actually like assholes. Like, they're like these gods, like a tower, and they just wait around for people to like rob banks. Like, it's just stupid.
Yeah.
Like, everything.
Come down and fuck up your shit and leave.
Yeah, it's like they don't even like. How about making it so people don't rob banks in the first place? Like, they don't actually do anything. Like, it's like with like movies too. Like, when there's geniuses in movies, the geniuses never like do anything that like the smartest guy in the world apparently, allegedly, Chris Langan or something. He has an IQ of like 220 or something, and he's a farmer. And it's like,
yeah,
all these geniuses in movies, they just get a job and like work for money. It's like if you were actually and there was like a movie about a real genius, they would just they would just get to the point to where they're not like a slave to the system, but they never show that because it'd be a problem.
They're too smart to drop the vote.
Go ahead.
Do you guys ever like just listen to the shit that comes out of your mouth and just be like why am I so based? Like it's actually crazy. Like I feel like flat earther, like the average flat earther is like just so far above like the average glober. Like it's insane. Like I literally like everything I think and the shit I say is so opposite from what I used to think and say. Like it's crazy.
That's because we can accept that we were wrong.
Yeah, it's like
I know what you're trying to say. It's like when you believe in the globe, you believe everything's done. You can accept everything you're told, and it's a blockade. It just ends. You can accept everything.
I think it's about like
I can
like if you get corrected about something, like actually corrected, and you get mad, I think that's like evil. I think the thing with us, we have like a genuine lust for truth, and we're just trying to find out what the truth is. We don't really care. But if you get like corrected and you get mad, or you get like that's like what evil is. It's like you're not. Yeah.
Where does that come from? That comes from pride, right?
Pride cometh before the fall.
Yep.
Right. It's like doing Tony Hawk, right? You're on the half pipe and you try to go for like 3 tricks, right? Because you think you're that good, but you're really not. You should only stick to like 2 tricks.
Yeah.
Hey,
I actually met Tony Hawk.
The guy. The guy that was saying about the smart people in the movies, I forgot the name of the movie. It's like White Powder or Powder Boy or something. And
that'd be Powder.
Yeah, Powder. Yeah, and he's like a genius, and he's at the very. I don't want to ruin it. I guess. I mean, it's kind of an old movie.
Spoiler alert.
Can I? Yeah, spoiler alert.
Go ahead.
The movie was made in the 90s.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and doesn't he like run in a storm and like goes away with the lightning or something, right? He's like, I'm free. All I am is energy, and that's how he doesn't die or lives, right? You guys, is that how it ends?
But he was terrified of the lightning, right? Because he was made special because his mother was struck by lightning. So he grew up hearing the story, and he said he always felt like the lightning was attracted to him. It's like one of my favorite movies, by the way. And I don't like Hollywood movies at all. But at the end, he got so tired of the world just being crap and everybody in it being crap, and he basically sacrificed himself to the lightning because he knew that the lightning couldn't kill him. It was only going to transform him.
Come on, Hank. You know that Tay in the Wind movie was a good one.
What?
Ikebade Tay in the Wind? That Nell?
So
I don't know what you're
So in the movie, he actually transcended, right? Became energy.
Well, he
went back to
himself, and he knew that the first law of thermodynamics couldn't be broken, in my opinion, right? Because I've watched this movie like 20 times.
Yeah, so it leaves us like that, like wondering, like if it worked or not, right? How it ends.
Oh, you know it worked. Yeah, he was right. Yeah, he went
supposed to work.
He went to go, do what he was supposed to do. I think it's like, here on Earth, he was kind of, looked at like, like the kind of kid that you keep in the closet, like, oh, don't come out in the light of day. Like, you're so white, it hurts my eyes. And, you're like Super Saiyan, you're so white, right? And it was like nobody wanted to look at him because he was like an albino, right? But he was like a really beautiful person, even though all like the tragic stuff that had happened to him. And how often is it that, trauma and tragic things create the most beautiful people?
I don't know about that.
Beautiful people.
I don't think that's true. I think trauma is one of those things, that challenges people to overcome and rise above, their circumstances. But because there are many things that do that, but I don't think traumatizing people, even though that's what the government does in the media, is a good way to do it ever. But I guess
I don't know if it's
people kill themselves after that,
Yeah. I don't know if it's trauma, but there's something in fiction where a lot of the main characters, like the heroes, are like orphans. And it, like Eric Dollard said that a lot of the people, like he would hang out with orphans because they were like the real geniuses. That's like all these heroes, like everybody, like Spider-Man, Superman, Naruto, like all these characters, they're all like orphans. It's crazy.
And that's the formula, right? That's the formula to bring out that superhero, right? The hero. All the Disney movies are like that. The mother dies. Somebody very close, there's a big, great loss in their lives. That's how you get these superstar performers and stuff, right? Somebody in your life, you got to go through some tragedy and transform and become a butterfly, a peacock,
Monarch.
Fly. I want to fly.
That's Monarch.
Right, Monarch program. Right, but see the trauma. When they shot JFK on TV, that is traumatizing the whole nation. Right, and what does it do? It transforms people, changes people, good or bad. But that's why I don't think trauma is the best way to do it. It's not a good way to do it. I mean, it's the worst way to do it. It's how you control people. It's how you get people to dissociate from reality and live in escape la la land, wherever. Get drugs, especially. That's why there's so many drug addicts and homeless people, is because people want to disconnect from this bullshit. Sorry, go ahead. Jesus said the homeless will always be with you. Jesus said the homeless will always be with you, and you can always give your money and perfume and stuff for them. This woman is doing something for me because she knows what's up. You know what I mean? And what are we doing with the homeless? Are the Pharisees taking care of the homeless? No, they're all full of crap. Okay, Red, I'm done, right?
See, I love me a good bong rip rant. You know what I mean? I like when bong rants.
Okay, cool. Did you conclude your idea about the Powder movie?
I think I did.
I wasn't asking you, Hank. That's an okay, cool. Sort of took over her.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's one of my favorite films of all time because it's really good.
We were talking about geniuses, right? Yeah, and how he was one. What about Rain Man? I mean, can we consider that genius? Not really, right? That's a condition, eh?
No, that's idiot savant.
Right.
I just gotta say this. That guy couldn't drive worth a shit. I just wanted to say that, okay? He was good at counting cards, but he couldn't drive worth a shit.
Dustin?
Yeah, Dustin Hoffman in the movie, he kept on saying to Tom Cruise, I'm an excellent driver. And then finally Tom lets him drive. And he was terrible. He was the worst driver in all of history. But he was good at counting cards.
What about Forrest Gump? No. Forrest Gump is hard work. It's hard. Not that wrong one.
Nah, fuck Forrest Gump. What about the Green Mile?
No, fuck Tom Hanks.
Movie.
No, fuck Tom Hanks altogether. I mean,
I didn't know you were that way, Josh.
It wasn't about Tom Hanks.
Are you coming out of the closet? Are you coming out of the closet?
I just don't like Tom Hanks. I mean, even since Big, even since what do you call it?
Corona.
No. What the hell's the name where he was on that plane that crashed?
Castaway.
Yeah, Castaway. Like that one right there. I'm just like, what a horrible actor.
Well said. Well said.
I mean, all I can see is like, that bosom buddy stage that he was in. It's like, dude.
Well, yeah. He didn't really switch on to survival mode until he almost died. That was kind of pathetic. Like this guy, city boy, full on city boy, like doesn't know anything about fire it, fire it. Oh, what you do? Still gotta eat. I was like, yep.
And then didn't he play Woody?
Yeah.
Somebody poisoned the water hole.
Somebody put a snake in my boots. It's like, well,
I like Woody, man. Yeah, I like Woody though. The character.
I thought you were going to say Woody Harrelson.
I like.
Yeah, he was. I don't know. 2012. That he did some good acting in that movie, but like all the other ones, it's like, come on, dude. You're phoning it in. Really, you're phoning the whole thing in of Zombieland and Zombieland 2. Come on, really?
I haven't seen those. I've seen little bits and pieces, but I haven't watched it. I saw him on No Country for Old Men. You guys seen that?
That was a weird movie, wasn't it?
That was an awesome movie, man.
Killing people with that like thing they take out cows with.
Well, it's about death, dude. You know, and how it just happens. Coen Brothers are crazy. I mean, they're pretty good. I like their work. You know, I like how they present things.
You know, that came out right around the same time that I was like really into movies in Hollywood before I realized everything. But I remember watching a movie about 3 or 4 times and still couldn't grasp the damn thing. And it's called There Will Be Blood. I don't even know what the hell the movie is about. What is it about?
Dude, it's about that guy, man. The guy that owns
what is it about? It starts out as one movie and ends up as something completely different. You're just like...
He has a condition, yeah. And yeah.
He gets lost in the sauce. He gets lost in his empire.
It's been a while. I haven't seen it. I've seen it once and I really liked it.
Have you seen the new Godzilla movie?
Nope.
I've seen it. Yeah. Yeah, it actually is good.
It'll trigger you if you watch it.
What do you
I
mean,
don't think
like,
something
sad
that
tears for
big.
the lizard man?
Yeah, I don't.
Empathy for the killer.
Lizard man.
No, you're.
Oh,
no, you're gonna sit there and you're gonna watch it and you're gonna be like, "Oh, I can't believe it." You know,
right? Exactly. I'm already on that.
I can't believe it.
I'm already on there. Like you know how we say certain things are not possible, like the vacuum of space being next to so
and like
it's not
inner
possible.
Earth and
Physically not impossible for something that big to exist, right? Blood and everything pumping up all the way up and down, like in the conditions.
Not just that, but like here's the thing: they promote the globe, space, and now they're promoting inner Earth.
Yeah.
So spoiler alert: there's inner Earth in the new Godzilla movie.
It's almost like the same agenda as the fake alien invasion, like some beast from like a part of the world that So we have to like come together and build some crazy technology to like fight something.
AI.
And there's a flying snake in there too.
Yeah.
Hey, Bung.
Yo,
Bung.
What's up, bro?
Hey, there's a member on the server. Her name is Sophia. She works in like the field of cardiology. I'm not sure exactly what her title is, but she says that the heart doesn't pump blood, that the blood flows on its own, and the heart is there to slow it down. You got to talk to her about it sometime because I'm probably messing it up. So you wouldn't need something to pump blood that high if her theory is correct.
Yeah, this is.
Hey, I'm talking about metabolism and all the other impulsive.
Roger's about to shut us down.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Roger.
There's an MD, Dr. Thomas Crown. He wrote a book about this. I will look for it.
Oh yeah, physics alone. I mean, what kind of? I mean, that's not even the same. It's probably it can't be made of the same stuff that we're made of. If it's flesh and blood, you know.
Can I ask a rhetorical question? Who has heard of the ethereal realm?
Heard of it? I think I've had a glimpse into it.
Yeah, is that where people astral project to when they talk about astral projecting?
Yeah, that's what they say.
It's the astral realm.
Now, there's a medium there, like here the medium is air, but there the medium is ether. That's why it's called the etheric realm.
I think anything
I was
that
just
has
making sure QE wasn't here.
The word medium, you know, when we talk about mediums, we talk about people who act like mediums, you know, between this world and that world. So I think any kind of dabbling in that is sorcery, in which is communing with whatever spirits. But prayer ritual is, you know, different, right? That's communing with the creator.
Yeah, but I think
the creator is.
I think the ethereal realm is what the other dimension is that these scientists are quote unquote pulling dark matter out of.
Well, did you hear about internet and how it was called
CERN?
the Ethernet?
Yep.
Yeah, because it's counter space.
Yeah.
You're like Ethernet cable.
The ether is here on Earth. Like the ether is a medium that everything, perturbates. It's just space, or like existence itself. Like the actual fabric of this information dimension, which is our reality, is the ether. Like that's what light. Like light is actually
electromagnetism works on the ether.
Yeah, and it comes from a counter space. It comes from in space.
You know, there's an idea where it says like the internet is old technology, the Ethernet is not something new. We just changed it and made it run with wires.
Yeah.
It's like the simulation theory. This is what they like. Everything in science is like backwards. It's weird. Like it isn't that like reality is like in a computer. It's that computers are like a super shitty version of what reality actually is. Like computers are like their own little information dimension that are spawned by this hardware. And reality is the same thing.
Kind of like how in Minecraft you can create a computer inside of Minecraft to run a game.
Yeah.
Damn, so I didn't know that.
Yeah.
You can build a screen, right, and connect to somebody and talk live on the screen.
Damn.
Yeah, a lot. It's see Microsoft is using Minecraft as an environment to test AI, applications, algorithms, and all these things. And before it comes out into the real world, it's tested in Minecraft AI, which means the AI has to interact with things in this environment of Minecraft the same way it would have to interact with things in the real world. So Minecraft is, it does have some of the physics from the real world, right? Like water and how everything behaves.
Minecraft is the programming language and the master code for nanobots.
Minecraft is a Trojan horse Oracle. Is the real thing that you're downloading.
They're moving it to C# language because it's,
Did you say Oracle? Hill? Hank?
Yeah. Oracle is the real thing that you're downloading, right?
I don't know. I'm asking.
Yeah, when you download
Oracle is Java.
Yeah. And what is Oracle? Oracle's the way that they track you, right? They know everything. Because, like, if you got Java activated on your web script, right, you can't be, like, in the dark web with, your security, right?
If you turn on your phone and you don't connect to anything, your phone is receiving stuff in the air, and if it's doing that, then it's going to answer, right? But a hacker can make it answer, so you don't know it's answering. So even if you don't get to the network, you're still vulnerable to some kind of hack. I mean,
you know how easy it is to write a virus in Java as a pop-up? Oh, it's so easy. It's like less than 100 lines of code. And it's a faux virus, but they can't close anything or open a new window or use their mouse.
Yeah.
And it's like just a flash show. It's like, hey, this and this and this, and you did this, and they just so on and so forth. Just making a bunch of like random code stuff up and show them proof of their IP, logging onto this and this and this, and then you decided to come mess with my server and my computer. Now you're hacked. Now I have your information. You are now my puppet. You need to call this number and get a hold of so and so, and they will communicate with me like I'm a deaf person. It'll be teletype.
You just got hacked, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I know.
You should have heard what we just heard.
Yeah.
I saw the connection. What did you hear?
You cut out. So I wanted to say, like,
first, go ahead.
They hijack everything with words, right? Like, I think about how much the ether is like space-time, right? Except for space-time isn't real, right? It's just meant to throw us off the trail, because if we figured out, that energy wasn't something you needed to hook up to a paying grid for, right? That you could just use magnets and other, devices that are patented, and you could just literally pull energy out of the ether, right? And we say out of the ether, right? And that sounds crazy, but where does it come from, right? When you got a generator, like you take an alternator, right, and you spin that sucker around, right? Or you take a drill and you hook up, the twisty thing onto it, and you start generating, juice for your cell phone. right? Like, where's that energy coming from? It's almost like you're literally pulling it out of the ether. Or if you got like a wagon wheel and you hook it up to a river and a generator.
Oh yeah.
Wagon wheel.
That's why the idea about you're talking about the force, right? Like the idea about gravity too. That's why I'm saying the sun and the moon and the stars are moving, like you said, right? That's the question. Like, why? What causes the sun, moon, and stars to move? Not why do things fall down? Because that's where the energy could be coming from. Is the movement of those bodies in the sky?
Well, I wanted to finish.
Ether or the magnetic field. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So, okay, so they hijacked the ether with space-time, and they had to hijack like specific gravity. So what do they call it? Gravity, right? Due to space-time. So they hijacked both of those things with one stone, right? Which is, super genius, I think. Yep. And not only that, right now they've hijacked the name Tesla, because when you type in Tesla, what's going to pop up? Tesla solar panels, Tesla batteries, Tesla cars, right? And Elon Musk, he could have just named the company Elon, right? He didn't
Dude's
have
a tree. Dude's a tree. He may be the beast.
Maybe. But my point is that this is what they do. Like, they take what's like naturally there and they hijack it and they rub their narrative like all over it until it's like stinking filth, and then we're like, oh, I'm not going to look into that. Right? That's obviously stupid. Yep. Right? But that's what they do. Like, they hijack the perspective, right? The Rayleigh criteria, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Right? Like that, it's a hijack. So basically what we are dealing with is narrative hijacker, conspiracy theorist with fact-checking overlordness.
Controlled opposition? No.
Yeah, that too.
I mean, that's just straight up lying, right? I mean, damn.
There's an anime and manga called Dr. Stone, and it's basically about like the world kind of ends, and everyone's like frozen in stone, and then this kid, he's like a scientist kid. He wakes up like a million years later or some shit, and the world's all overgrown, and he basically uses science to like bring the world back and like bring back civilization and everything. And it actually just pisses me off so much because all the science in it is just dog shit. Like, it's just using like, it's annoying because like, if it actually showed real science, it would be so good. Like if there was anything that actually showed like flat Earth and like all this real shit, it would instantly just be like one of the best things like in art. Like, it's crazy.
I haven't seen it, but I heard about it.
Yeah, that would be a good plot twist.
It's pretty good, even though it's annoying.
Did you know that
one man,
by law, we have a spirit and a soul?
Yeah.
A natural person is one having a spirit or a soul.
Just all persons.
No, because there's also artificial persons, otherwise known as governments or corporations.
Right.
IRS recognizes 7 different ones. Trust, corporation, a person. I can't remember them all.
Yeah, I forgot about the trust.
And if you don't run your trust right, they might, take away your trust retroactively.
Estate is another one.
Yeah, that's right.
Where a single person can become a corporation with an estate. Sorry, we were going down a rabbit hole. I can't remember who was talking. Was it Bong?
Yeah, y'all just went back like 2 hours ago.
Which rabbit hole?
I don't know. Somebody was saying something about a soul, and I said, "Yeah, technically we have a soul according to law."
Well, Hank was still talking about the ether and whatnot, and where the heck does the energy come from?
Yeah, the hijacking. Yeah, and it's crazy. The magnetic field creates the energy if it's oscillating. So you oscillate a magnetic field, and if you got some copper around, right, and a battery, you can harness that or utilize it.
But actually, the electricity comes first, and the electricity, like a stable electric current, is what generates the electromagnetic field. So the electricity comes first, and then generates a magnetic field.
Yeah, but it's caused through flyback, isn't it? There has to be a generation of the magnetic field in the conductor, and then a collapse, and then the electrons flow.
Well, he's talking about an electric magnet.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
I thought
you would have to have the flow for the electromagnet. But when Hank said magnet, he was talking about like a solid state magnet, not one that's artificially made from current.
I'm talking about the coil of copper, the electromagnetic coil, the stator. When the magnets are flying around it, it creates a current in there by creating a magnetic field and then collapsing that magnetic field, creating a flyback, creating the flow of electrons.
Yeah, motion. Motion. You can use it to create electricity. Yeah, of course.
But that means you have to create a dipole and destroy the dipole for electricity to be a thing. But that's only
the motion has to come from
current.
The power to spin it has to come from somewhere, right? So, a river that's flowing, like you can harness that flow, right? That's basically the same principle, right? Of trying to harness this electricity, right? You need the motion. The force. You need the force, the input force, yeah.
An electric arc is extremely hot plasma, right?
Yep.
That's what they say. If you can see it, it should be like 30,000 degrees.
So it's kind of like a flame because it can melt steel and fuse it together, almost like a strange fire.
Flame is plasma.
But like I'm talking about like a light, it creates like with that strange fire. Not only can you cause work to happen with that fire, because fire means or work means has something to do with creating fire, and you have light. Like the computer is doing work right now in the background because it's a slave daemon. It's a piece of code where in the background automatic things are taking place outside of your control, and they're called daemons. It's just bits of code. It's kind of like one of these things to where what is electricity exactly? I mean, even electricians don't really have a full grasp on it. All I know so far about electricity is Ohm's law is bullshit.
I don't think anyone does.
Bullshit. Why do you think Ohm's law is bullshit?
Because it doesn't always equal. It's less than.
Oh, because you lose a little bit of energy in any system, right? Entropy.
Yeah, there's always more resistance than what's calculated to be.
Right. Josh, I've never heard you say anything that remotely sounded stupid, but when I heard you say that Ohm's law is bullshit, I was like, what? What are you talking about?
Yeah. I was like, what do you mean? But you are right. Electricians, when we go to school, we're taught it's just a theory. We got no idea what it actually is, but whatever this substance is, it always acts the same. So therefore, we can calculate how it's going to act or react.
Yeah.
So please do elaborate. Right? I want to give you a chance to make your case against Ohm's law, because this is one thing that I'm very ignorant about, but I've always heard that Ohm's law is like legit.
Okay, it's E over IC, right? So that's E is electromagnetic force. I is resistance, and C is amperage or current. And in order, so it's an equation. So it's E as the top divider.
Actually, EIW.
EIW for watts?
Yes. Watts is your power.
I wasn't taught that. I didn't know that.
This is Ohm's law. You're doing a different formula. Ohm's law is E times I equals W. And then that's actually Ohm's law. And then any other, you can use algebra to change it up to however you need to use it.
Don't worry, Josh. I've been wrong before.
And that's the one I was talking about, the E over IC, which is E over I times C. And it should equal out.
What is C?
But that current, amperage, I is resistance, ohms. So if you know the voltage and you know the amperage, you should know how much resistance should be there to cause the volt drop at the ground.
You're not talking about Ohm's law. Look it up real fast. You're talking about something else.
Okay, well then there's my confusion.
So hold on, question. So basically, there's a flow, right? And the resistor helps you control that flow of electrons or whatever it is that's flowing, right?
The resistor is a kink in your water hose.
Like a valve.
It's a kink, yeah. Yeah, it can be used as a valve, but you'd have to have adjustable resistor.
Right. But the idea is to control the flow.
Car. I just replaced it, right? So when I turn the knob, right, it selects different settings on the resistor, and the resistor is allowing certain modes of electricity to the blower motor under the dash, right? So you set it on 1, and it's just kind of like a nice cool breeze. You don't really need it, but you need the window defrosted, right? But if you turn it on 4, it's like a hurricane wind, right? You could really hear that little motor cooking down there. So everything has a resistor, right? If you're dealing, or resistance, if you're dealing with wires and a motor and all that stuff, right? Battery.
Friction.
Yeah, but when you say resistor, I always tell my customers, like, think of electricity as water. Okay, so your resistor would be either, like you were saying, a valve, but a kink in a hose is easier for your lay person to understand, like you can kink it more or less, and if you do so with your sprinkler, you can see the effect. That's the same with the blower motor in your car. When you kink that water hose, there's only so much flow that's going to be allowed through, so that motor is only going to turn so fast, just like your water sprinkler would only put out so much water. But then whenever you unkink it and give it its full flow, it's going to spray out way further, and the blower motor is the same thing. When there's no kink in it, and there's no resistor in line, it's getting full power, it's able to go as much as it can.
Okay, yeah, I was talking about something for integrated circuits, the internal issue. I think it's
Hey Josh, you can't be genius like all the time. Like normally, Josh, like everything you say like makes fucking sense. So in case you guys didn't know, I've known Josh for quite a few years. Probably about 3 years.
No, longer than that, since 2016, bud.
Okay, maybe 4. Maybe longer. I'm not sure exactly how long, but Josh is usually like on point with most like everything he says. And then when I heard him say that, I was like, wait, what? Like Josh is wrong about something. And
it happens. We're not perfect.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
He misspoke.
I don't know if he misspoke. I think he misunderstood.
Yeah,
the sad part is the dumbest person in the room.
You cut out. I'm the dumbest person in the room when it comes to.
No, I'm saying I'm the dumbest in the room.
No, bro. When it comes
I grew up under a rock.
What law is that? The Ohm's law?
That's what I was told.
I know very little about electricity.
Like, you don't know this song? I was like, no. What, did you grow up under a rock? I was like, on a rock. Like,
that's what I was thinking. Seriously? You're on an island, dude.
So I think I'm the dumbest guy here. Someone
Is that rock below sea level?
So No, that's why I say on a rock.
He lives
right?
on a
Not
mountain.
under it.
I was gonna say Patrick.
He lives on a huge mountain.
Patrick lives in a shell.
No, I thought he lived under the rock.
Hey guys, do you
Oh,
know
he's a
where
starfish.
do you know where the mouth is on the starfish?
It's anus.
Well, it's right on bottom, right in the middle.
Yeah.
So what was Ariel wearing? Ariel, the little mermaid.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Coconuts.
Whoa, let's talk about coconuts.
Were they coconuts?
No, I was just kidding. Hey, that's what Disney does, man. They even put up, stuff on the cover, penis.
Well, according to the real Ariel archetype, I guess it would be the Starbucks mermaid, right?
The real story is that she, it was painful for her to walk on her feet, right, her new feet, but the prince wanted to see her dance, so she did. And then in the end, he married somebody else, and then she killed herself. That's the real story.
The other day, my client, he's like a normie. And the other day he brought up, he goes, every time I see somebody with Starbucks, I always think of how you call it whorebucks. And I tell them that she's got her leg spread, that she's a whore. They're like, no, that's her fin. And he goes, she's got two fins?
Fin spread.
Got him.
She's spreading her.
He don't like listening to me. Says he's got to make money. He doesn't care if anything I say is real or not. So many years ago, I quit talking to him about anything, like that we talk about.
That's why the Prince of the Air controls the world.
The airwaves.
Prince of the power of the air. When I think about that, I think about our phones, and I think about how we're looking at stuff, listening. Things are coming through, especially the bandwidths we have today and the quality you see, right? And it's all happening in the air right next to you, and you can't see it. You don't know it's there. It's happening. I
was sitting there thinking maybe those guys that get on the internet and look at porn and Google girls on like Facebook and all this stuff, and just to try to see as many women as they can naked and making a bunch of lies and stuff. I wonder if that's the spiritual iniquities, or would fall under spiritual iniquities, because it's not real. You don't expect to do anything, but you're able to speak to them like magic.
Yeah, well, that's what. Yeah, us talking. Check this out, right? A seer. You go to a seer and ask them a question about the warrior, about the fight tomorrow. She looks into a reflective water thing, right? Like a mirror, and the answer comes to her.
Or a black mirror.
Today, or a black mirror. Yeah, and today we do the same thing, right? We look into this reflective black mirror we call our phones, and we ask the oracle, Google.
It's creepy. If you were, I can't remember what kind of camera it is. I think it's a high definition camera, but with a high definition camera, you cannot see any display from a smartphone. So it's like the display and all of that isn't really going on. It's being beamed directly into your eye, the iPhone. So maybe the whole thing is you're staring at a black mirror and seeing visions.
Oh, that's what I mean. When you look at the screen, that's literally what you get. YouTube visions.
So do you guys think that
knowledge?
I want to know who programmed our phone cameras to not be able to see the infrared from the security cameras. Because when I was in high school and I wanted to sneak around, you didn't have to look to see if there was a camera somewhere. You could just get your phone out and look around through your phone and see where the damn infrared was, and then there's a camera there. And now they've put programming in to where you can't see it no more. You can still see the remote control though to see if the batteries work, but you can't see the damn light coming off the cameras anymore.
Yeah, but if you get an old camcorder like the digital one that I have, and you go to your front facing camera on your phone or even on your computer and look at it, you'll see a light emanating from it constantly, unless the power is off. But if the device is on, you will see flashes of infrared light coming from the camera itself.
Yeah, because it uses that to focus.
I put a tape over mine. I've been doing that since whenever I had a phone.
Because
do you think you'd put a tape over your own eyeball if Elon Musk came out with his Neuralink, but combined his workings with Apple and came out with a new iPhone? So it's just an eye that you surgically replace your eye with an iPhone. I think you'd have to put a tape over your piece of tape over your own eye if you want some privacy.
I think it doesn't even matter. I mean, there's tape over people's eyes now. They think the Earth is a ball. You know what I mean? Like, people are already blind. People are already walking around with tape over their eyes. Sometimes they never even look at the road. They just look at the phone while they walk. Turn left. While looking at the phone.
I'm on a bridge, stupid. I can't turn left.
Because you're playing your game while Google Maps is giving you directions as you walk and play your game and talk to your buddy.
In a world where there needs to be warning on coffee that it might be hot and burn you, people believe they live on a ball.
Yeah. You guys should really watch the Brave New World. They made like a TV series. It is just so crazy how each episode is just a big truth bomb, and they just show it to you.
So here's the alpha pluses. Yep. Here's the alphas. Here's the betas.
To me, truth bombing is predictive programming and propaganda, meaning get ready for this.
It ruined your life, right?
Right. When you see this in the real world, you know what it is, right?
They have to tell you what they plan before they do it. That's how it works.
That's how you get to accept it.
That's to avoid the karma.
It's to get you familiar. It's to get you familiar with how it works, right? Through movies, so that you don't freak out and say no when they roll it out in the real world. It's to get people comfortable with it and
no. So according to their religion, so when they get resurrected or when they get rebirthed or what do they call it, reincarnated, because they're all Hindu Satanists, that there's a thing of karma, and if you have more bad karma than good karma, then you'll be coming back as a slug or something instead of a human or a cow. And I guess the cow is the highest species or something. I don't really know.
You know how much salt is on this planet? Man, it would suck to be a slug.
And I just can't come back as a...
They drink Kelpie.
It'd be cool if you could come back... Go ahead, Hank.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to go into the revelation of the method. So it has multiple effects, right? Like if I'm sitting there and I'm talking truth to someone and they're like, oh man, Hank, you watch too much Family Guy. I'm like, I don't fucking watch Family Guy. I don't know what you guys are fucking talking about. I'm talking about real shit. Can you try to keep up? Right? It's because they've already done it on Family Guy. So when I am talking about, the thing, right, they've already heard it on Family Guy and they think it's a joke and they think I'm trying to be funny. Right? And it's like, no, I'm being fucking serious. Like, I'm trying to talk to you about something. So not only that, it also has this effect of predictive programming to get people to accept it. And not only that, it's like to avoid the karma. Because it would be really bad karma if I just took your keys, went in mud and broke your axle. But if I said, hey, bro, I'm in your drunken state or in your, alpha state watching TV, you're watching the news, and I'm like, hey, I'm going to go mudding in your truck. And I take your keys and I go in your truck and I'll break your axle mudding. Whose fault is it? My fault? No, I told you what I was doing. I told you what my plan and my intentions were. You didn't speak up because you were in alpha state watching the news or whatever. So you didn't speak up and say, no, bro, you can't take my truck. What if you break my axle? Are you going to pay for it? No, I wouldn't pay for it. No, you can't take my truck. So that's what they do all the fucking time. Like they tell us what they're going to fucking do. Like they let it slip. Like, oh, they announced under Bush administration that they were spying on all of our telephone calls. And then nobody really fucking said anything. So it...
Take a deep breath, Hank.
Sorry, is it too much?
No, I just say it. Don't get yourself riled up. Continue.
I'm not riled up. But you disrupted my state. Go ahead.
No. You were saying that they were recording all their phone calls, and then in Bush's
Yeah,
time,
people just accepted it, right? So that was like your Fourth Amendment, and you just let it go. Like nobody fucking cares. Nobody said anything. What about Obama, the National Defense Authorization Act? What do you mean that they can just fucking arrest you and hold you indefinitely without trial because you're a terrorist? What the fuck do you mean you're just gonna arrest somebody without trial? The fuck?
Yep. That's how the Federal Reserve happened too, right?
well, that's not the crazy thing. The crazy thing is that the populace is so dumbed down and pussified that they just allow it to happen. And then if you talk about it, people like look at you weird and like.
And then there's the double speak, making bad things sound nice.
Ignorance is strength.
Hey, my main client owns the website Idiocrates.
That 1984, right?
Yeah, bro. Idiocrates?
Yeah. .com. It's not an active site, but he owns the domain. He's still trying to, even though it's it's free domain, it's not copyright anymore. Since he's a business guy, he wants to do what he considers something ethical and get a hold of the writer and get his blessing before he starts selling them.
I once got a
he
T-shirt.
wants shirts. He wants shirts that say like baiting and stuff. Shut up, I'm baiting. Come back, I'm baiting.
Go away, I'm baiting.
I once got a T-shirt that said Brondo. It's got electrolytes, and it's what plants crave.
Yeah, shirts like that.
Oh man!
If he does, I'm gonna get him to make one that says it was supposed to be a comedy, not a documentary.
You got some like Tropic Thunder?
Yes.
I got a can of Booty Sweat on my shelf. It's like 10 years old at least. I wouldn't drink it.
Tom Cruise was funny on that one.
Oh yeah, me and my wife watched it, and I was like, Tom Cruise was great, and she was like, what? She wasn't in this movie. I was like, oh, these are the credits. Like, just keep watching. And then Les Grossman as Tom Cruise. I was like, got you. Because she's the Hollywood dunce or whatever. I don't know. She's got like so many freaking movies.
When the hell did we get ice cream? Was I sleeping? You never seen that? The Ringer?
I was wondering what the hell you were talking about.
About the Special Olympics.
Yeah.
The Ringer.
Yeah. I like the old guy. The old guy with the wrinkles. That's like
Rip Torn.
That's not Rip Torn.
No,
that's
shit,
the other guy.
The
Bill
old
Cox
guy with the wrinkles.
Something Cox.
Yeah, that dude's funny. I've seen him in a lot of stuff.
Brian Cox.
I think Red 2 maybe. One of those. He's like the Russian guy.
Oh, John Malkovich?
No. The Russian guy who was like, every time you pull the trigger, your feet twitch.
Oh.
Anyway, Hollywood sucks.
Hollywood is
Hollywood.
The tree that was used during the winter time that people would bring into their house, and it would have red berries on it, meaning the ornaments.
Yeah, it's also the tree that witches use to make wands, magic wands out of. So if you think about the word Hollywood, it's basically a magic wand to cast. That's what they say, Hollywood magic, right? That's what they call it.
And it fruits when everything else is dead or sleeping for the winter.
Yeah.
Did you guys know that bears don't sleep for 6 months? Like hibernation, they just like slow down their metabolism. And they're not like sleeping. Did you guys know that?
They're half asleep?
No, they're not half asleep. They're just slow. Like, did you guys ever like hear this shit? Like, you know, didn't they teach us like in school that when things hibernate, they fucking
They didn't teach us anything in school. What are you talking about?
Okay, didn't they indoctrinate us to think that bears like slept for like several months during the winter?
Yeah, and they also told us that pandas are a natural species, yet they've never been seen in nature.
They've never been seen in nature.
Mm-mm.
You mean there ain't some bamboo looking?
No, I think they're criminals. I think they're criminals dressed up in bear suits.
I thought raccoons were criminals. Oh well.
They are. Bro.
No, I mean pandas. I think they're Chinese criminals being punished.
Dude, can I tell you all a messed up story?
I don't think pandas are a real animal.
I got to tell you all a messed up story. So I had this dog, right, when I was young. I was working like 70 hours a week as an assistant manager at a fast food place, right? And I had just had a baby boy, and his days and nights were mixed up bad, and I wasn't sleeping good, right? This fucking trash panda, I mean, a raccoon, he was still in dog food, right? So the dog's barking like all hours of the night. Like, I just got off at like midnight. I have to be at work at like 6. And the dog is barking like waking me up. So I get pissed off and I go outside with a Chinese star. And I stick it in this raccoon's back, and he hobbled off with my Chinese star. And I never saw him or my Chinese star ever again.
Yeah.
Now you got raccoon with that Chinese star, so you better watch it in the middle of the night. You'll be going out there to take the trash out or something. You'll get your Chinese star stuck in your neck when the raccoon's all.
This is like 18 years ago.
The next time he comes over, when he hears the dog bark, he's gonna run because he knows you're about to come out and poke him again, or he might not come over again.
Oh, dude, he never came back. I bet he took that Chinese star to like all of his friends, and they were like, shiny.
Told him.
Okay,
Don't go to
cool.
this
Was
dude's
so,
house.
okay, cool. Was so amazed the other day because we saw a raccoon and 3 babies by this like splash pad thing, like down in the creek. You're on a bridge, and I was throwing it some cheese, and I was making clicking noises like some people call dogs and stuff. And by the 4th piece of cheese, he already knew to look up when I made the clicking noise. And she was just like, damn, man, he already knows that clicking means you're about to throw another one. She's like, they're smart.
Yeah.
I feel bad about that now, but I was like sleep deprived and I was angry.
Does that mean you guys got a lot of coons there in Texas? Because we got a lot of donkeys here in California.
Careful, you might have tempted him with the Chinese star. You know, he might come back for your silverware.
Right? They love shiny shit.
Yes, there's a lot of raccoons here, even in the city.
Yeah.
Even in the city, you'll see them like right, you know, about an hour before the sun goes down, peeking up out of the storm drains along the roads and stuff.
Trash bandits. Yeah, like if you're
And if you go to a state park, you can catch one. Just go to the dumpster and open the lid after dark. There'll be a damn raccoon in there.
Yeah, raccoons are like, man, they're like next, like humans, you know, in taking over, and then raccoons and taking over the world. You know, that's how smart they are. You know, it's like you don't even know they're there until the dog barks.
You know how easy it would be to train like a raccoon?
All right.
Because they already like shiny shit.
And they're smart.
Yeah, but they only live like 2 years.
Oh, man. If they live,
just send them in, right? You just send them in, you know, give them a little practice run. Like, this is how you crawl through the fence. This is usually how you get in and get the shiny stuff.
Attach like freaking laser beams to their heads so they can sit there and predator hit their targets and give them little freaking Japanese katanas and send them off on their way.
Little headset so you can
have them
communicate,
scream,
give commands. Yep.
No mercies, no surrender, and then they go in.
Yeah, Mission Impossible. You know what I mean? Like, they're that smart. Like, yeah, man. I wonder if that's possible. I mean, they killed all the pigeons.
In their speeches,
you know,
remember, my masked friends, these humans think the mice will inherit the earth, but I tell you, it will be the raccoons.
Exactly. Exactly.
Bro, though, if your friend ever has like a pet raccoon, like watch him closely, because he'll get up in your lap and you'll be like, oh, a cute little guy, like he's loving on me. No, he is robbing you blind. Every shiny thing that's in your pocket, and you think he's loving on you.
He's scanning the area, right? Scanning for the goods. Oh, you're so cute. Come here.
That's why you fuck with them and have a bunch of balls of foil in your pocket.
Yeah, that would be great. But yeah, secretly he's like, oh, cufflinks, nice. And he's like pocketing that shit. He don't even have pockets, but he's pocketing that shit.
Hey Josh, there's these alcoholics that are like on the corner like every day, the same ones like every day. And I was an electrician, and I'd save all the knockouts while I was at work, and then whenever I'd save quite a bit of them up, and then when I go by, I'd throw them out on the ground. I guarantee if they had a gun, they'd shoot my ass.
Knockouts?
Yeah, those slugs from electrical boxes.
Yeah, KOs. They look like chains. They sound like chains when they hit the ground.
They're the size of quarters.
And nickels. Look up junction box with 1/2 inch and 3/4 KOs, Hank, and then you'll see what I'm talking about. I just thought of that because y'all are talking about the raccoons.
The Masked Bandit.
So one day, me and my friend going down a county road, and you can bake out them little Toyota single cab trucks. You can fog them out, smog them out like really easy. So we're like going down the road, like chiefing much weed, and like we come across this opossum sitting out in the middle of the road. So we stop. We're like, get on the road, fucker. We're not trying to kill you. So we're like stoned off our asses, right? We're like, this opossum. He's old and gray. He's like a fucking ancient possum. Yeah, so we're like, get out of the road, dumbass. He's like not moving. It's like, give him a Starbucks. Not Starbucks.
He sounds like Beavis.
Anyway,
You gave them the
wasn't a
coffee?
Starbucks. It was what are those little candies?
Skittle?
A peppermint?
Anyway, no, it's like
Starburst.
Starburst. Yeah.
Starburst. Yeah. So we gave him a fucking Starburst, and he like picks it up and like puts it in his mouth. And I swear to God, it was like he looked up at us and was like, "Thanks," and then he fucking got out of the road. Like
Did he
that is
smile?
a true. He was happy about the Starburst. It was like the best taste. He's been eating like dead animals and shit, so he's never tasted anything like that.
Yeah. Like
The only marsupial on the North American continent.
Yeah, and they look nothing like the Australian freaking possum.
You said he was old and gray. Aren't possums always gray?
I've seen lots of possums in my life.
light brown.
This
light
one was
brown,
like-
grayish.
This one was like old, right? Because he was in the middle of the road and he was like, "Just end it here, end it." And then we like gave him a reason to live because he wouldn't get out of the road. Like we couldn't pass because he was
Great.
standing
Now
up.
he's
If I would have went, I would have killed him.
Now he's gonna wander off looking for that next fix of Starburst and not knowing it doesn't exist. He's
Nah,
probably
see what
worse off
happened.
now.
What happened is you gave sugar to an animal that happened to be a natural diabetic, and he couldn't handle the sugar, so he went to an anaphylaxis on the side of the road and dropped out.
That's probably a better way to go than me because if I would have hit him, my bumper only would have hit the top half, right? So his bottom half would have still been running around.
Yeah, possums are not as cool as raccoons, but okay.
No,
possums are ugly. Possums
They're
are
not as
nasty.
cute. They're not as cute as raccoons.
But
they're ugly as shit.
They look like giant, naked, ugly rats.
Look up the
I'm
Australian.
Sure they think that y'all are just like supermodels.
Look up Australian possum.
Possums are cool, man. I like them.
I might go look for one and take a photo.
Yeah, take a selfie.
I probably will.
These things are cute as shit. It's the only cute possum. It's the Australian
This time
bushtail possum.
This time of year, they're gonna have babies, and you don't even see them because they're up in their whatever you call it, whatever that pouch is called. they'll hiss. Like if one falls out, like say you're chasing one this time of year, one of the babies falls out, you can find it because when you get close to it, it sounds like a little hissing sound.
You ever see them like the mother will carry them on their backs? They'll have like 4 or 5 on their backs.
Yep. And when you walk up, they start going under their stomach. Oh shit, we gotta hide.
Those things are cool, man. I don't care what anybody says.
It looks like a it kind of looks like a mouse. Yeah.
Yeah, those possums are cute as shit down there. We'll trade you possums. You can have the Virginia possum.
No
It
thanks.
looks like definition. It looks like what you would think of if somebody said white trash.
What about armadillos?
Don't they carry
Yeah, they're
leprosy?
cool.
Do they? I ain't never fucked with an armadillo.
We still play with them. They can swim and all kinds of stuff.
Don't eat
They
them.
can jump. They can jump like 5,
No,
6
we
foot
don't
high.
eat them. Do they? They jump that high?
Heck yeah, man! It'll scare the shit out of you if you ain't ever seen one jump. You come up on one and it doesn't know you're there. Yeah, it's
Do they-
a defense mechanism.
Do they really roll
What?
into a ball?
No.
Oh.
I'm not saying they can't. I've just never seen one do that.
Didn't Darwin find like armadillo skeletons in South America that were like the size of a Volkswagen Beetle?
Yeah, didn't they later call those dinosaurs?
No, I was like dinosaurs. That was just a big hungry ass armadillo.
I never seen an armadillo.
Or either everything was way bigger, or hybrid, Nephilim experiments, fallen angel, alien experiments, Anunnaki experiments.
The astronaut theorists.
That messed that messed everything up. I mean, that's what they're calling it, right?
No,
When the angels came down.
Don't
in the
watch
Bible,
the Earth Watch.
it says the sons of Anak. Who do you think the sons of Anak were?
Right.
Anaki and the Anunnaki.
Yep. Yeah. Yes.
So, who or what the hell were they?
Fallen angels.
Well, Hercules, Achilles, these kinds of characters, the heroes of renown, like
demigods.
Yeah, demigods. We have those in our culture as well, females even. And then there's
the classic
stories.
heroes.
Wait, what do you mean?
And the stories. Oh, we've got a warrior princess named Nafanua. We've got 2 sisters that swam from Fiji to bring us the tattoos. There's all kinds of crazy stories. There's giants on my island, and I know a story that was told to me. These kinds of stories, these kinds of people. You know how the gods came down, like Zeus would come down and mate with a woman and then produce. And then there's the animal stuff going on, the god. What is the god? Pan? Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Half satire, half man, centaurs.
Yeah,
these kinds of
deviant.
hybrids. Yeah, and then there's giants, right? So it says they sinned against all the animals, the birds, the all flesh on the land, and even so giants, And if it's a giant armadillo, but either everything was way bigger, which means I don't know, Adam and Eve might have been like super big, right? If that's relative sizes, you know what I mean? Scale. Or
Look, all I know is these creatures, these entities, showed up here, and they couldn't leave, and they were stuck here. So they changed into light bodies and fly around in the nighttime sky, mimicking the stars until mankind forgets about them, so they can come back again.
Well, it says it happened after the flood too. Said it happened again after the flood. So I took that as
it says
more of this producing.
Technically, it's Giborim, which is mighty men before the flood and after the flood.
Yep. Well, it's what we're doing with DNA today, right?
experimenting with
Super
it,
soldiers.
mixing things. Yeah, but growing, the tomato, they'll take a gene from a fish that lives in the Atlantic, right, and put it into the tomato to get a tomato that will grow during winter. I mean, that's a long time ago,
would that
20 years ago. Or something.
What about Bigfoots? Wouldn't that match the definition? Because they are kind of big.
Right. Those would definitely match because what would you call them? Cryptids?
No, not
anomalies, right?
Like Nephilim.
Yes, that's what I mean. They would also have like some kind of mystical. I mean, I don't know. I mean, some of them could be just experiments.
Wait, Bong. Are you sure that thing you just said
could be actually?
Are you sure that thing you just said about tomatoes? Are you sure that that you weren't talking about strawberries? Because I've heard the same thing about strawberries. Like I was actually taught
strawberries.
that in school, but
tomato.
GMOs.
Pineapple is not a natural fruit.
Right, and then we do things like we grow human organs on pigs, and then use them. Then there's transhumanism. Then there's the prosthetics that are better than the real thing. And now Neuralink. I mean, you know what I mean? Like it's all the same thing. So like, what are those giant armadillo fossils and what is the story about dinosaurs? Millions of years ago? Like, no, like hundreds of millions of years. Whoa.
Yeah, but if they take a mouse that just died, like they just sacrificed the mouse for science, or not DNA tested, but they cut the leg off, and they do whatever tests they do to find out how much carbon dating, it'll come back 12,000 years.
Yeah.
They cut the tail off, and the tail will come back 80,000 years. They cut the head off, and the head will come back, say 4,000 years? So which one of these dates are right? None of them.
You see, it's all truth relativism, right? They're all correct in some sort of way because you can't question science.
We're carbon-based life forms. Everything we eat has carbon in it. So the carbon dating does not work and cannot work. It was invented by a Jesuit.
But it's the best they got.
And then in order for them to calibrate the carbon dating, well, what rock layer is it in? Well,
right.
How do they know how
your imagination is just not powerful enough?
Oh, like Einstein's imagination was?
Even if it did work, okay, hundreds, millions, tens of millions of years, like even all the way back to billions of years, like that's not even math or science. That's not even what we observe in the real world. Like, no, you can't even believe it. You won't believe it anyway because it would still sound like bull.
Well, if I believed in space and it was billions and billions and aeons of years ago, then there would be no flying snowballs.
You guys ever seen the Epic Rap Battles of History?
Yeah.
You seen the one where it was the guy in the wheelchair?
Those are good, Hank.
Yes, they are. They're so good.
I watched Sherlock Holmes and Batman.
I bet you did, Batman.
Yeah, that's.
I like the one about. I like the one about economics.
Yeah, I showed those to my children probably a little too soon, but I was like, "You guys got to check these out. These are awesome."
Was there one particular you were going to mention? I interrupted.
Yeah, it was the science one. Not science, but you know what I mean. It was the one about Stephen Hawking versus whatever the other guy's name was. If you guys haven't seen that, it's pretty good.
Versus the one that said we're all made from stardust, maybe? Is that the one you're referring to?
Stephen Hawking versus someone. I can't remember.
Who had the first show that the name We Shall Not Speak has it now?
I don't know, but I think there was a flat earther who kind of did like a spoof of that Epic Rap Battles, and it wasn't too bad. I can't remember. Can't remember the name.
Come on, who's the scientist that said we're all stardust?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
No, they're top.
Carl Sagan.
Yeah,
Mitchell-
yeah. Is that who you're talking
Mitch-
about?
Oh, yeah, Carl Sagan.
No, it wasn't him. It was Stephen Hawking versus someone else, and I can't remember who it was. You can just type it in.
The guy that says, "And billions and billions and billions of years ago."
When you're getting that much stardust, what do you expect?
Yeah, I think he's been smoking that stardust.
Hey, you want some stardust, man? I got everything. What do you need?
You guys know
Some
Lawrence
stardust?
Cross, right?
You want some cosmic? You want some of this Van Halen belt?
You want some of this Van Halen?
Are you talking about stuff in space or the band?
I'm talking about the good stuff. No, I got everything. Which one do you want?
You sound like you said
The
Van
purple
Halen.
one or the pink
See,
one?
think about this for a second. This is Bong offering you this, so it's true what they say. It is a gateway drug, huh, Bong?
What? Gateway to where?
Oh, what?
Here's something funny. When I was a kid, I heard on the radio that some lady in our small town like climbed up on one of the advertisement towers and was threatening to jump. So I hear this on the radio. The very next song they play is Van Halen "Jump."
So what? Were they advertising suicide?
They were, reporting on the news. In the news, some lady didn't have any cigarettes, so she climbed the advertisement tower and was threatening to kill herself if she didn't get 3 cartons of cigarettes. And then they played the Van Halen.
Might as well jump. Jump.
Hey, that's funny, man.
Go
That's
ahead and
funny. Dun, dun. What are we gonna do, boss? Play the jump song.
True story, by the way.
She tried to extort me. So I just played this song that I really like. I didn't know she would jump. Three cartons of cigarettes. That's it? That's all her life is worth?
Yeah. You
don't want a pallet? Yeah, you don't want a container? Just 3 cartons? Okay, get her 3 cartons. But you got to jump for it. Ready? Catch! Jump! Dun, dun, and slow motion. What a crazy world is crazy.
When I heard that song come on the radio, I was like, no fucking way. That shit is way too far out for them to play this song right now.
Turn it up. Bro, turn it up. Poof.
You can't make that shit up.
Yeah, I grew up on classic rock, so the classic rock station was funny.
That's funny.
Yo, Bong.
Yo, Vlad.
Why you still tripping, guy? You've been tripping all day.
I'm not tripping. I'm sitting down. Yeah, bro. Why? What's up?
Because you're sipping on that scissor.
Sipping on some.
Bong doesn't drink, guy. Thank God.
Yeah, you didn't order that chocolate off of Facebook, did you, Bong?
I actually hate drinking now, because I hate what it did to me and what it does to me, and now to me it tastes like poison. Like my stomach is like
bad. No,
it's solvent, bro.
It's disgusting.
It's cleaner.
No, I'll have wine. I'll have a glass of wine or 2.
Have you ever tried Ritalin?
That'll rid you of some of your issues.
I still don't know what that means, but I think it's a bad thing, right?
It might help us a little bit.
Bong. When you drink coffee, do you calm down a little bit?
I'd go to sleep, man.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It wakes me up a little bit now. And
it's like, it kind of reminded me of my cousin Kelly, and holy hell. With Kelly, when she gets going, you can't shut her up. Nope, you just let her go.
Yeah, I think it's the coffee. Exactly. Yeah.
No, like, she doesn't even need coffee. She wakes up at like 4:00 in the morning, and she's like, check it out. Oh my god.
Yeah, yeah. My whole family is like that. Like all my siblings are all like that. You should see my sister. Man. My sister is crazy like that.
Joshua, you knew
I'm so good about it.
Joshua, you knew exactly why I asked him if he'd ever tried Ritalin. That's funny.
She'll overtalk the shit out of you. Like, damn. Okay, you win.
You've been watching the Conservatives twins? Bong.
You know yeah, some people are like that. Hyperactive, right? Is that what it's called?
Yes, that's what they call it. Hyperactivity.
Yeah.
I call it natural.
Weed improves my quality of work, right? That's why I like to smoke weed, because it slows me down and critically
That's because you smoke sativa. You get to hold some good indica, man.
I know, right? So I'm in Australia.
It's all the way around.
If you got good sativa, I could hook you up with some really good connections.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
I think Hank got it right. It's the other way around. The sativa makes you crazy. The
sativa makes you up.
Yeah, that's why I said he needs some indica. He needs a tranquilizer. Yeah.
Well, no, I think sativa is the best because I can't. Yeah, I don't want to go to sleep. I hate, falling asleep when I have a smoke.
This Canadian seed company has a strain of sativa called amphetamine.
And what does it do? What was it?
Speeds you up. It gives you tons of energy, like that central nervous system drug.
Yep. I wake up when I'm on the islands. I wake up in the morning. That would be perfect, right? Coffee, sativa, bong hits, and then plantation.
Oh, but I think over there in Aussie land they call it sativa.
Sativa.
I don't know. A friend of mine down there, and I guess it's Sydney. That's what
Oh, really?
I can't. New Queensland.
Sativa?
No, New South Wales.
Sativa.
Yeah, he goes sativa, and then he calls the English the P word.
Yeah,
sativa.
Jesus Christ, guys!
Hey, Bong, is there a lot of sunlight where you live?
Good.
In Australia?
What do you want, eggs? What's up?
Yeah, I guess there would be, huh?
It's kind of cloudy.
Remember, you can always use a magnifying glass in sunlight or some other light refracting or even reflecting, if you're good enough, object to condense the light. Condense it on an object so that it vaporizes or carbonizes. That way you don't have to use a flame that's nasty tasting.
Hey. I might set up some mirrors. Yeah, wait a minute.
Yeah, if you want to, you can even set up a mirror. You can even set up a mirror like on a porch and reflect the light into your house or apartment. And then use a magnifying glass to condense the light onto an object that you want to carbonize.
Yeah. Well, you can just build a little station for it.
Get yourself a couple of lenses. Get yourself a couple of lenses and like an aluminum tube. Almost like a magnifying glass type of thing itself. And then on the other end of it, you hook up one of those burning lasers. You got a lightsaber.
Yeah. It's a bit hard to smoke with it, though. Can you still smoke with it?
It's a handheld laser. It's a handheld laser, so it's like a flashlight. You just click a button, you got light. So you just click a button and you start
fire.
You start chiefing on
it. Fire, a big one.
How do you think the Jedi's got high?
You start going. Come on, man.
You gotta hold the lightsaber up, like you're about to stab your bone.
No, you got to use the force, so you only have a little nub coming out, so you don't stab anything. You just burn.
You got to use the force to make sure you don't lose any of the gas, because you can use the force to create gas pressure without a container, right?
Create a force field around the gas to contain it.
And that's how the rebels took over the universe is by saying, use the force of gravity, we will overcome the Empire, and we will craft a new world out of it. Oh, I'm sorry.
Use the force. That's not gravity, Luke. Right? Because gravity is the other mysterious force.
Yeah, but he didn't say, Luke, I'm your father. He said, no, I'm your father. Because you never paid attention. You were getting there going, every time that came up, you're like, Luke, I'm Luke. You know, you never paid attention to the movie, you Mandela effectors. Oh, I'm sorry.
Boba Fett. I'm Boba Fett.
Sorry, I had to geek out there.
There was four people, not six.
Boba Fett is like the coolest bad guy in that movie. Because Darth Vader.
Wasn't he a clone?
I don't know. But Darth Vader showed him too much respect, man. I'm like, damn, this guy's got a lot of respect for Darth Vader, man.
Well, if I believed in space, then that means I would have known that Boba Fett is the clone of Jango Fett, and all of the stormtroopers as well.
Right. But
so
see,
that means Boba Fett would be a horrible ass bounty hunter because the stormtroopers can't hit the broadside of a barn.
Nah, man, he's like really good. Better than San Holo.
That's almost like the Wookiee offense or defense.
Han Solo, sir.
It's a Wookiee living with a bunch of Ewoks. Does that make sense?
It makes no sense.
But Darth Vader, I think, is... Yeah, if I was in Star Wars, I'd be on the dark side. Because it's Darth Vader. No.
He's telling us he's a shield.
So you're a NASA scientist, huh?
Well, he is the chosen one. I mean, he's Jesus. He's Yeshua.
They got the black hole. He's on their team.
He's Star Killer. That's something different.
In that
they got the black hole, so he signed up.
And then
in that movie,
Skywalker. The rebel scum are nothing but terrorists.
Well, who is the father? Think about it. Who is the father? So that guy must be God or something, right? There was no father. Like, no father.
You killed him.
Jesus?
You killed my father.
No, she said she was a virgin, like she didn't, have sex with anyone and she just got pregnant. It's a immaculate conception.
Imagine if they had an antagonist called Land Flyer, but a Skywalker.
Lando Calrissian?
I'm not saying that is Jesus. I'm just saying
Cruiser?
It's like symbolic of him.
Yo, how much LSD did George Lucas take?
All of it. That's why he's got the green.
All of it.
Or not enough, depending on your point of view.
I mean, I know Jim Henson was taking an awful lot of it.
Go ahead.
Has anyone of you guys read the electric Kool-Aid acid test? It is the history of acid. It's in the 60s, isn't it? In California, there was a guy who was a chemist. He had his own lab, and he made so much acid he was walking around like giving it to people. He had this shopping bag.
Yeah, there was. I grew up in Oregon, and in Oregon, there's a place called Eugene, and it's
Oregon
a huge hippie compound. Yeah, it's a huge hippie compound, and
Ellie's going there in 2 weeks.
That's what all the Satanists are.
There's property there from it's Jack Kerouac property, and it's that bus from that acid tour. That
Really?
acid trip. Yeah.
Well, that book is amazing. I actually read it because, I had dabbled, and it was really, really interesting. And then the science community got involved and said this is a bad thing. But it was a really interesting experiment that they done with some soldiers. They all got them tripping on acid, and then they studied them to see how this would affect them in a combat situation. And the guys just all wandered off and started looking at the trees. And
yeah, weren't they Scottish soldiers?
I think they were English soldiers. But I actually have a question about that, if any of you know the details of it. So I heard like a rumor like way long time ago, or not a rumor, but like some story that the United States military during the 20th century were developing bombs that they could set off over a combat zone, and it would disperse LSD in a way that I guess would get into people's skin, and then basically immobilize the enemy so that they're all just rolling on the ground, tripping on acid, while the American troops could potentially roll in with their guns, but not shooting people, and then just sort of take over the area. Does anybody know anything about that?
I know about the supposed neutron bomb. One that would
honestly,
kill
I think
all
it's
life,
kind of humane.
but it would leave all structure intact, almost like Great Reset type stuff. But that's all caused by liquefaction.
Yes, but back in the day in the USA, they actually had these, like, we would call them raves, and they would go to these big warehouses, hundreds of people, and they would actually get one of these oil drums and mix some Kool-Aid up and chuck the LSD in there, and people would just go
trash can punch.
Just go and drink a cup of Kool-Aid.
Is that where
they still have them here in the States, but now they're called like Electric Daisy Carnivals and stuff.
I wonder if that's where Jim Jones got his Kool-Aid idea, and that other Heaven's Gate cult. Like, do you think they knew it was strychnine, not just, or do you know it was just? Did they know it was just purely strychnine without the LSD antidote? Probably not.
I think they all went into it knowingly.
I think some of them didn't want to. They had to be persuaded and forced, right?
Well, that was the thing.
I think, there would have been some who didn't want to. But then I think the pressure of, the herd instinct.
Wasn't there a town where there was a public cafeteria that they were dosing people with LSD without their knowledge? Through the use of that public cafeteria? It's like free lunch hall.
Imagine if you've never had, if you've never experienced anything like it, and somebody secretly pops it in your cup of tea.
Yeah,
what that would do.
they can
I got a story.
brainwash you.
There was a teacher. He said that somebody put a hit of acid in his Coke, and he told me about it. It was a wonderful story.
And his cocaine?
No, and it's Coca-Cola Classic. So he's sipping his drink and didn't realize that there's acid, and after a while he starts feeling funny. It is a great story to be told. I mean, I feel bad for the guy because they didn't get his permission, and that was obviously an evil thing to do. But the way he tells the story, he had a good time.
I had a younger brother who died when he was 24. So he had a really short life. Why did I start off by saying that now? But yeah, we used to get on really, really well, and go on lots of adventures together. And he was also a speed freak. He had a motorcycle. When we drove somewhere one day, and we went so fast, and I was the passenger, of course, that I was looking at in South Africa, you have like these rows of trees that they plant. They are windbreakers. In the highlands, it's really, really flat, the landscape. So the farmers plant trees to break the wind. And those trees that I was looking at, they're all blurred because we were going like over 200 miles per hour. Anyway, we used to smoke pot, and we came home one night and my stepfather was he was watching an old war movie, and it was John Wayne. It was like all the old stars, and this war movie was so epic. It was like Dunkirk, and and we were high as a kite, and we went in the house, and for some reason we went and sat in the lounge where he was sitting. I mean, we could have gone to our bedrooms, we could have gone we could have gone many places, but we went in there, and it was quite late at night, and so we were watching this war movie, trying to act like there was nothing going on with us. But the film was so funny that we kept on laughing. we were just like hosing ourselves, and my stepdad was like looking at us and then looking back at his movie, and in the end he got up in disgust because he realized that there was something like wrong with us, and he went down the passageway and he said to my mother, "You should go and look at those two. There's something wrong with them." He was such a straight lace. He was the kind of person who would never even smoke pot. He was just one of those people. I'm surprised in modern day Britain there are still people like that, like young people who would never touch anything. It's weird. You think the drug culture is so prevalent and everybody has tried something, but that's not quite true.
Yeah, they call them squares for a reason, because they fit in the wall.
I love your voice, by the way.
Thank you. Something has just made me talk about my brother today. That's weird. And I remember the one scene where all these actors, they were in a trench, and this mortar came over. So you had the whistle, and then the explosion, and then they all jumped up out of the trench like at the same time. And my brother and I were just killing ourselves laughing. I think that was the point at which my stepdad got up and left the room. It was so funny. We tried not to laugh, but we couldn't help ourselves.
You said you said he was a speed freak, and like normally that makes us think that he was like addicted to drugs, but
no.
He was an adrenaline junkie, is what we.
Yeah.
She put emphasis on the motorcycle first.
Yeah, he was an Aquarius, an Aquarian. Aquarians are known for liking, to drive fast. Funny thing.
That make Arians Aries?
Mm-hmm.
What about Libras? Do Libras like to go fast?
No, my brother's a Libra. Libra men like wine, women, and song.
200 miles per hour is pretty quick, pretty fast though. Damn.
Yo, Bong, you know exactly what Libras are, Bong.
Mm-hmm.
Could have expected that would trigger Vlad.
No.
The Aquarius
didn't trigger me at all.
Yeah, the astrology.
Well, I guess perk up your ears is what I mean.
Well, yeah, no, because Bong always talks shit about it. He says it's all Satan's work.
I don't know. It sounds like your brother was like, you guys were best friends type of. It's the best, yeah. I have cousins like that. A bunch of them.
Man, I'm playing Resident Evil
all
2.
the time.
I just died.
Oh, that's the best one.
That's just table, Hank. Don't do that.
Yeah, my brother was drafted into the army, and So, you know, when you go to the army, you do your basic training. That's about like a 3-month crash course in, you know, how to kill people and whatnot. And when his basic training was over, he was in a very remote, like, training camp where they took all these kids who were just fresh out of school, like 18 years old. And so at the end of their basic training, that place had a very bad reputation. Some of the kids died there. So him and 5 other rookie soldiers, they ran away from the camp. They went AWOL with the objective of never going back. So the route that they had to go, because this camp was so remote, there was only one road in and one road out. So you couldn't actually like walk out of the camp and walk, you know, via the road, because all the army vehicles were going back and forth. So they took they plotted a route in this area was like semi-desert, and they got lost and they ran out of water. So they barely made it to the nearest town. And then my brother was AWOL for a year and a half. So he was about 20 years old then, coming up to 21. And he went home to my mom and dad. And because my stepfather was such a jerk, the moment he set eyes on my brother, it was like, oh, you have to go back. You know, you have to obey the government. You have to go and be a soldier. And what the government was doing is they were taking people and putting them, you know, in a war situation for 2 years. It was compulsory. Unless you went to university first, then you could enter. Then you could go and do your compulsory army stint. But then you would immediately join like the officer ranks. Anyway, so then he was in a highly precarious situation. A young, stupid kid. The army came to my mom's house. Where is he? You know, so he was like basically on the run. So because my stepdad wouldn't entertain the idea, you know, he just had to piss off basically. And then my mother didn't even know where he was at that time. And he was arrested in the Cape province, in Cape Town. Him and one of the guys who ran away with him, they burglarized somebody's house. They were arrested, and he was sentenced to 4 years in a prison, not a military prison. And the magistrate said when he was delivering the sentence that he's going to make an example of them, because the homeowner actually apprehended them with his gun. So what they were charged with was breaking and entering. So there my brother was, 1,300 miles away from where we were, and he was in the prison, the same prison that Nelson Mandela went to. So then my mother and I, we pleaded with them so that they would remove him from that jail and bring him closer to where we were so that we could have contact with him. And that took like months and months, but eventually, they allowed that. So I used to go and see my brother like every week when he was in prison. And then there was an amnesty, so he spent 3 years and 7 months in prison. And then he came out, and he worked for, he was just so happy to be free. He was just gonna like start living his life. He got a job. He was exuberant when he came out. So he stayed with me for a couple of weeks. Then he got a job, and off he went. Yeah, he died 3 months after he was released from prison. He fell to his death while he was working. He fell 35 foot onto his head, and he died. He didn't die instantly, but he died within half an hour of sustaining the fall.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm so sorry for you.
Yeah, that's what governments do when they take hold of people's lives. You know, I don't think he deserved to be in prison, but I don't think... Yeah, it's like my brother said, if you have to put a gun in my hand, he said, and tell me to shoot somebody, I could never, never do that. He was a pacifist. He wasn't too soft. You know, he did the basic training. He passed all of that, the rigors, the shit that they go through. Yeah, they kicked shit into those kids.
Yeah, every time someone asks me if I'm in the military, like checking out for like military discount, I always say, "Do I look like a murderer?"
I mean, now that I think about it, I don't know what those wars were about, but we were told, we, the public in South Africa, they indoctrinated us with the communists, you know. We have to fight communism. So that is
All
what
those
those were about.
all those wars were about God, guns, oil, drugs.
Yeah.
No, it's about the one world order. This whole like past few hundred years has been nothing but like consolidating power for the few, right? The few people with their hats, right? And everybody's going to be under them because everybody's afraid of getting called a word, a name, right? They might call you a name. They might label you as, you know, an anti-language person. Like you're against all the Semitic languages or something. Right? And it's like
I'm not afraid of being called a Protestant.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing though, but we're really on the cusp of the one world order. Like the only thing that they got left is like a few countries that haven't bowed down yet. And those countries, they're like paying the ultimate price right now. Like Iran hasn't attacked another country in over like 250 years.
Yeah.
But they're the bad guys, right? Why are they the bad guys? What do they do? What? Can anybody name? Because it wasn't not that long ago in the 80s that Israel was selling them missiles that were capable of holding all sorts of types of different warheads, including nuclear.
They're
the
kicked
bad
out of their
guys.
country a group of men who wore hats.
They're the bad guys because they are of an Abrahamic faith, and all three of the holy books tell you that usury is forbidden, and they actually stick to their faith, and so they can't do the economic hitman to take over those countries via debt. So, but they can't do it through trickery. They got to do it through force, and in order to get the people to back their ideologies, they have to create a boogeyman and instill trauma-based mind control to allow them to go murder innocent people.
Okay, but, you know, if you think back, I know Benjamin Netanyahu stood in the UN and he actually had a picture of a bomb, you know, the kind of bomb that you see in a cartoon. And he was talking about how much, how close are these people to enriching uranium, where they could become a nuclear, where they could have, you know, nuclear weapons at their disposal. So they were allowed to do that because they were doing it to generate, you know, power. But at the start of this fake virus, remember they had these aerial shots of mass graves that had been dug. So when it came from China, the first country that it hit was Italy. So we heard like horrendous stories from Italy. So like everybody was like quaking in the boots. And then the next country that was affected was Iran. And then we were shown these aerial photographs of mass graves, that somebody had gone out there with a digger and dug all these graves. And I mean, that was total bullshit. We know that now. So in the higher echelons of their power structure, they are all in fucking cahoots. The Pope went out there last year to go and speak to the Ayatollahs there. And that was to bring about the one world religion, Chrislam.
Well, the papacy is the one. Sorry if there's any Muslims in here. I don't mean to offend you. It's just my opinion. The papacy is the one that created the Muslim religion.
I know that.
Well, I thought that was I thought that was a joke, a troll, Chrislam. I seriously did. Like what? This is the first time. Like how?
Why would the Pope? I mean, mainstream Catholicism. Do you think they're going to have their religion tampered with or watered down, so that it can become something that unites people? Because this New World Order plan is being sold to us as something that, will unite mankind, peace on earth.
Right.
You know what the Bible says about when they start talking about peace. Then.
Oh, so yeah. Well, so okay, yeah. Because Islam, they've got a rock that fell from heaven, and they're okay.
I know about Islam.
It's easy. It's easy to kind of put it together. Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
I keep forgetting. I thought it was with ours, but it's with the Pope, and the Catholic Church. So it's all pagan, anyways, put together.
No, I'm well aware. I've read.
Pagan is a word that the papacy sort of took. Okay, let me. I can't talk very well, but so everybody common vernacular nowadays. People call children kids, but a kid's a baby goat, right? Okay, so a pagan truly is someone that lives in a rural area. They're not a witch. They're not someone that worships false deities or anything like that.
Oh my bad.
But no, it's cool. Most people don't know this. But the papacy started calling these people that lived a little too far out of their reach. They had to spend a lot more money to go aggravate those people. They started saying that those people were bad, and that's where you get the word pagan from. More correctly, it would be called heathen, because whenever you say pagan, you're using a Catholic word that they made. That they advocated a definition for.
I always wondered which word to use.
Yeah. You'll see the word Christian. Yeah, you'll see like the real definition if you look up the etymology, and then it'll say Christian, but really it's just say Catholic.
Right. That's why I don't call myself a Christian. But yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So when I read the protocols of the Elders of Zion, I don't know if you guys are familiar with that.
Yes.
We were talking about it earlier. Yeah, we were all gonna read it. Well, I am. Yeah.
I kind of want to do an episode on it if anybody would like to join in on it. We can do like a group consensus on it.
Give us a chance to read it first.
It's really easy to look at that document and current events, right? But you can't really say where it comes from, Josh. So if you do it, right, you have to admit up front that we don't know where this came from, but this game plan is being executed flawlessly. The only problem is that we still have guns.
Look, if you look at that document and you see where the material was obtained, because so what I read was translated into English, and we know who translated that. And that guy was killed. I'm convinced of it, because a woman actually stole the information from the small hats, and he was a Russian, and so due to his linguistic skills, he could do the translation. So it only became available to the rest of the world around the turn of the 19th century. So they've tried to get rid of all the copies of it. And when you ask the small hats, what is this? What does this mean? Then they just deny. So it's them. They are denying the veracity of it. But I believe it's a document that originates with them, and I believe that is showing us what they are up to. If you want to, because I've read it, it's quite hard going, but someone has made an audio copy of it on the Internet Archive. You can find that, so you don't have to read it. You can actually listen to someone reading it. When I read that, I became convinced that that's the game plan that they are following. I mean, the way they talk about people.
And that's why they refer to us as cattle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with whatever. That's just a group of people thinking a certain way.
We are the vulgar and the
Christian people
depending on which
saying, believing in the so-called Zion and all the rest of it. It's written down in the Bible, and so all the rest of it. You had,
but what is
what's his name? The so-called